Chapter 166. Warriors who could become the 4 heavenly kings were almost perfect in every aspect. They were ranked on the Divine Wind Nation's Chi ranking and stood at the top of the younger generation of warriors in the Divine Wind Nation. It was not wrong to say that they were as intelligent as demons. Therefore, before seeing the results, they would not make wild guesses. Even if it was a predetermined outcome, they would not speak easily. The 8 great kings were different. They were considered the top in Kamikaze Kenbu, but there was still a big gap between them and the 8 great kings. Their foresight was not as far-sighted as the 4 heavenly kings. At this moment, the 8 great kings were discussing. They generally believed that Fang Chen could only blast out 7 small squares at most. It was impossible for him to tie with Zhu Xin's record. The elders' eyes were wide open. They wanted to see if Fang Chen could create a miracle. At this moment, before the power steely, Fang Chen's fist slammed onto the steely. Buzz! A strange sound came from the power steely. In the next moment, the entire power steely burst out with a dazzling light. This dazzling light directly swallowed Fang Chen. Crash! The 9 small squares on the power steely suddenly shook. In an instant, the first small square lit up. Then, the second small square, and the third small square. In the blink of an eye, the 7th small grid lit up. When they saw this scene, all the disciples at the waist of the mountain exclaimed one after another. At this point, Fang Chen could be considered to have completed the first assessment. However, the dazzling light did not stop. The assessment was not over. Is it going to stop? The 8 great kings whispered. However, in the next moment, the 8th grid suddenly lit up. Countless disciples were shocked, and even the 8 great kings exclaimed in surprise. It lit up. Haha, it really lit up. Many elders did not care about their image at this moment. They laughed wildly. For so many years, the highest record in the first assessment of the king assessment was 8 small squares. They did not expect that after so many years, such a powerful warrior would appear in Kamikaze Kenbu again. Seeing the 8th small square lit up, Zhu Xin's face turned ugly. It was a record that he had held for a long time. He did not expect that the young warrior in front of him would break it so easily. One should know that Fang Chen was only 16 years old. It was rare for someone to have such a strong physical body at such a young age. When the 4 heavenly kings saw this scene, their eyes lit up. They looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. At this moment, Fang Chen had a smile on his face. He could clearly see the shock of the outside world. Looks like I'm going to break this record, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen shouted in his heart. Then, a strong force passed through his fist and into the power steely. Steely. All 9 small grids lit up. This was something that had never happened before in the history of Divine Wind Sword Mansion. The 9th small square lit up too. The first elder was very excited. At this moment, not only the elders, but even the ordinary disciples on the mountainside went crazy. Such a strong monster had appeared in their Kamikaze Kenbu. This kid's physical body is even stronger than Zhu Xin's, Zun Tu said softly. That's right. With his strong physical body, it's not bad for him to be ranked among the kings. Ha ha ha, Kamikaze Kenbu hasn't had a disciple like him for a long time. No wonder he could send Tongyun flying with one punch. Yes, I feel that he can pass the king's assessment and become the 9th king of Kamikaze Kenbu. At this moment, several kings changed their views of Fang Chen. They had gradually acknowledged Fang Chen. However, there were also a few kings who were jealous of Fang Chen and did not acknowledge Fang Chen. Mph, what's there to be proud of about breaking the Steely's record? That's right. Pure physical strength doesn't represent overall strength. You should know that overall strength is the main theme of this world. That's right. His physical body is strong, but it doesn't mean that his overall strength is strong, Zhu Xin said. Everyone stopped talking when they heard Zhu Xin's words. The 4 kings nodded when they saw this. The first assessment is over. Fang Chen, you really gave us a big surprise. The first elder walked to Fang Chen's side and grinned. Fang Chen, I look forward to your next performance, the other elders said. Next up was the second assessment. The second assessment was the Sword Dao Talent Assessment. Fang Chen was very clear about this. The talent stele here was different from the one when he entered Kamikaze Kenbu. There were also 9 small squares on the talent stele here. Through the first elder's introduction, Fang Chen found out that the talent stele's record was held by one of the 4 kings, Broken Heart, who had reached 7 small squares. The talent stele was different from the stele of power. The talent stele's assessment was more difficult. In the king assessment, one only needed to reach the 5th small square to pass the assessment. Among the 8 kings, most of the disciples had reached the 5th small square. There were also a few who had reached the 6th small square. However, only one of the 4 kings, Broken Heart, had reached the 7th small square. The stele of power's previous record was held by Zhu Xin, who was one of the kings who had reached the 6th small square. H. I bet that he can only reach the 5th small square at most, Zhu Xin said gloomily. The other kings did not respond. Fang Chen had shocked them too much. They did not know if Fang Chen would shock them again. The 4 kings stood to the side calmly and looked at Fang Chen. They did not say anything from the beginning. Fang Chen walked in front of the talent stele and glanced at it. Then, he poured all the spiritual energy in his true core into the talent stele. Hiss! The small squares on the talent stele instantly lit up. In the blink of an eye, all 5 small squares lit up. At this moment, Fang Chen still felt very relaxed and did not feel any pressure. I wonder what level my sword Dao talent can reach. Fang Chen also wanted to know what the limit of his sword Dao talent was. Therefore, this time, he circulated all the spiritual energy in his body and poured it into the talent stele. Crash! Under everyone's stunned gazes, the 6th small square lit up. At this moment, Zhu Xin's expression was very ugly. Zhu Xin coldly snorted, feeling very uncomfortable. Just as everyone was about to cheer, the 7th small square lit up. When the 7th grid was lit up, the elders were extremely excited. Even the 4 heavenly kings were startled. This kid is not simple. Broken Heart, who had been silent all this time, said softly. Even among the 8 kings, he is not weak. Lin Jian, one of the 4 kings, said. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes flashed. No one knew what she was thinking, but there was an imperceptible joy on her face. When the 7th small square lit up, Fang Chen finally felt a trace of pressure. However, it was also at this moment that the golden heart began to tremble. In an instant, the 8th small square lit up. At this moment, everyone was speechless. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. The golden heart beat rapidly. Traces of clear energy constantly spread to Fang Chen's limbs and bones. At this moment, Fang Chen was a little dazed. He seemed to see a giant golden sword tearing through the sky and piercing his heart. Whoosh! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His forehead was full of sweat. In the blink of an eye, he had fallen into an illusion. Giant golden sword! Fang Chen exclaimed in his heart. The reason he crossed over to the ancient sword continent was because the giant golden sword tore through the sky and pierced his heart. Just as Fang Chen cried out in surprise, a blinding light erupted from the talent stone stele. In the next moment, all 9 small cells on the talent stone stele lit up. Whoosh! The entire mountain peak was in an uproar. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Has his sword talent reached the limit of the talent stele? The great elder cried out. What 9 small squares? How is this possible? Zhu Xin's face was full of shock. He felt that this was not real. Heavens, this kid's talent is too heaven-defying. Someone exclaimed. At this moment, even the 4 heavenly kings were moved. They all nodded, acknowledging Fang Chen. When Fang Chen finished his trial, the talent stele was still incomparably dazzling. Only after a while did the talent stele slowly calm down. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on Fang Chen. Fang Chen, your talent is the best in the history of our Kamikaze Kenbu. The great elder was incomparably excited. The other elders all greeted Fang Chen. Even a portion of the 8 kings nodded excitedly. As expected, it's extraordinary, whispered Zun Tu. Only Zhu Xin's eyes were filled with jealousy. He hated Fang Chen for stealing the honor that belonged to him. Fang Chen, you've really given us a pleasant surprise. Your power has reached the limit of the talent stele, and your talent has also reached the limit of the talent stele. I wonder if your final comprehensive strength will be able to give us another pleasant surprise." The great elder grinned. Fang Chen's various aspects had exceeded their expectations. If the Kamikaze Kenbu fully nurtured him, then in less than 3 years, Fang Chen would definitely be able to reach the Heavenly King level. Of course, they had no idea that the current Fang Chen already had the strength of a Heavenly King. Fang Chen, the final trial is the comprehensive strength test. With your ability to send Tongyun flying with one punch, you'll definitely be able to easily pass. Not bad. You'll definitely become the 9th king. Now we just want to see if you can create another miracle. Chapter 167. At this moment, there was an uproar. All the warriors were waiting for Fang Chen to create another miracle. In the first 2 assessments, Fang Chen had obtained an unprecedented score. He had reached the limit of the stone tablet in each assessment. How terrifying was that? Fang Chen, Fang Chen. On the mountainside, countless disciples were cheering. They did not care about the results of the last assessment. They had already recognized Fang Chen. When Fang Chen took a step forward and appeared in front of the comprehensive stone tablet, everyone's eyes were fixed on Fang Chen. Overall strength. Fang Chen was slightly stunned and immediately said, "Fang Chen, for the final test of overall strength, you will need to perform your strongest sword technique," the first elder said. The last assessment tested the warrior's overall strength. As long as one could leave 7 sword scars on the stone tablet, they would pass the assessment. Among the 8 great kings, there were a few who could leave 7 sword scars. However, there were only a few who could leave 8 sword scars. As for the warriors who could leave 9 sword scars, only the 4 great kings could do so. At this moment, Fang Chen gently took out the hidden dragon sword. An extremely powerful sword intent instantly filled the entire hidden dragon sword. In the next moment, Fang Chen performed the Tai dispersing sword, which was at the perfection stage. Whoosh! The sky was filled with sword radiance. It carried an extremely powerful aura and directly pierced towards the stone tablet. "This sword technique is exquisite," the first elder said in surprise. "Not only is it exquisite, but it has also reached the perfection stage. It seems that Fang Chen's talent in swordsmanship has reached a heaven-defying level," the other elders said. As soon as the perfection stage Tai dispersing sword was performed, it caused many disciples to exclaim. They were shocked. At this moment, Fang Chen was holding the hidden dragon sword in his hand. He suddenly slashed the stone tablet. With a buzzing sound, the stone tablet trembled. Crack! Cracks appeared on the stone tablet one after another. These cracks were filled with extremely dense sword intent. In an instant, 7 sword marks appeared on the stone tablet. Many warriors were shocked. However, while they were still in shock, the 8th sword scar appeared, and then the 9th sword scar appeared. Heavens, could it be that Fang Chen's strength is really comparable to the 4 heavenly kings? Only the 4 heavenly kings can leave 9 sword scars on the stone tablet. Is Fang Chen's overall strength really that strong? Many disciples cried out in alarm. Fang Chen had given them too many pleasant surprises. At this moment, not only the elders, but even the 8 monarchs were completely stunned. They thought that Fang Chen would be able to leave behind 8 sword scars at most. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would actually leave behind 9 sword scars? Although there was only a small difference between 8 sword scars and 9 sword scars, everyone knew that there was a huge difference. It could be said that to be able to leave 8 sword scars on the stone tablet, one could only be considered a peak king. There was still a huge gap between him and a heavenly king. However, to be able to leave 9 sword scars meant that one's overall strength was comparable to a heavenly king. One could even enter the Shengfeng nation's Qi ranking. This was such a shocking thing. Fang Chen's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. "Am I dreaming?" the first elder said in disbelief. The other elders also exclaimed as if they were in a dream. At this moment, the 4 heavenly kings' faces were filled with surprise, especially Star and Moon. She had entered the dark sky plane with Fang Chen. At that time, Fang Chen's overall strength was at most comparable to the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. In just 2 months, Fang Chen had grown to such a level. He must have encountered some opportunity in the dark sky plane. Did I pass the test? Fang Chen asked softly as he looked at the stunned crowd. Fang Chen's voice instantly woke everyone up from their shock. The elders surrounded Fang Chen and looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Full marks in all 3 tests. This is unprecedented in the history of Kamikaze Kenbu, the first elder said excitedly. Fang Chen was used to this. If the first elder and the others knew that he had killed Yaoyun, who was on the Qi ranking, in the dark sky plane, would they be even more shocked? Of course, Fang Chen was unwilling to say such things. Pass, of course you pass. If you can't pass, then no one can pass the king test. From today onwards, you are the 9th king of Kamikaze Kenbu. With the first elder's announcement, Fang Chen officially became the 9th king of Kamikaze Kenbu. Of course, Fang Chen did not care about this at all. In just a short year after becoming an advanced disciple, Fang Chen had already become a king. This made the other kings very unhappy, especially Zhu Xin. His potential is very high, but that doesn't mean his overall strength is also very strong. I need to break his spirit, Zhu Xin thought to himself. Upon having this thought, Zhu Xin immediately glanced at Fang Chen in front of the crowd and said in a loud voice, Fang Chen, congratulations on becoming the 9th martial king. Your performance in the trial has shocked us all. As the leader of the 8 martial kings, I hereby challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Hearing Zhu Xin's words, everyone looked at Fang Chen, waiting for Fang Chen's reply. Originally, the first elder wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by the other elders. They also wanted to use this opportunity to see how strong Fang Chen really was. Why wouldn't I dare? Fang Chen said. Good. Then in 3 days, you and I will fight on the martial stage, said Zhu Xin. Why 3 days? We can fight right now, said Fang Chen bluntly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhu Xin was stunned for a second. His expression immediately became gloomy and he coldly looked at Fang Chen. What do the elders think? Asked Zhu Xin. Although Fang Chen had already agreed, he still needed the elders' approval. Hearing Zhu Xin's words, the elders nodded slightly. Since the elders have agreed, then let's fight here. Zhu Xin gloomily said, Fang Chen, although your performance in the test was outstanding, I want you to know that the test is not the same as actual combat. As you wish, said Fang Chen indifferently. Crash. Zhu Xin was infuriated by Fang Chen's words. Suddenly, a pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, Zhu Xin displayed a pitilessly exquisite sword art. Cloud-breaking sword, sword breaking the world. Zhu Xin bellowed. His long sword streaked across the sky in a strange trajectory. In the next moment, it suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen without any warning. Solitary Void Fist. Fang Chen displayed the solitary void fist and punched Zhu Xin's long sword. Bang! With a loud bang, Fang Chen easily defeated Zhu Xin's long sword and forced him to retreat. Seeing this, Zhu Xin's expression became gloomier. He activated the cloud-breaking sword to the extreme. Rays of tyrannical sword light directly emerged from the long sword. I don't believe that you can withstand it. Zhu Xin roared angrily. Fang Chen seemed unwilling to waste time with Zhu Xin. He clenched his fist and displayed the solitary void fist again. The tyrannical solitary void fist directly bombarded the sword light in the sky. Crack! The sword light shattered, and Zhu Xin was forced back by Fang Chen's punch. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to attack again, Fang Chen tiptoed and appeared in front of Zhu Xin. He punched again and directly smashed Zhu Xin to the ground. Ah! Zhu Xin was furious and wanted to kill Fang Chen. Stop it! The first elder's voice came and directly stopped Zhu Xin's attack. Zhu Xin, you have already lost, the second elder said. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had defeated Zhu Xin. This scene caused all the elders to become even more excited. To be able to defeat Zhu Xin like this, it seems that this boy's comprehensive strength is comparable to the 4 heavenly kings. The first elder grinned. They originally thought that Fang Chen was at most a king, but now it was different. Fang Chen defeated Zhu Xin so easily. He was definitely a king. At this moment, the other kings looked at Fang Chen with fear in their eyes. The four heavenly kings' eyes were also filled with shock. To be able to achieve this at such a young age, it seems that he is qualified to enter the Chi ranking, Broken Heart said. Yes, our Kamikaze Kenbu has another genius. Star and Moon did not say anything, but her beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at Fang Chen. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. He must have had a chance encounter in the dark sky plane, Star and Moon thought to herself. After a discussion, the elders decided to confer Fang Chen the title of the 5th Heavenly King of Kamikaze Kenbu, and not the previous 9th king. From now on, Fang Chen will be the 5th Heavenly King of Kamikaze Kenbu, the first elder announced. Following the first elder's announcement, all the disciples on the mountain peak went crazy. Looking closely at Fang Chen's growth in Kamikaze Kenbu, it was definitely inspirational. From the most ordinary disciple, step by step, he became the 5th Heavenly King. Moreover, he did it within a year. Such a shocking disciple was hard to come by even in 100 years. Even the 4 Heavenly Kings recognized Fang Chen. Fang Chen, congratulations on becoming the 5th Heavenly King. Broken Heart walked up to Fang Chen and congratulated him. Congratulations, the other 2 Heavenly Kings said with laughter. Star and Moon walked up to Fang Chen with light steps. Her beautiful face was full of smiles. She nodded at Fang Chen and said, "Your strength has exceeded my expectations." When Fang Chen became the 5th Heavenly King, the entire Kamikaze Kenbu went crazy. Fang Chen's matter was discussed by all the disciples. They worshipped Fang Chen and even made Fang Chen their goal. Did you know that Fang Chen has become the 5th Heavenly King? What? Our Kamikaze Kenbu has a 5th Heavenly King? The 5th Heavenly King has appeared. This Heavenly King is still very young. He has only been in Kamikaze Kenbu for a year. Chapter 168. Fang Chen, who had become the 5th Heavenly King, suddenly became the focus of the entire Kamikaze Kenbu. Even the 8 great kings did not dare to be too arrogant in front of Fang Chen. However, although Fang Chen was very calm about becoming the 5th Heavenly King, the higher-ups of Kamikaze Kenbu were not. One day, the 4 Heavenly Kings gathered in Fang Chen's courtyard to look for Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, we haven't had a proper gathering since you became the 5th Heavenly King," said one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, Broken Heart. Broken Heart was considered the strongest martialist among the 4 Heavenly Kings. After Broken Heart was Star and Moon. The other 2 were slightly weaker. At their level, they would not pay attention to anyone unless they had their approval. Fang Chen had obviously received their approval. "Fang Chen, my name is Ju Tian." A young man in white introduced himself with a smile on his face. "My name is Yun Ju," said Yun Ju. The 4 Heavenly Kings of Kamikaze Kenbu represented the top 4 disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu's younger generation. For so many years, no disciple had been able to surpass them. They were like huge mountains, pressuring the other disciples to the point that they could not breathe. Only after becoming a Heavenly King would one understand that the so-called 8 great kings were supreme existences in the eyes of ordinary disciples. However, in the eyes of the 4 Heavenly Kings, they were no different from ordinary disciples. Fang Chen had jumped over the 8 great kings and directly entered the ranks of the Heavenly Kings. This was enough to prove that his strength was comparable to the 4 Heavenly Kings. At this time, Star and Moon was no longer as cold as before. They looked at Fang Chen with a strange expression. "Fang Chen, you really surprised me. You scored full marks in all 3 assessments. This is definitely a first in the history of Kamikaze Kenbu." Zhu Tian grinned. "It's just luck," Fang Chen said modestly. "Fang Chen, you don't have to be humble. If my guess is correct, your strength is enough to enter the Divine Wind Nation's Chi ranking," said Yun Ju. "I'm so happy that 5 people from Kamikaze Kenbu have entered the Chi ranking. In the sect's disciple competition a month later, Kamikaze Kenbu will definitely be able to hold our heads up high. Who knows, we might even be able to use this opportunity to enter the top 10 sects rankings," Broken Heart said. The 4 Heavenly Kings had high hopes for Fang Chen. At such a young age, Fang Chen was able to enter the ranks of Heavenly Kings. In the sect's disciple competition a month later, Fang Chen would definitely become a dark horse. After the 5 of them chatted for a while, Broken Heart suddenly said, Fang Chen, you have just become a heavenly king. The Sword Mansion will definitely let you go to the Wanxiang Grotto. Yes, the Wanxiang Grotto. Fang Chen was a little puzzled as this was the first time he had heard of the Wanxiang Grotto. Fang Chen, the Wanxiang Grotto is a secret in Kamikaze Kenbu. Among the disciples, other than the 4 heavenly kings, no one knows of its existence. Even the 8 great kings do not know of its existence, Zhu Tian explained. The Wanxiang Grotto is an independent space created by an earth-shattering almighty in Kamikaze Kenbu. It contains the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. It is said that as long as one can enter it, they will definitely be able to comprehend a concept, Yunju said. Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. He did not expect the Wanxiang Grotto to have such a great background. Of course, what shocked Fang Chen the most was that the Wanxiang Grotto encompassed all phenomena. Martial artists who entered it could comprehend concepts as they wished. Encompassing all phenomena. Fang Chen's face was full of shock as he said this. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the 4 heavenly kings were full of smiles. They also had the same expression when they first heard of the Wanxiang Grotto. It could be said that anyone who heard of the Wanxiang Grotto would be shocked because the Wanxiang Grotto was simply too precious. The Wanxiang Grotto was the reason why Kamikaze Kenbu was able to grow so quickly into a force that could contend with the 10 great sect. Moreover, the Wanxiang Grotto was also the most confidential matter in Kamikaze Kenbu. Other than the 4 heavenly kings, no ordinary disciple knew about it. The Wanxiang Grotto was designed with too many secrets. Once it was leaked, it would definitely be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Fang Chen, you should adjust your state for the next few days. When the time comes, the elders will inform you, Star and Moon said in a low voice. Have you all been to the Wanxiang Grotto before? Fang Chen raised his head and asked the 4. In the Wanxiang Grotto, I comprehended the concept of wind. Zhu Tian comprehended the concept of fire. Star and Moon comprehended the concept of speed. As for Yunju, he comprehended the concept of gold, Broken Heart said as he nodded his head. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with passion when he heard this. After he received the Water Devil's inheritance, he had obtained the Water and Fire Sword art. He needed to comprehend the Water and Fire Intent realm before he could practice it. Before that, he had already comprehended the Water Intent realm. If he could comprehend the Fire Intent realm after entering the Wanxiang cave, he would be able to practice the Water and Fire Sword art. Once he mastered the Water and Fire Sword technique, he would definitely be able to improve in the sect's disciple competition a month later. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was extremely excited. After the 4 heavenly kings chatted with Fang Chen for a while, they turned around and left. After all, the sect's disciple competition was around the corner and they needed to prepare for it. When Star and Moon turned around and left, she looked at Fang Chen with a touch of tenderness in her eyes. If the other 3 heavenly kings saw this, they would definitely be shocked. The ice goddess Star and Moon actually had such a moment. 3 days later, Fang Chen left Kamikaze Kenbu and arrived at the imperial capital. This time, Master Tianhe sent him a message and asked him to come to the Heavenly Elixir Hall. Master Tianhe, what's the matter? Fang Chen asked directly when he saw Master Tianhe. Master Tianhe's face was filled with helplessness. He immediately said, Brother Fang, because of the elixir formula you gave us, our soul-reversing elixir has an absolute advantage over Elixir Pavilion's life elixir. As a result, Elixir Pavilion's business has been declining. Now, Elixir Pavilion is desperate. They are waging an all-out war against us, Master Tianhe said. Oh. When Fang Chen heard this, he nodded slightly. He was thinking about it in his mind. Now, he was tied to the Heavenly Elixir Hall. If the Heavenly Elixir Hall was destroyed, he would suffer a great loss. Moreover, he wanted to use the Heavenly Elixir Hall to earn a large amount of spiritual stones. Therefore, he could not let the Heavenly Elixir Hall be in danger. Have you contacted the Protector King's palace? Fang Chen asked. I have, but... Master Tianhe said. But what? Fang Chen asked. But the Protector King is unwilling to help us. That's why I asked Brother Fang to come, Master Tianhe said. When Fang Chen heard Master Tianhe's words, he understood that Master Tianhe wanted him to persuade the Protector King's palace. Immediately, Fang Chen said goodbye to Master Tianhe and went to the Protector King's palace. After entering the Protector King's palace, Fang Chen found the Protector King, Duan Muwen. "Uncle Wen," Fang Chen called out. "Fang Chen, why are you here?" When Duan Muwen saw Fang Chen, he was surprised. "Uncle Wen, I'm here to discuss something with you," Fang Chen said bluntly. "What is it?" Duan Muwen asked. "The Heavenly Elixir Hall is in a war with the Elixir Pavilion. I hope that Uncle Wen can support the Heavenly Elixir Hall," Fang Chen said. When Duan Muwen heard this, he fell silent. "Uncle Wen, is there something that you can't say?" Fang Chen noticed Duan Muwen's expression and asked. After a long while, Duan Muwen shook his head and said, "Fang Chen, when the Heavenly Elixir Hall cooperated with the Protector King's palace, I already knew about your relationship with the Heavenly Elixir Hall. However, the Protector King's palace can't do anything about this." "Uncle Wen, what's the problem?" Fang Chen asked. "I don't know what happened, but the Heavenly Fiend Palace lost a few disciples a long time ago. These disciples happened to be the disciples that the 8th prince valued the most. Because of this, the 8th prince was furious." Duan Muwen continued, "Previously, we weren't able to find out who the murderer was. However, recently, the 8th prince has been targeting the Protector King's palace. Even the Heavenly Fiend Palace is filled with hostility towards us. They are watching us closely. If we help the Heavenly Elixir Hall, they will definitely take the opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Protector King's palace." When he heard Duan Muwen's words, Fang Chen's face darkened. It seemed like this matter was a conspiracy. When he had killed the Heavenly Fiend Palace's disciples, no one had been present. In the end, he had even destroyed the corpses. No one would have known that he was the culprit. But now, the Heavenly Fiend Palace and the 8th Prince believed that the Protector King's palace had done this. In fact, they were just looking for an excuse to get rid of the Protector King's palace. As everyone knew, the Protector King's palace was very powerful in the Divine Wind Nation. Among the many princes with different surnames, the Protector King was the most powerful one. There were a total of 16 princes in the Divine Wind Nation's imperial family. Other than a few princes who didn't care about the imperial family, the other princes wanted to rope in the Protector King. This was because they knew that once they managed to rope in the Protector King, it would mean that he would become the next emperor of the Divine Wind Nation. However, although the Protector King had never expressed his support for anyone, everyone knew that the Protector King had a good relationship with the first prince. Therefore, the 8th prince treated the Protector King as an enemy and wanted to get rid of him. Especially recently, the old emperor's body was weak. When he was young, he had suffered serious injuries that couldn't be healed. As he was nearing the end of his life, the competition between the princes became even more intense. "I understand." Fang Chen nodded and said. "Fang Chen, the competition between the imperial family is far more complicated than you think. It's better for you not to get involved," Duan Muwen said. After learning the ins and outs of the matter, Fang Chen bid farewell to the Protector King and returned to the Heavenly Pill Hall. "Brother Fang, how did it go?" asked Grandmaster Tianhe anxiously. Fang Chen shook his head. When Grandmaster Tianhe saw this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Grandmaster Tianhe, how many alchemy grandmasters does the Pill Pavilion have?" asked Fang Chen. When Grandmaster Tianhe heard Fang Chen's words, he was puzzled. However, he still answered Fang Chen's question. "The Pill Pavilion has a total of 3 alchemy grandmasters. One of them is a red-haired old man that they invited from outside." Grandmaster Tianhe said. "Brother Fang, do you have any plans?" Chapter 169. What? You want to kill the 3 alchemy masters of the Elixir Pavilion? Master Tianhe asked in surprise. "Master Tianhe, the person behind me will take action when the time is right," Fang Chen said softly. From the very beginning, Fang Chen had suspected that there was a mysterious almighty behind him. Even Master Tianhe believed him without a doubt. Now that he heard Fang Chen's words, he was finally relieved. "Do we need to prepare anything?" Master Tianhe asked. "When the 3 alchemy masters of the Elixir Pavilion are all dead, the Heavenly Pill Palace will start to suppress the Elixir Pavilion. If possible, we will annex the Elixir Pavilion directly, Fang Chen said. At this moment, a bold plan appeared in Fang Chen's mind. All right, Master Tianhe nodded and said. In a tall pavilion in the imperial capital, Pavilion Master Wang sat at the highest position. Below him were 3 old men. They were the alchemy masters of the Elixir Pavilion. The reason why the Elixir Pavilion could become such a big force was because of these 3 alchemy masters. At this moment, Pavilion Master Wang's face was gloomy. He glanced at the 3 alchemy masters and said in a deep voice, "The 3 of you, now is the most critical moment. If we lose this battle, the Elixir Pavilion will cease to exist. Rest assured, Pavilion Master Wang. Our plan is very thorough. We will annex the Heavenly Pill Palace's property bit by bit. The foundation of the Heavenly Pill Palace will be unstable and they will be destroyed in the end," the red-haired old man said with a smile. "That's right. This time, the Elixir Pavilion will succeed," the other 2 alchemy masters said confidently. Although the entire imperial capital looked calm on the surface, it was surging secretly. The 2 giants, the Elixir Pavilion and the Heavenly Pill Palace, were accumulating their strength and preparing for war. One day, in a dark night, the imperial capital was so dark that one couldn't see his fingers in front of him. There was no one on the streets. It was very quiet. However, there was an exception. This place was the most famous place in the imperial capital. There was a restaurant there that was brightly lit. It formed a sharp contrast with the pitch-black surroundings. From the outside, one could hear all kinds of loud singing from inside. From time to time, martial artists would come out from inside. They were drunk, but their faces were full of smiles of enjoyment. In a dark corner, Fang Chen had been hiding for several hours. He stared at the entrance of the restaurant and waited. The crescent moon hung high in the sky. In the middle of the night, Fang Chen finally saw the person he was waiting for. A gray-haired old man walked out of the restaurant. The gray-haired old man reeked of alcohol and his eyes were filled with obscenity. After the gray-haired old man walked out of the restaurant, he didn't forget to look back before quickly disappearing into the darkness. This gray-haired old man was an alchemy master of the pill building. Although his alchemy skills were very good, his strength was not enough. His cultivation level was only at the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Fang Chen asked around and found out that this gray-haired old man liked to hang out in places like this. Therefore, Fang Chen's first target was this gray-haired old man. Seeing the gray-haired old man leave, Fang Chen quickly followed him. After a while, the gray-haired old man walked on an empty, secluded street. He was about to return to the pill building. However, at this moment, Fang Chen silently appeared in front of him and blocked his way. "Who is it?" Seeing this, the gray-haired old man shook his head and shouted loudly. "The person who is going to kill you," Fang Chen said coldly. Hearing this, the gray-haired old man's face changed drastically. He instantly exploded with all the strength in his body and attacked the person in front of him. However, after a minute, the gray-haired old man's corpse fell on the street. After Fang Chen destroyed the corpse, he disappeared into the darkness. The gray-haired old man probably didn't know who he had offended and why he wanted to kill him. The next day, the pill building discovered that the gray-haired old man had gone missing. They searched the entire imperial city but couldn't find him. In the end, they found out that the last place the gray-haired old man went to was such a vulgar place. Tower Master Wang's face was extremely gloomy. After investigating the restaurant, Tower Master Wang became even angrier. All the signs pointed to the fact that the gray-haired old man had been killed. Damn it! It must be the Heavenly Elixir Palace. Tower Master Wang roared angrily. It seems like the Heavenly Elixir Palace has made their move. Tower Master Wang, what should we do next? The red-haired old man asked. The Heavenly Elixir Palace's next target might be the 2 of you. You must be careful and try not to go out, Tower Master Wang warned. Don't worry, the red-haired old man said. The death of the gray-haired old man made the pill building even crazier. They went to war with the Heavenly Elixir Palace in terms of business. However, because the Heavenly Elixir Palace had the soul-reversing pill, they could temporarily resist the pressure from the pill building. After Fang Chen killed the gray-haired old man, he couldn't find the time to kill the other 2 alchemy masters. He knew that the pill building must have noticed something. After a few days, Fang Chen left the imperial capital and returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. This was because the elders of Kamikaze Kenbu had sent him a message, asking him to return because the Wanxiang cave was about to open. Although the Heavenly Elixir Palace's matter was important, the Wanxiang cave was even more important to Fang Chen. After Fang Chen heard the news, he quickly returned. Fang Chen walked into the Holy Wind mountain range with ease. After taking a few steps, he met a group of people. There were more than 10 people in this group, and they all had a fierce aura. "Kid, leave your things behind and we can leave your corpse intact," the leader said coldly. The others immediately surrounded Fang Chen. "Bandit group?" Fang Chen asked. "Since you know that we are a bandit group, hurry up and hand over your things. Otherwise, we will cut you into pieces," the leader said sternly. "If I were you, I would definitely scram as far as I can," Fang Chen sneered. "Kid, are you courting death?" the leader shouted angrily. "You are the ones courting death." As Fang Chen spoke, a wild aura emerged from his body. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and executed the solitary emptiness fist. Bang bang bang. Wherever the fist passed, the bandit group's members died instantly. In the blink of an eye, 9 of the bandit group's members were dead. Only the bandit leader was left in a sorry state. "Young master, please let me go. I failed to recognize you." The bandit leader knelt in front of Fang Chen and shouted. "It's too late." Fang Chen bellowed and punched the head of the mounted bandit leader. The mounted bandit leader died instantly. After doing all this, Fang Chen turned and left. However, at this moment, a white-clothed figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. "Wonderful, wonderful." The figure in white smiled and said, "My friend's fist technique is really exquisite." Fang Chen turned his head and looked. When he saw the figure in white, he was stunned. "Bai Yijian," Fang Chen said in surprise. The figure in white was stunned and asked, "My friend, you know me?" The person who came was Bai Yijian, who had saved Fang Chen from Yarrow Yun. He was also an expert on the Shungfeng Nation's Qi ranking. "When you were fighting with Yarrow Yun, I was watching from afar. I was almost killed by Yarrow Yun, but you intervened and saved my life," Fang Chen said with his hands cupped. Bai Yijian thought about it carefully and instantly recalled the scene from that year. His face was filled with shock. "How is it possible? It has only been a year, and you have grown to this extent," Bai Yijian exclaimed. Back then, he could easily kill Fang Chen. However, when he was watching in the dark, he saw that Fang Chen's fist was extremely powerful. "Anything is possible," Fang Chen said. "However, I still have to thank you for intervening back then." Fang Chen was grateful to Bai Yijian. If it were not for him, Fang Chen would have most likely died at the hands of Yarrow Yun. "It's a small matter." Bai Yijian laughed. "Back then, Yarrow Yun and I fought very fiercely. Our strengths were on par. Some time ago, I got a chance and my strength increased tremendously. I went to find Yarrow Yun and wanted to take revenge. However, I found that Yarrow Yun was dead. I don't know who killed him." "Yarrow Yun was killed by me," Fang Chen said. "What?" Bai Yijian's eyes widened when he heard this. He looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Whoosh! In the next moment, Bai Yijian flicked his wrist and a sword light shot out. Bang! Seeing this sword light, Fang Chen punched out and shattered the sword light. His body did not move at all. Bai Yijian was shocked when he saw this scene. In just a year, the man in front of him had grown to this extent. If he did not believe that Yarrow Yun was killed by the man in front of him, he believed it now. "You are really powerful. You killed Yarrow Yun. You can also enter the Qi ranking," Bai Yijian said as he tried to calm his excitement. Fang Chen nodded and asked, "My name is Fang Chen." "Bai Yijian, Liu Bai," Bai Yijian said with a smile. "What are you doing in the Holy Wind mountain range?" Fang Chen asked. "The horse bandits that you killed previously had a strong background. Especially the leader of the horse bandits. His elder brother is a Qi high warrior. I came to the Holy Wind mountain range to look for that Qi high warrior," Bai Yijian said. "Oh," Fang Chen was confused. After that, Bai Yijian explained that he had a grudge with that Qi High warrior and wanted to take revenge. However, before he could find that Qi High warrior, he met his younger brother. He wanted to kill him, but Fang Chen beat him to it. In the end, Bai Yijian chatted with Fang Chen for a while before he left. Fang Chen, I will be waiting for you at the sect competition in a month's time, Bai Yijian said as he turned and left. Fang Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. The elders informed Fang Chen that the Wanxiang cave was about to open. They asked him to prepare himself and adjust his body to its best condition. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. Chapter 170. The Wanxiang cave was extremely important to Fang Chen. On this day, the Great Elder and the Second Elder found Fang Chen and brought Fang Chen to the forbidden area of the Kamikaze Kenbu. Fang Chen, don't tell anyone about the Wanxiang cave, the Great Elder instructed. Fang Chen nodded. Then, the Great Elder and the Second Elder worked together to undo the seal of the Wanxiang cave. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the sky. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He did not expect the Wanxiang cave to be sealed in the void. This was the forbidden area of the Kamikaze Kenbu. Other than the core executives of the Kamikaze Kenbu, no one could enter this place. Therefore, the Wanxiang cave was the most confidential place here. Rumble. Just as Fang Chen was trembling, a void stone door suddenly appeared in the sky. This void stone door was completely formed by spiritual energy. Fang Chen, go in quickly, the Great Elder shouted in a low voice. Hearing this, Fang Chen pushed off with the tip of his foot and plunged into the Wanxiang cave. Crash! Fang Chen felt a flash of white light. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. Is this the Wanxiang cave? Fang Chen felt as if he was in a dream. Everything around him seemed illusory and real. He was currently in a cave. Although it was called a cave, it was extremely spacious. Fang Chen stood at the entrance of the cave. It was pitch black outside the cave. He could not see anything. Myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. Fang Chen felt that being in the Wanxiang cave, he could touch the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. His body felt extremely comfortable. As expected of the Wanxiang cave. It's all-encompassing. It's amazing, Fang Chen said in surprise. Fang Chen walked step by step towards the depths of the Wanxiang cave. Along the way, Fang Chen saw many strange sights. For example, right now, there was a small lake beside him. Within this small lake, there was a large amount of brook water. This brook water was different from ordinary brook water. It contained a rich aura of water element. If one wanted to comprehend the concept of water, they could enter this small lake to do so. Of course, Fang Chen had already comprehended the concept of water after receiving the inheritance of the water demon. Even so, when Fang Chen passed by the small lake, he could still feel the rich aura of the water element in the stream. Such a strong aura of the water element, Fang Chen said in surprise. Then, Fang Chen saw a metal platform beside the small lake. This platform was the place to comprehend the concept of metal. Next, Fang Chen saw many strange sights. Finally, Fang Chen saw a sea of fire in the depths of the Wanxiang cave. The temperature in this sea of fire was extremely high. The aura of the fire element. Fang Chen's eyes were burning. Looking at the sea of fire, his face revealed a trace of excitement. The purpose of entering the Wanxiang cave was to comprehend the concept of fire. Now that he saw the sea of fire, how could Fang Chen not be excited? The Wanxiang cave will only be open for half a month. We can't waste time, Fang Chen said softly. Then, Fang Chen resolutely entered the sea of fire. In the beginning, as soon as Fang Chen entered the sea of fire, countless flames frantically wrapped around Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen felt extremely hot, as if he was about to be roasted. So hot. Fang Chen began to use the spiritual energy in his true core to resist. His body was instantly covered with a layer of spiritual energy, resisting the heat of the flames. However, as the flames around him increased, the spiritual energy was unable to resist the heat of the flames. At this moment, Fang Chen's Tao body erupted. Although it was a one-star Tao body, his physical body was still very strong. After the Tao body erupted, Fang Chen instantly felt a trace of coolness. It is indeed a Tao body, Fang Chen thought to himself. The eruption of the Tao body allowed Fang Chen to gradually adapt to the sea of fire. The surrounding flames no longer burned Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen knew very well that the Tao body could only suppress the flames for a short period of time. If he wanted to completely resist the heat of the flames, he had to comprehend the concept of fire as soon as possible. Crash! Fang Chen closed his eyes slightly and began to comprehend the concept of fire. Due to the experience of comprehending the concept of water, Fang Chen had a slight advantage when it came to comprehending the concept of fire. Fang Chen constantly absorbed the aura of fire elements in the sea of fire. At the same time, Fang Chen was also comprehending the aura of fire elements. After 7 days, Fang Chen finally had some understanding of the aura of fire elements. At this moment, Fang Chen could freely travel through the sea of fire without relying on his Tao body. The Wanxiang cave is indeed extraordinary, Fang Chen thought to himself. If this wasn't the Wanxiang cave, it would be too difficult to comprehend the concept of fire. Fortunately, this was the Wanxiang cave, which was all-encompassing. This allowed Fang Chen to comprehend the concept of fire much faster. Let's try to comprehend the concept of fire in one go, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he once again entered into cultivation. As time passed, Fang Chen's body was filled with an extremely rich aura of fire elements. This aura of fire elements constantly flowed through Fang Chen's body. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was also filled with a large amount of aura of fire elements. The flames in the surrounding sea of fire constantly surrounded Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen could no longer feel the scorching heat. While Fang Chen was comprehending the concept of fire, traces of invisible aura in the Wanxiang cave constantly drilled into Fang Chen's body. Even Fang Chen didn't know that the penetration of these invisible auras had caused the aura of fire elements to become crazy. At the same time, the golden heart was beating rapidly, as if it wanted to help Fang Chen comprehend the concept of fire. Every time the Wanxiang cave opened, it would only last for half a month. Every martialist could only enter the Wanxiang cave once in their lifetime. The second time would be invalid. Every martialist of the 4 heavenly kings who entered the Wanxiang cave would be able to comprehend a concept within half a month. Fang Chen's potential was originally much higher than theirs. Thus, comprehending the concept of fire was very easy for him. After 10 days in the Wanxiang cave, Fang Chen finally comprehended the concept of fire. At a certain moment, a deafening sound suddenly erupted from the sea of fire. Immediately after, Fang Chen opened his eyes and a flame shot out from his eyes. Fang Chen's mind was filled with a fiery red aura. This fiery red aura contained a tyrannical power. Concept of fire. Fang Chen said softly. Immediately, a rich concept of fire surrounded Fang Chen's body and formed a strong defense. With the concept of fire surrounding his body, the flames in the sea of fire didn't dare approach Fang Chen. It's a pity that I can only enter the Wanxiang cave once in my lifetime, Fang Chen said with a little regret. If he could enter this place a few more times, he might be able to comprehend a few more concepts. But now that he had comprehended the concept of fire, he was pleasantly surprised. Fang Chen's body was covered in the concept of fire. He prepared to leave the sea of fire, but at this moment, the flames in the depths of the sea of fire formed a whirlpool. Immediately, a tyrannical power came out of the whirlpool. In the next moment, Fang Chen was shocked to find that within the whirlpool of flames, a flame dragon had appeared. This flame dragon's body contained a tyrannical power. Furthermore, the flame dragon's head contained a rich concept of fire. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked as he looked at the flame dragon that had suddenly appeared. Could it be that the flames have given birth to spirituality? Fang Chen asked. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's expression changed. He clenched his fist and the concept of fire wrapped around his fist. In the next moment, he directly used the solitary emptiness fist. Boom! With a loud bang, Fang Chen's flaming fist smashed into the fire dragon's body, creating a loud noise. Crack! The fire dragon was hit by Fang Chen's fist and its body retreated a little. However, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out a stream of flames. It directly attacked Fang Chen crazily. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Fang Chen and the flame dragon began to fight. The flame dragon's control of the concept of fire had already reached the pinnacle. In this aspect, Fang Chen was at a disadvantage. But fortunately, Fang Chen's true strength was comparable to an expert on the Qi ranking. He was just barely able to resist the flame dragon's attacks. Time slowly passed. Fang Chen and the flame dragon's battle became more and more intense. But neither of them was able to gain an advantage over the other. What surprised Fang Chen the most was that while he was fighting the flame dragon, his control of the concept of fire was slowly increasing. 2 hours later, Fang Chen's entire body was soaked with sweat. But his face was full of smiles. Although he had fought fiercely for 2 hours and was already exhausted, he discovered that his control over the concept of fire had almost reached a perfect level when he clashed with the fire dragon. Boom! Fang Chen retreated. At this moment, the flame dragon attacked again. Fang Chen took a deep breath and immediately clenched his fists. He activated his Taoist body and punched out with a flaming fist. With a bang, the flame dragon was sent flying and disappeared into the flame vortex. Hiss! Hiss! Under Fang Chen's gaze, the flame vortex disappeared into the sea of fire. Then, the sea of fire returned to its calm state. Is this flame dragon here to be my sparring partner? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen left the sea of fire. My control of the concept of fire is almost perfect, Fang Chen said excitedly, his eyes shining. At this moment, there were still 5 days before the Wanxiang cave closed. Fang Chen wanted to try and see if he could comprehend other concepts. Then, Fang Chen thought carefully and prepared to comprehend the concept of wind. If he could successfully comprehend the concept of wind, his speed would increase dramatically. At critical moments, it could produce unexpected results. After that, Fang Chen directly appeared on top of a cliff in the Wanxiang cave. Standing on this cliff, one could feel a biting cold wind blowing towards them, as if a knife was slashing across one's face. This cliff was a place specially used to comprehend the concept of wind. On the cliff, he could vaguely see some small handwriting left behind by some seniors in the Kamikaze Kenbu. Hoo. Chapter 171. Wen Xiong Cave. On top of the cliff, a strong wind blew past, blowing on Fang Chen's face. It was as if a knife had sliced across his face. Fang Chen felt endless pain all over his body. He was trying his best to absorb the wind element. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. There were only 2 days left until the deadline. Fang Chen didn't have the slightest clue about the concept of wind. At this time, Fang Chen's mood was a bit gloomy. However, just as a strong wind blew past, there was a boom. The wild wind above the cliff instantly filled the air and directly hit Fang Chen's body. Bang! Fang Chen's body couldn't resist the wind and directly fell from the cliff. How is this possible? Fang Chen's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at the cliff. At this moment, the strong wind on the cliff suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an old figure sitting on the cliff with a hunched back. Who is it? Fang Chen slowly stood up. When he saw the old figure on the cliff, he was shocked and involuntarily cried out. You're not suited to comprehend the concept of wind. The old voice intermittently entered Fang Chen's ears. Senior, who are you? Asked Fang Chen. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I understand the concept of wind better than you do. The old figure slowly said. Why am I not suited to comprehend the concept of wind? Asked Fang Chen. Crash. The old figure extended his hand. A green light directly appeared in his palm. This was the concept of wind. Although I don't know why, I faintly feel that you're suited to the concept of metal. The old figure said. When Fang Chen saw the concept of wind in the old man's hand, he was shocked. Who was this old man? Why was he hiding in the 10,000 elephant cave? Senior, who are you? Asked Fang Chen doubtfully. When the old man heard this, he was silent for a moment before he said, Autumn leaf. Hearing the 2 words autumn leaf, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. How is this possible? How could you be autumn leaf? Fang Chen cried out. Naturally, Fang Chen had heard of the two words autumn leaf. Back then, autumn leaf could be considered an existence that shocked the entire Divine Wind Nation. The current lord of Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen exclaimed. The current lord of Kamikaze Kenbu, Autumn Leaf, possessed unparalleled skills. Everyone thought that Autumn Leaf was in seclusion. However, Fang Chen hadn't expected to see Autumn Leaf in the Wanxiang cave. Man ahead, Autumn Leaf? Fang Chen asked in confusion. The old man nodded. Correct, I am the current lord of Kamikaze Kenbu. Since you were able to enter the Wanxiang cave, that means you've already become the disciple of the heavenly king of Kamikaze Kenbu. Fang Chen nodded. The old man continued, when you entered the Kamikaze Kenbu, I began to pay attention to you. Although I can't leave the Wanxiang cave, I can see everything in the outside world, including your trial when you entered the Kamikaze Kenbu. Fang Chen was shocked. Just what had caused the Autumn Leaf Manor Head to be trapped in the Wanxiang cave? Manor Head Autumn Leaf, why are you trapped in the Wanxiang cave? Asked Fang Chen. Autumn Leaf sighed when he heard that. Then he said, after I became the Manor Head, I wanted to lead Kamikaze Kenbu to the peak. After a series of attempts, I entered the Wanxiang cave alone. I comprehended all the elemental auras in the cave, but I failed. However, I thought of a crazy method. I absorbed every elemental aura in the Wanxiang cave and gathered them in my body. I wanted to fuse them together, but in the end, there was a problem. Autumn Leaf slowly said. His voice carried a trace of vicissitudes of life. Fang Chen was shocked. The Autumn Leaf Manor Head really was crazy. He actually wanted to soften all the elemental auras together. It had to be said that the Autumn Leaf Manor Head's idea was very bold. If it weren't for some of my secrets, I probably would have died in the Wanxiang cave long ago. Although I survived in the end, I was heavily injured and trapped in the cave for so many years. I could only struggle at death's door on this cliff, said the Autumn Leaf Manor Head with a heavy voice. After Fang Chen understood the ins and outs of this matter, the shock in his heart took a long time to recover. In the past few years, I've been studying the concept of wind the entire time. My comprehension of the concept of wind is far too deep. When you stepped onto the cliff, I sensed that there seemed to be a powerful energy in your body. This energy is not suitable for the concept of wind, said Autumn Leaf. Fang Chen sank into silence. He did not say anything else. Your talent is very good. I hope you don't bury it, continued Autumn Leaf. Manor Head Autumn Leaf, are you going to be trapped here forever, unable to leave? Fang Chen asked. Autumn Leaf shook his head when he heard that. Then he said, I'm getting older and older, and my body is getting weaker and weaker. If I can't recover from my injuries, I'll never be able to leave the Wanxiang cave. You and I have some sort of fate, so I'll give you some pointers, said Autumn Leaf. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Manor Head Autumn Leaf, how can I fuse fire and water? Fang Chen asked. Autumn Leaf was clearly surprised by Fang Chen's words. Then he asked, you want to fuse the two concepts of water and fire? Autumn Leaf had already sensed that Fang Chen possessed two concepts long ago. Fang Chen nodded and said, I came across a sword technique by chance. It requires water and fire to be compatible in order to cultivate. You obtained the water demon's ultimate technique, the water-fire sword technique? Autumn Leaf's eyes lit up when she heard that. Fang Chen was extremely surprised. He nodded. No wonder. Your luck is pretty good. You actually managed to obtain the inheritance of the water demon. This water flame sword art is a miraculous cultivation technique. If you can cultivate it to the peak, its power will surpass your imagination, said Autumn Leaf. I've also studied a few methods to fuse fire and water in the past few years. As for whether you can succeed or not, that'll depend on your luck. After saying that, Autumn Leaf had Fang Chen release the two concepts of water and fire at the same time. Crash! Fang Chen sat on the ground and suddenly released the concept of water. A gentle white light revolved around the left side of Fang Chen's body. Afterwards, a domineering, fiery red light appeared on the right side of Fang Chen's body. The two concepts each occupied one half of Fang Chen's body. Use your will to fuse the two concepts, said Autumn Leaf. Fang Chen followed Autumn Leaf's instructions and fused the two concepts together. However, when the two concepts came into contact, a powerful repulsive force appeared. Seeing Fang Chen's pained expression, Autumn Leaf waved her hand and an azure light directly burrowed between the two concepts to reconcile them. With the addition of a third concept, the two opposing concepts began to reach the limit of fusing. Then, Autumn Leaf waved her wrist and a large handprint appeared above her head. Finally, with a shout, the handprints burrowed into Fang Chen's body. In an instant, the two concepts of water and fire fused together, forming a very strange light. This kid isn't simple. Autumn Leaf could feel that there was a terrifying aura in Fang Chen's body. She wanted to explore it, but she was directly repelled by this terrifying aura. Moreover, Autumn Leaf discovered that the reason why the concepts of water and fire could fuse so quickly was not only because of her, but also because of the terrifying aura in Fang Chen's body. At this moment, in Fang Chen's mind, the two concepts of water and fire fused together. From the golden heart, a clear stream constantly flowed out and entered the two concepts. One day later, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Fusion of water and fire. Fang Chen examined his body and grinned. Then Fang Chen stood up and cupped his hands towards the empty cliff. Senior Autumn Leaf, Junior will never forget your kindness. You are a person of my kamikaze Kenbu. Helping you is only natural. An ethereal voice rang out. Senior, what can Junior do for you? Asked Fang Chen. One day, when you are strong enough, take care of kamikaze Kenbu. Autumn Leaf's voice rang out. Fang Chen nodded and bowed 3 times to the cliff. Then he turned and left. In the outside world, the first elder and second elder had long since arrived at the kamikaze Kenbu's forbidden area. They were incomparably excited. First elder, do you think Fang Chen's cultivation base will break through? Asked the second elder. It should be. The other 4 who entered all came out with breakthroughs in their cultivation bases. The great elder pondered. Before he broke through, his strength was already comparable to the 4 heavenly kings. Now that he's broken through, just how much will his strength increase? The second elder was extremely excited. The 2 of them were very optimistic about Fang Chen. After this trip to the Myriad Elephant Cave, Fang Chen's strength was certain to explosively increase. Time is up, open the Wanxiang Grotto. After about an hour, the first elder said. Then the first elder and second elder joined hands to open the Myriad Elephant Cave. Crash. Fang Chen's figure appeared in the forbidden area. Fang Chen, how was your harvest? The first elder impatiently asked the moment the Myriad Elephant Cave disappeared. I comprehended the concept of fire. Fang Chen answered truthfully. Anything else? Asked the second elder. Fang Chen shook his head. Nothing else. Your cultivation base didn't break through? Asked the first elder doubtfully. No, said Fang Chen. A trace of disappointment flashed across the first elder and second elder's faces when they heard Fang Chen's words. While cultivating in the Myriad Elephant Cave, Fang Chen had only comprehended the concept of fire. His cultivation base hadn't broken through. This made the 2 elders feel a bit regretful. It seemed that in the upcoming sect competition, Fang Chen wouldn't be able to help the kamikaze Kenbu. They could only place their hopes on the 4 heavenly kings. Fang Chen, rest well. There are still 5 days before the sect competition begins, said the first elder. Chapter 172. After coming out of the Wanxiang Cave, Fang Chen began to practice the water and fire sword art. There were still 5 days before the sect competition. If he could master the water and fire sword art, his strength would definitely increase greatly. In Fang Chen's courtyard, he was practicing the water and fire sword art. Hiss 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 hiss, his body was surrounded by the 2 concepts of water and fire. In his hand, he held the hidden dragon sword and practiced according to the chants of the water and fire sword art. Because of the golden heart, Fang Chen only took 15 minutes to master the first level of the water and fire sword art. After mastering the first level of the water and fire sword art, Fang Chen's strength increased greatly. He felt that he could easily defeat Bai Yijian, whose strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The next day, in a pavilion in the high-class area, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. This aura instantly swept through the entire pavilion. In the next moment, a wild laugh came out from the pavilion. Many high-class disciples looked towards the pavilion. They knew that this pavilion belonged to the leader of the 8 great kings, Zhu Xin. Did Zhu Xin break through his cultivation? Did Zhu Xin gain something from his cultivation? That aura just now was very wild. Some disciples whispered. As the disciples were discussing among themselves, Zhu Xin's figure suddenly appeared from the pagoda. Fang Chen, the humiliation you gave me, I will return it to you double today. Zhu Xin thought to himself. Ever since Zhu Xin was defeated by Fang Chen, he had been training in seclusion. Finally, today, his heavenly sword art had reached the transformation level. His cultivation had also improved a little, although he had not broken through to the Qi High Realm. However, Zhu Xin believed that his strength was enough to be ranked among the heavenly kings, and that he could completely defeat Fang Chen. Zhu Xin aggressively walked towards Fang Chen's residence. Along the way, countless disciples followed Zhu Xin curiously. Look, Zhu Xin is walking towards Fang Chen's residence. Is he going to fight Fang Chen? It must be so. Zhu Xin thinks that his strength has broken through and wants to take revenge. Hurry up and follow them. Zhu Xin's strength has broken through. He might be able to defeat Fang Chen. For a time, this news spread throughout the entire high-class area. Countless warriors rushed to Fang Chen's residence, wanting to watch this classic battle. Even the other 7 of the 8 great emperors had rushed over after hearing the news. Zhu Xin broke through? Zun Tu asked as he stood in front of Fang Chen's courtyard. I don't know. In any case, his aura has become stronger. He should have gained something from his cultivation, the other kings said solemnly. At this moment, Zhu Xin stopped in his tracks. His voice contained majestic spiritual energy as he roared, Fang Chen, get out here and accept your death. This voice passed through Fang Chen's residence and into Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen was in the middle of cultivating when he suddenly heard this voice. His expression changed slightly and he immediately walked out of his residence. Fang Chen, I thought you would be a coward and not dare to come out. Zhu Xin laughed wildly. A loser actually dares to say such words, said Fang Chen coldly in the face of Zhu Xin's mockery. Fang Chen naturally sensed that Zhu Xin's strength had increased a lot. However, Fang Chen wasn't afraid. His strength had also increased a lot. Furthermore, he had just reached the first level of the water and fire sword art. He could use Zhu Xin to test its power. Fang Chen, I was defeated by you a month ago because I was careless. Now, I want to formally challenge you. Do you dare accept? Zhu Xin shouted. The surrounding warriors all looked at Fang Chen. The other kings also looked at the 2 of them. At this moment, the 4 heavenly kings also rushed over. Zhu Xin's strength has increased a lot, but I'm willing to bet that he still isn't a match for Fang Chen, said Broken Heart. Fang Chen is a warrior who has entered the Wanxiang cave. How can Zhu Xin compare to him? Zhu Tian grinned. I wonder what kind of intent Fang Chen comprehended in the Wanxiang cave, said Yunju. Star and Moon didn't say anything, but her beautiful eyes were firmly fixed on Fang Chen. From the beginning, she didn't believe that Fang Chen would lose. The appearance of the 4 heavenly kings made all the disciples extremely excited. Zhu Xin, Fang Chen is the 5th heavenly king. You should know what it means if he fails to challenge a heavenly king, said Broken Heart. Of course I know. This time, I definitely won't lose. The one who will lose will definitely be Fang Chen, said Zhu Xin. Broken Heart stopped talking and looked at Fang Chen. As the 5th heavenly king, no one could force Fang Chen to accept the challenge unless he didn't agree. However, Fang Chen obviously didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to test the power of the water and fire sword technique. Zhu Xin, I accept your challenge, but the result may disappoint you, said Fang Chen with a grin. He wasn't nervous at all. Fang Chen, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a heavenly king. This time, I'll definitely destroy your reputation, said Zhu Xin. Defeating a heavenly king. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil, added Zhu Xin. All right, since Fang Chen has agreed, the 4 heavenly kings will be the referees of this battle, said Broken Heart. When Zhu Xin heard this, A sinister smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, a wild aura surged from the long sword in his hand. Through Sky Sword Technique. Crash. Zhu Xin displayed the Through Sky Sword Technique, but everyone knew that Zhu Xin's Through Sky Sword Technique was very different from before. Stage of transformation. Many disciples exclaimed. They didn't expect Zhu Xin's Through Sky Sword Technique to reach the stage of transformation. Under normal circumstances, it was already very impressive to be able to cultivate the technique to the perfection stage. Those who could cultivate it to the imperceptible stage were already considered top experts. As for those who could cultivate it to the stage of transformation, unless they were some real geniuses. The Through Sky Sword Technique at the stage of transformation brought a lot of pressure to everyone. All eyes were focused on Fang Chen. They wanted to see how Fang Chen would deal with it. Stage of transformation. Fang Chen saw Zhu Xin's Through Sky Sword Technique and revealed a mocking smile. Although the Through Sky Sword Technique at the stage of transformation was very powerful, it couldn't bring him any pressure. In Fang Chen's hand, the hidden dragon sword rotated. Then, the two wills of water and fire suddenly surrounded his body and poured into the hidden dragon sword. Crash. There was a wild aura in the surroundings. Many disciples exclaimed. Even the four heavenly kings' faces changed slightly. They looked at Fang Chen in surprise. The fusion of the wills of water and fire, Broken Heart exclaimed. It seems that Fang Chen's harvest in the Wanxiang cave is far from what we imagined, Zhu Tian said. What an unfathomable martial artist, Yun Ju said. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of infatuation. She looked at Fang Chen and clenched her small white hands. She was very happy. The first level of the Water-Fire Sword Technique. This was the first time Fang Chen displayed the Water-Fire Sword Technique. When the two wills of water and fire merged together, the first level of the Water-Fire Sword Technique was displayed instantly. In the sky, an extremely powerful sword light came out from the hidden dragon sword. The first half of the sword light was a soft white light, and the second half was a domineering fiery red light. The Water-Fire Sword Technique originated from the same source as water and fire. When the water and fire swordplay was executed, it was so powerful that it made Zhu Xin feel pressured. However, Zhu Xin did not believe it. He roared crazily, wanting to defeat Fang Chen. The facts proved that he was just asking for his own humiliation. Boom! When the Water-Fire Sword Technique bombarded Zhu Xin's long sword, there was a deafening sound. Countless martial artists around retreated. Except for the four heavenly kings, everyone else was affected. Crack! Zhu Xin's long sword shattered instantly. The sword light of the Water-Fire Sword Technique shattered Zhu Xin's long sword with its domineering power and bombarded Zhu Xin's body. Bang! Zhu Xin's body flew out and fell to the ground. He fainted instantly. Everyone thought that this would be a fierce battle. However, to everyone's surprise, Fang Chen defeated Zhu Xin in just one move. Even though Zhu Xin's heavenly sword technique had reached the perfection of martial arts, it was still useless. The whole scene burst into thunderous applause. All the martial artists were excited. A few kings who had a good relationship with Zhu Xin helped him away. The others all greeted Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you are getting stronger and stronger, Broken Heart said. After seeing your sword technique, I can't help but want to spar with you, Zhu Tian said with a grin. Fang Chen, it seems that you have gained a lot, Yun Ju said. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes blinked. A smile appeared on her face as she looked at Fang Chen. No wonder he is the fifth heavenly king. This kind of strength is not something that the 8 great kings can compare to. Yes, even if Zhu Xin's heavenly sword technique had reached the perfection of martial arts, he was still no match for Fang Chen. What's more terrifying is that Fang Chen defeated Zhu Xin in just one move. This kind of strength is too terrifying. What do you think Fang Chen's strength is among the 5 heavenly kings? Many disciples were discussing Fang Chen's strength and how strong he was. As for Fang Chen, he invited the 4 heavenly kings into his courtyard. There was a stone table in the middle of the courtyard. Fang Chen and the other 4 sat on the stone stools and sipped tea. Fang Chen, you are now a famous person in Kamikaze Kenbu, Broken Heart joked. Fang Chen, shall we spar? Zhu Tian asked. Zhu Tian was a battle maniac. Seeing Fang Chen's exquisite sword technique, he could not help but want to spar with him. I agree, Yunju said. Chapter 173. When Zhu Tian saw Fang Chen defeat Fang Chen with one strike, he was very excited and wanted to exchange pointers with Fang Chen. It's just a simple exchange of pointers, Zhu Tian said with a grin. The other three all knew that Zhu Tian was such a person. As long as he saw a powerful warrior, he would definitely try his best to exchange pointers with him. When Zhu Tian had just become one of the 4 heavenly kings, he wanted to exchange pointers with the other 3 as soon as he saw them. Because of the difference in strength, he could only defeat Yunju, but he couldn't defeat the other 2. Therefore, he felt that it was meaningless to exchange pointers with Yunju. Every time he saw the other 2, he would pester them to exchange pointers. Finally, the 2 couldn't bear it anymore. They exerted all their strength and defeated Zhu Tian. Only then did they stop Zhu Tian from exchanging pointers with them. Now that he finally saw Fang Chen's potential, Zhu Tian naturally wanted to exchange pointers with him. Fang Chen, are you willing to exchange pointers with me? Zhu Tian asked. Fang Chen nodded. Since Zhu Tian wanted to exchange pointers, then he would give it a try. Those who could become heavenly kings were not simple people. He might even be able to learn something from Zhu Tian. Well, since Fang Chen agrees, then let's exchange pointers in this courtyard. Remember to stop when you can, Broken Heart said with a smile. In the center of the courtyard, Fang Chen and Zhu Tian stood quietly. The other 3 were sitting on stone benches, watching the exchange between the 2. Fang Chen, attack me with the sword technique you just used, Zhu Tian said. Fang Chen nodded. Seeing this, Zhu Tian's face showed a trace of excitement. Zhu Tian, one of the 5 heavenly kings, was very powerful. His famous sword technique was called the Tianyi sword technique. The Tianyi sword technique was a top 2nd grade technique, but Zhu Tian had forcefully cultivated it to the point where it was comparable to a 3rd grade technique. Furthermore, Zhu Tian had long cultivated the Tianyi sword art to the transformation realm. Its power was very tyrannical. Even Broken Heart and the others did not dare to be careless when faced with Zhu Tian's Tianyi sword technique. Water and fire sword technique. Fang Chen let out a low cry and displayed the first level of the water and fire sword technique. In an instant, 2 completely opposite conceptions appeared around his body. These 2 conceptions quickly merged together and drilled into the hidden dragon sword while everyone was in shock. Fang Chen really isn't simple. He can actually fuse the 2 concepts of water and fire, Broken Heart exclaimed. Yes, his sword technique itself is not simple. The water and fire sword technique has the same origin. This is definitely a superior sword technique, Yunju said. Star and Moon blinked her beautiful eyes. She thought that she already knew Fang Chen better. However, the more she interacted with Fang Chen, the more she found that Fang Chen was like a mysterious young man. She could not see through him at all. Just as the 3 of them were talking, Zhu Tian made his move. When he saw the water and fire sword light shoot out from Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword, a smile appeared on his face. With a wild laugh, he displayed the Tianyi sword technique. Tianyi sword technique. The Tianyi sword technique, which was at the transformative level, was very powerful. A terrifying sword light shot out from Zhu Tian's long sword. This sword light was filled with strong sword intent. Bang! Zhu Tian's sword light collided with Fang Chen's water and fire sword light, causing a loud explosion. In an instant, the 2 of them quickly retreated. However, before Fang Chen could stabilize his body, Zhu Tian tapped the ground with the tip of his toes. His body moved like a ghost and appeared in front of Fang Chen in an instant. He waved the long sword in his hand and stabbed it at Fang Chen. Ding ding ding! Fang Chen was caught off guard. He raised his hidden dragon sword to block the attack. The sound of metal colliding was heard. Then, Zhu Tian's body flashed again. He gave up on displaying the Tianyi sword technique. Instead, he clenched his fist and threw out a punch. Heavenly Void Fist. Seeing this, Fang Chen did not hesitate to display the Heavenly Void Fist and hit Zhu Tian's fist. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhu Tian's body retreated. When Zhu Tian stabilized his body, a helpless look appeared on his face. How can you be so strong? Zhu Tian asked in surprise. Zhu Tian thought that his strength was strong enough. However, when facing Fang Chen, he could not block Fang Chen's fist. At this moment, he could still feel the pain between his thumb and forefinger. This made Zhu Tian exclaim that Fang Chen was a monster. "I'm not fighting anymore," Zhu Tian said helplessly. Although Zhu Tian seemed to be at a disadvantage on the surface, Fang Chen knew that if they really fought, Zhu Tian might not lose and he might not win. It could only be said that a heavenly king was a heavenly king. He was not someone ordinary people could compare to. The reason why Fang Chen could fight Zhu Tian to a draw was because of the water-fire sword technique. If he could cultivate the water-fire sword technique to the second level, he would even dare to challenge Broken Heart. "Ha ha ha, Zhu Tian, how is it? Brother Fang is not that easy to bully, right?" Broken Heart laughed when he saw Zhu Tian's defeat. "I have to say, Fang Chen's body is really strong. He actually dares to fight Zhu Tian," Yunju said with a sigh. "Zhu Tian's body has reached the one-star Dao body. I think Fang Chen should also have reached the one-star Dao body," Star and Moon said. Hearing Star and Moon's words, Zhu Tian's expression changed slightly. The reason he could reach the one-star Dao body was because he had obtained the inheritance of an ancient ruin, which allowed his body to reach the one-star Dao body. Fang Chen was much younger than him, but he could also cultivate his body to the one-star Dao body. "Fang Chen, I admire you." Zhu Tian cupped his hands and said to Fang Chen. After the battle with Fang Chen, Zhu Tian was even more convinced of Fang Chen's potential. As long as Fang Chen was given enough time, even Broken Heart, the leader of the 5 heavenly kings, would not be his match. "All right, we won't disturb Fang Chen any further. The sect competition will begin in a few days," Broken Heart said with a grin. In the end, Broken Heart and the other 3 turned around and left, while Fang Chen returned to the pavilion. Time passed bit by bit. In the past few days, the name Fang Chen had been the topic of discussion among all the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu. In the past few days, Fang Chen had completely consolidated the first level of the water and fire sword technique. He had also completely mastered the 2 intents of water and fire. Finally, to everyone's anticipation, the great sect competition was about to begin. On a certain day, the higher-ups of Kamikaze Kenbu began to gather the disciples of the advanced areas. When Fang Chen arrived at the square, it was already packed with people. All the advanced disciples had already arrived. "Fang Chen, you're here." Everyone greeted Fang Chen. When everyone had arrived, the Great Elder began to speak. "Tomorrow is the Divine Wind Nation's sect competition. This time's sect competition is an opportunity for Kamikaze Kenbu," the Great Elder said loudly. "This time's sect competition will be held in the Imperial Capital. Today, we will head to the Imperial Capital. I hope you can give Kamikaze Kenbu a pleasant surprise." After the Great Elder and the others spoke a few words, they led the disciples and headed to the Imperial Capital. Of course, there were also some elders who were in charge of Kamikaze Kenbu. The mighty crowd left Kamikaze Kenbu and appeared in the Holy Wind Mountain Range. The Holy Wind Mountain Range was a dangerous place for the warriors of the outside world. However, for the warriors of Kamikaze Kenbu, it was only a path they had to pass through to leave the outside world. While Kamikaze Kenbu was heading to the Imperial Capital, the other sect members were also heading to the Imperial Capital one after another. Antian County, Antian City, in a spacious manner. The sect competition is coming soon. Although my Jiyu clan is no longer in the top 10 sect, this time, my Jiyu clan must strive to become one of the top 10 sect. This was what the Jiyu clan's patriarch had said 3 days ago. This time, the Jiyu clan had selected many elite disciples to head to the Imperial Capital to participate in the sect competition. On one hand, it was to let the Jiyu clan become one of the top 10 sect. On the other hand, it was for revenge. Although the second young master Jiyu was a hedonistic son, he was still the second young master of the Jiyu clan. The dignified Jiyu clan's direct descendant had been killed by an outsider. This grudge must be avenged. Moreover, the Jiyu clan suspected that the one who had obtained the Dark Sky Plains treasure might be the Star and Moon of Kamikaze Kenbu. Therefore, this time, The three major powers of Antian County pointed their spears at Kamikaze Kenbu. It wasn't just the Jiyu clan. Even Tianyu Lake and Wood Dragon Stronghold had sent their elite disciples to the imperial capital. They wanted to make a name for themselves in this highly anticipated event. People came and went in the imperial capital. Over the past few days, many foreign warriors had poured into the imperial capital. They had all come to watch the sect competition because of its reputation. The imperial family also attached great importance to this sect competition. They had sent the first prince and the eighth prince to co-host the sect competition. Of course, in the eyes of many insiders, this sect competition wasn't just a competition between sects. It was also a competition between the first prince and the eighth prince. The old emperor was about to fall. Once the old emperor fell, the new emperor would definitely be one of the first prince and the eighth prince. Originally, the dozen or so princes all had a chance. However, after so many years of competition, the others had been eliminated one by one. Only the eighth prince and the first prince were left. They had the highest chance of success. This time, the eighth prince and the first prince had put in a lot of effort. They were prepared to rope in the top 10 sects during the sect competition. Once they could rope in the top 10 sect, they would have more to rely on. The first elder of Kamikaze Kenbu led many disciples into the imperial capital and arrived at a manor. This manor was one of Kamikaze Kenbu's properties in the imperial capital. After the first elder made some arrangements, he went to discuss with the other elders about tomorrow's sect competition. As for the other disciples, they were free to move about. Fang Chen, let's go out for a walk. Star and Moon walked over to Fang Chen's side and said in a low voice. Fang Chen glanced at Star and Moon and said apologetically, "Sorry, I have something to do. Another day." Star and Moon didn't ask any more questions. She nodded and turned to leave. After Star and Moon left, Broken Heart and the other two walked over to Fang Chen. Zhu Tian gave Fang Chen a thumbs up and said, "Fang Chen, you're really something. You even dared to reject the invitation of the beautiful Star and Moon." Black lines appeared on Fang Chen's forehead. He was a bit speechless. Chapter 174. Fang Chen was speechless when he heard Zhu Tian's words. He quickly left the manor. Fang Chen arrived at the Heavenly Elixir Hall and found Master Tianhe. Master Tianhe smiled when he saw Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, you're here." Master Tianhe grinned. Fang Chen nodded and asked, "Master Tianhe, what's the situation recently?" Master Tianhe naturally knew that Fang Chen was asking about the competition between the Heavenly Elixir Hall and the Elixir Dispensary. He immediately said, "The royal family is paying great attention to the upcoming sect competition. The royal family has sent a high-ranking official over and asked us to temporarily schedule the battle. Everything will be discussed after the sect competition. The Elixir Dispensary has reached a temporary agreement with us. They will not fight during the sect competition." Master Tianhe added. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. In this way, the Heavenly Elixir Hall would have more time to prepare and their chances of winning would be higher. Early the next morning, the entire imperial capital was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless martialists poured into the imperial capital from outside. The royal family attached great importance to the imperial capital sect competition. They set up a strict checkpoint at the city gate to check on the martialists who came from outside. They were afraid that some people would cause trouble. Even so, a large number of martialists still poured into the imperial capital. In the most central square of the imperial capital, there was a sea of people. Countless heads were moving about. The imperial capital square was heavily guarded by the royal family. At the edge of the imperial capital square, there was a large number of iron fences that separated the imperial capital square from the surrounding streets. The imperial capital square was huge. In the middle of the imperial capital square, there was a huge martial arts arena. There were more than 10 resting areas around the arena. In front of the martial arts arena was the rostrum. At this moment, the rostrum was empty. There was not a single person on it. Time passed by slowly. A deafening sound was heard in the imperial capital square. Then, the crowd realized that the first prince had arrived. The first prince led a group of people to the imperial capital square. Among them were the protector kings and other princes. The arrival of the first prince brought the atmosphere of the imperial capital square to its peak. First prince! Many warriors cried out in alarm. The first prince nodded at the crowd and finally sat on the rostrum. The king and the others sat behind the first prince. Soon after the first prince arrived, the eighth prince arrived at the imperial city square. The eighth prince's formation was the same as the eldest prince's. Behind him were many marquises with different surnames. One of them was the heaven fiend Marquis. Big brother, I didn't expect you to come so early. The eighth prince narrowed his eyes and looked at the eldest prince on the rostrum with a smile. Eighth brother, you're not too late. The first prince said calmly. Then, the eighth prince sat on the rostrum. The eighth prince and the eldest prince represented the entire imperial family. They were the first to arrive, which was enough to show how much importance the imperial family placed on this sect tournament. Next, the first to arrive at the imperial city square was Qianyang Mountain. Qianyang Mountain was considered mid-tier among the top 10 sect. Back in the ancient ruins, Qianyang Mountain's top outer sect disciple, Feng Shueshan, had been killed by Fang Chen. Even now, the upper echelons of Qianyang Mountain did not know who had killed Feng Shueshan. The leader of Qianyang Mountain this time was the Mountain Lord of Qianyang Mountain. He exuded a terrifying aura. Behind him were the elites of Qianyang Mountain. In Qianyang Mountain, 3 disciples had entered the Qi ranking. These 3 disciples were also the most outstanding disciples of Qianyang Mountain. Look, the people of Qianyang Mountain are here. The leader must be the Mountain Lord of Qianyang Mountain. Qianyang Mountain's formation this time is quite big. I wonder if Fengyun can advance further on the Qi ranking. Fengyun is the most outstanding disciple of Qianyang Mountain. His cultivation has long reached the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He is also ranked 13th on the Qi ranking. He is very strong. Many warriors were discussing. Behind the Mountain Lord of Qianyang Mountain, a man in white appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was Fengyun, the most outstanding disciple of Qianyang Mountain. He was ranked 13th on the Qi ranking. Mountain Lord Feng, your Qianyang Mountain is quite early. The first prince smiled and greeted the people of Qianyang Mountain. Mountain Lord Feng, Fengyun of Qianyang Mountain is even stronger. This time, there is hope for the top 3. The 8th prince smiled. After that, the people of Qianyang Mountain began to sit down. Next, the top 10 sects Flaming Mountain, Breeze Lake, Spectre Valley, Skyknife Sect, Qianyu Lake, Wood Dragon Stronghold, Qianyu Pavilion, Azure Wave Ridge, and Yuhong Academy all arrived. The most surprising thing was that the Jiyu clan had come with Qianyu Lake and Wood Dragon Stronghold. The Jiyu clan had not revealed their strength all these years. No one knew the true strength of the Jiyu clan. Even some warriors in Enyan County did not know. They only knew that the Qianyu Lake and Wood Dragon Stronghold, as one of the top 10 sect, were very wary of the Jiyu clan. I didn't expect the Jiyu clan to also participate in the sect competition. The first prince narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. The Jiyu clan's overall strength is not inferior to the top 10 sect. This time, they probably want to be one of the top 10 sect. The 8th prince said. The last force to arrive was Kamikaze Kenbu. The appearance of Kamikaze Kenbu attracted everyone's attention in the entire square. Kamikaze Kenbu was very mysterious in Shungfeng country. Some warriors did not even know where they were located. They only knew that they were in the Holy Wind mountain range. The disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu had been fighting with monsters in the Holy Wind mountain range all year round. They had rich combat experience. It was difficult to find a worthy opponent in the same realm. This time, Kamikaze Kenbu came aggressively. They also wanted to be one of the top 10 sect. As expected, the Jiyu clan is here. Fang Chen glanced around and found the Jiyu clan. He also found the other 2 forces in Enyan County. Let's go, the first elder said in a deep voice. He then led everyone to a resting area in the west. This was Kamikaze Kenbu's resting area. After the 12 major powers had all arrived, the first prince slowly stood up, looked around, and said with a smile, "Today is the day of the Heavenly Wind Nation's great sect competition. This humble one is fortunate enough to host this grand competition. It is a great honor." As soon as the first prince finished speaking, there was a thunderous applause in the square. Then, the eighth prince stood up and said, "This time, Big Brother and I will be hosting the competition together. I hope everyone can cooperate. This sect competition aims to improve the strength of the disciples. Therefore, during the competition, there can be no intentional killing. Once found, there will be severe punishment. Of course, we can't rule out some unexpected incidents." The first prince said. The eighth prince nodded and said, "Everyone knows the rules of the competition. The 12 forces will each choose 20 elite disciples to fight against each other. Each victory will accumulate 1 point. The one with the highest points will enter the finals. The imperial family attaches great importance to this year's great sect competition. After the great sect competition ends, the imperial family will rewrite the ranking of the Divine Wind Nation's Chi ranking. Moreover, the martial artists who can get into the top 3 of this year's great sect competition will be heavily rewarded." The eldest prince said. After the first prince and the eighth prince finished speaking, a white-haired old man appeared on the stage. He was the judge of this year's competition. He was also a highly respected Chi High Realm warrior in the royal family. With him here, he could prevent any unexpected incidents. After everyone had finished speaking, it was time for the exciting competition. Kamikaze Kenbu had already chosen 20 elite disciples. Other than the 5 kings and the 8 kings, there were a few others. One of them was Tong Yun. Tong Yun's strength was second only to the 8 kings in Kamikaze Kenbu. Therefore, it was expected that he would be chosen this time. After a while, the order of the competition was announced. In the first round, Kamikaze Kenbu's opponent was Flaming Mountain. The huge martial arts practice ring was directly divided into 6 smaller martial arts practice rings. Each martial arts practice ring could hold a match without interfering with each other. When the judge announced the start of the competition, the disciples of the other sect leaped onto the stage. Kamikaze Kenbu's stage was number 1. Their opponent was Flaming Mountain. The first disciple to step onto the stage was Tong Yun. His opponent was also a warrior of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Tong Yun. Huashan. After the two of them exchanged names, they immediately began to fight. Bang bang bang. However, after the battle, Tong Yun's strength was clearly much stronger than Huashan's. Under the blinding light of Tong Yun's sword, Huashan fell to the ground. Tong Yun wins. In the first battle, Tong Yun won, earning 1 point for Kamikaze Kenbu. Time passed slowly. The 5 kings and the 8 kings did not make a move. The ones who did were the weaker disciples. Besides Tong Yun, there were 6 other disciples on Kamikaze Kenbu's side. After an hour, these 6 disciples had lost 3 matches and won 3 matches. In this way, after 7 matches, Kamikaze Kenbu had obtained 4 points, while Flaming Mountain had only obtained 3 points. At this moment, in the Flaming Mountain area, the eyes of the Flaming Mountain's Mountain Lord flashed coldly. He stared in the direction of Kamikaze Kenbu. "All of you, fight well. Try to win against Kamikaze Kenbu," the Flaming Mountain Lord said coldly. Flaming Mountain was one of the top 10 sect. They were very proud and believed that Kamikaze Kenbu was no match for them. The previous 7 matches were just an appetizer. As he spoke, a young man in black walked up to the number 1 martial arts arena in the Flaming Mountain area. Fire Chilin. Seeing this figure, the crowd exclaimed. This person was one of the best among the younger generation of Flaming Mountain. His name was Fire Chilin, and he was widely recognized as the strongest person on the aura ranking this time. Seeing Fire Chilin on the arena, the 8 kings wanted to make a move, but they were stopped by Fang Chen. Fang Chen could sense that Fire Chilin's strength was comparable to an expert on the aura ranking. The 8 kings were no match for him. "Let me." Fang Chen took a step forward and stepped onto the number 1 martial arts arena. Fire Chilin said coldly. Fang Chen. Fang Chen grinned. There was no fear on his face. "Brat, I don't know you. You must be a nobody. When I, the Fire Qilin, attack, my power is extraordinary. You should admit defeat now. Otherwise, you will be crippled, the Fire Qilin said arrogantly. Chapter 175. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, many disciples from the Flaming Mountain region sneered. The Fire Qilin's strength was at least in the top 5 in the Flaming Mountain region. Furthermore, this time, he was the most promising contender to enter the Qi role. This is ignorance. He actually dares to challenge the Fire Qilin, a disciple said disdainfully. I hope he can be as arrogant later and not lower his head. Chumph, are all the disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu like this? Fang Chen's words angered all the disciples of the Flaming Mountain region. Even the Fire Qilin, who was on martial arts practice ring number 1, was furious. He squinted his eyes and said, "Good, very good. You are the most arrogant martialist I have seen over the years. I will definitely cripple you later." As soon as the Fire Qilin finished speaking, a majestic aura emerged from his body. This aura instantly engulfed the entire martial arts practice ring number 1. Crash! The Fire Qilin clenched his fists tightly. A flame-like aura emanated from his body and gathered on his fists. Fire concept. The Fire Qilin directly used the fire concept against Fang Chen. He wanted to defeat Fang Chen as quickly as possible. He really wanted to cripple Fang Chen. Seeing the fire concept surrounding the Fire Qilin, Fang Chen had the urge to laugh. You are not the only one who has the fire concept. Fang Chen said indifferently. In the next moment, a scorching flame emerged from his body and instantly enveloped him. The two scorching flames collided in the air. Interesting. Seeing this, the Fire Qilin revealed a sinister smile. He had not expected Fang Chen to have also comprehended the fire concept. How dare you play with fire in front of me, the Fire Qilin? The Fire Qilin growled and suddenly blasted out a punch. In the next moment, a tyrannical flaming fist appeared in the sky. Boom! In the sky, thunder rumbled continuously. The fiery red fist directly bombarded Fang Chen. Solitary void fist. Seeing this, Fang Chen let out a low roar and performed the solitary heavenly void fist 3 times in a row. Instantly, 3 flaming fists appeared above his head. The 3 flaming fists merged together and formed a majestic flaming fist. Boom! While everyone was still in shock, the 2 fists collided with each other, forming a stream of air that swept through the entire martial arts arena. Fang Chen and the Fire Qilin both took a few steps back. The Fire Qilin steadied itself and looked at Fang Chen with a hint of surprise in its eyes. He did not expect a nobody from Kamikaze Kenbu to be able to withstand his attack. This surprised him greatly. I didn't expect that in Kamikaze Kenbu, apart from the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 great kings, there would be someone like you, the Fire Qilin said in a low voice. However, even if that's the case, you're still no match for me. The Fire Qilin's next words were filled with an unquestionable tone. Then, his whole body was covered in flames. He clenched his fists, and the flames were running wildly on his fists. Fire God's Fist. The Fire Qilin roared and used the Fire God's Fist. Its tyrannical power instantly suppressed the entire martial arts arena. In the Flaming Mountain area, everyone was full of smiles when they saw the Fire Qilin use the Fire God's Fist. The Fire Qilin used the Fire God's Fist. This kid will definitely lose. That's right. He won't be able to withstand the Fire Qilin's Fire God's Fist. However, in the Kamikaze Kenbu area, the 4 heavenly kings did not look worried at all. This was because they understood Fang Chen the best. How can a mere Fire Qilin compare to someone who can fight to a draw with me, Zhu Tian? Zhu Tian's face was filled with disdain. He did not believe that the Fire Qilin could defeat Fang Chen. The other 3 people's eyes were also filled with certainty. With Fang Chen's strength, he already had the qualifications to enter the Qi ranking. However, the Fire Qilin did not. Of course, if they knew that Fang Chen had once killed an expert on the Qi ranking, the people of the Flaming Mountain would not be so optimistic. You only have the qualifications to enter the Qi ranking. I've even killed an expert on the Qi ranking. What are you? Fang Chen thought to himself when he saw the Fire Qilin use the Fire God's Fist. At the same time, Fang Chen did not hold back. His figure flashed, and the hidden dragon sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a dragon's roar came from the hidden dragon sword. Roar. Immediately after, Fang Chen used the first level of the fire and water sword technique. The fire and water sword technique instantly appeared. The fusion of the fire and water sword technique shocked everyone. The various sect members in the other areas all looked at Fang Chen with thoughtful expressions. On the rostrum, the first prince and the eighth prince also narrowed their eyes as they looked at Fang Chen. The king behind the first prince revealed a gratified expression when he saw this scene. Back then, he was the one who introduced Fang Chen to Kamikaze Kenbu. He did not expect him to grow to such an extent in just over a year. Boom! The fire and water sword technique collided with the fire Chilean's fire god's fist, instantly breaking through its defense and piercing straight at the fire Chilean. How is this possible? The fire Chilean's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. He cried out involuntarily. Fang Chen's fire and water sword technique cut through the fire Chilean's fire god's fist as if it were vegetables. What? In the Flaming Mountain area, many disciples stared with wide eyes at this scene. The two of them had been evenly matched just a moment ago. How could the fire Chilean be suppressed so miserably in the blink of an eye? What sword technique is this? Why is it so exquisite? A Flaming Mountain disciple asked. At this time, the Flaming Mountain Lord's expression was gloomy as he stared at Fang Chen. After a long while, he coldly snorted and said no more. On the other hand, in the Kamikaze Kenbu area, many disciples were full of smiles. Fang Chen's victory was already a foregone conclusion. I don't believe it. The fire Chilean still wanted to resist. He did not believe that his opponent's sword technique could be so powerful. The fire Chilean was known as the expert with the most hope of entering the Qi ranking in the Flaming Mountain. He was very arrogant and wanted to stand out in this year's sect competition. However, what he didn't expect was that he was going to lose the first match. His heart was filled with angry roars. I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, flames burned around the fire Chilean's body. A tyrannical aura came from his true core. In the next moment, the fire Chilean once again clenched his fist, wanting to counterattack. It's over. Fang Chen did not want to waste any more time. He once again used the fire and water sword technique. A tyrannical pressure directly suppressed the fire Chilean. Crash! The fire Chilean's body was instantly sent flying after being hit by the fire and water sword technique. He fell off the stage. The fire Chilean's face was pale. He was furious. He roared at the sky and wanted to kill Fang Chen. However, he was stopped by the Flaming Mountain's mountain master. Enough! The fire Chilean tried hard to calm his anger. He slowly got up and walked to the Flaming Mountain area. Following the referee's announcement, Fang Chen defeated the fire Chilean with lightning speed and obtained a point for Kamikaze Kenbu. This made many Kamikaze Kenbu disciples very excited. In the Flaming Mountain area, the Flaming Mountain's mountain master said in a low voice, "One defeat is nothing. This kid's sword technique is a little strange. It's not your fault. Mountain master, I won't give up," the fire Chilean said with a burning gaze. The battle between the fire Chilean and Fang Chen was just a small interlude. Although Fang Chen won in the end, the crowd was only slightly shocked. After a while, a new battle attracted the attention of many warriors. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, another hour had passed. 5 of the 8 great kings had already finished their battles. Due to the fire Chilean's defeat, many Flaming Mountain disciples were furious. They directly sent out their strongest disciples for the following battles. In the end, 5 of the 8 great kings only won 2 battles. Zun too had a hard time winning. However, even so, Kamikaze Kenbu still led Flaming Mountain by 7 points. Kamikaze Kenbu still had 7 disciples. The 4 great kings would definitely be the last to fight. There were still 3 great kings left. Among them, Zhu Xin had the highest chance of winning the battle. Although Zhu Xin and Fang Chen had a grudge against each other, everyone still put aside their differences and gave it their all. This time, it was Zhu Xin's turn to fight. Although Zhu Xin's strength was not as strong as the fire Chilean, it was not much weaker. The opponent's disciple was obviously weaker than Zhu Xin. After a fierce battle, Zhu Xin defeated this disciple with his powerful swordsmanship. At this point, Kamikaze Kenbu had 8 points, and Flaming Mountain was behind with 6 points. However, although Zhu Xin won the battle, the next 2 kings both lost the competition. After 16 battles, the 2 forces had the same score. Next, it was the 4 great kings' turn. The first to fight was Yunju. "Are the 4 great kings of Kamikaze Kenbu fighting?" a disciple exclaimed. Of course, they did not know that Fang Chen had already become Kamikaze Kenbu's 5th great king. Yunju's opponent was called Hu Jian. Although he was strong, he was not on the Qi ranking and could not be compared to Yunju. Although Yunju's ranking was very low, his strength was not to be underestimated. "Yunju, after this battle, you will disappear from the Qi ranking, and I will enter the Qi ranking in your place," Hu Jian sneered. "You talk too much nonsense," Yunju said coldly. "Humph, I hope you can still talk like this later." Hu Jian sneered, and in an instant, a fierce battle broke out and fought with Yunju. In an instant, the battle between the two entered a fierce state. With Yunju's strength, he should be able to win this battle, Broken Heart said. Hu Jian's strength is obviously not as good as the Fire Qilin. "Yunju wins this battle," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Star and Moon blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Fang Chen, and then a sweet smile appeared on her face. Chapter 176. While they were talking, Yunju defeated Hu Jian with a powerful strike on number 1 martial arts practice ring and won countless applause. Yunju was worthy of being a powerhouse on the Qi ranking. Defeating the powerful Hu Jian made the Flaming Mountain even more exciting. The next match was between Broken Heart and the other 2. While Fang Chen was watching their match, he was also watching the situation on the other arenas. Zhu Tian's match was against a powerhouse on the Qi ranking who was ranked higher than him, so he lost immediately. Next was Star and Moon's match. Star and Moon were ranked in the 20s on the Qi ranking, so their strength was extraordinary. However, Star and Moon's opponent was a powerhouse ranked 15th on the Qi ranking called Fire Cloud. Everyone thought that Fire Cloud would definitely be able to defeat Star and Moon, but reality exceeded their expectations. Star and Moon used absolute strength to suppress Fire Cloud right from the start. The battle on the first arena was very intense. Fire Cloud's face was filled with anger. His ranking on the Qi ranking was much higher than Star and Moon's, but Star and Moon were actually suppressing him. This made him very angry. "Damn it," roared Fire Cloud furiously. At this moment, everyone in the plaza was extremely shocked. When had Star and Moon become so strong? Star and Moon has been hiding their strength all this time. Broken Heart's expression changed slightly. He had always been the leader of the 4 heavenly kings, and his strength was much stronger than Star and Moon's. However, now it seemed that Star and Moon's strength had long surpassed his. Only Fang Chen knew that Star and Moon had probably obtained some kind of opportunity in the Dark Sky Plains. Otherwise, their strength wouldn't be so tyrannical. At this moment, the 3 most furious regions were the Jiyu clan, Tianyu Lake, and Dragonwood Stronghold. The leaders of these 3 factions were furious when they saw Star and Moon's tyrannical strength. "It must be her. She must have obtained the treasure of the Dark Sky Plains," said the Jiyu clan's leader. "That's right. She's ranked at the bottom of the Qi ranking. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be able to suppress Fire Cloud, but now she can easily suppress Fire Cloud. The only explanation is that she obtained the inheritance of the treasure of the Dark Sky Plains," said the leader of Tianyu Lake. "HMPH. We must kill Star and Moon," said the leader of Dragonwood Stronghold. "Kill Jiyu Yun and Yarrow Yun. Dying 10,000 times isn't enough." The 3 major forces all thought that second young master Jiyu and Yarrow Yun were killed by Xingyue, but in fact, it was all done by Fang Chen. While the crowd was still in shock, Xingyu was constantly suppressing Hu Yun on martial arts practice platform 1. Star and Moon Scar Sword Scar. Xingyu flicked her wrist and her clothes fluttered. The long sword in her hand instantly transformed into a strange trajectory and pierced toward Hu Yun. Ding ding ding. Fire Cloud barely managed to block Star and Moon's attack with his fist. But in the next moment, Star and Moon suddenly appeared beside Fire Cloud. Bang! Star and Moon stabbed forward, but it was blocked by Fire Cloud. Just as Fire Cloud was about to counterattack, Star and Moon made the first move. She clenched her small white hand into a fist and punched Fire Cloud in the chest, sending Fire Cloud flying. Star and Moon won the match with absolute strength. At this moment, all the disciples in the Imperial City Square were exclaiming, "Star and Moon is too strong. She actually defeated Fire Cloud." That's right. After this sect competition ends, Xingyue's Qi ranking will definitely rise. So the strongest person in Kamikaze Kenbu isn't Broken Heart, but Star and Moon. Star and Moon has been hiding her strength all this time. At this moment, she perfectly unleashed her tyrannical strength. It's really shocking. Countless disciples were discussing. Star and Moon walked down the arena and returned to the Kamikaze Kenbu area. "Star and Moon, you really hid your strength well," Broken Heart teased. Fang Chen also looked at Star and Moon with a smile. When the latter saw Fang Chen's expression, she instantly recalled the awkward healing in the cave. Her face immediately turned red. "Star and Moon, what's wrong?" Zhu Tian asked, not understanding the situation. "Scram," Star and Moon said coldly. Zhu Tian was a little confused and spread his hands. Only Fang Chen knew what Star and Moon was thinking. He grinned and didn't say anything. Next was the last match of the first round. As long as Broken Heart could win this match, they would be able to eliminate Flaming Mountain and enter the next round. Broken Heart, go for it. Everyone expected Broken Heart to win this match, but the reality was still beyond everyone's expectations. Broken Heart fought a disciple of Flaming Mountain. After a fierce battle, Broken Heart lost by a small margin. After Broken Heart's match, the two sides were tied. The battles on the other arenas weren't over yet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen saw the two people fighting on the second martial arts arena. Fang Chen, the man in white, is called Cold Arrow. He's good at archery and is ranked very high on the Qi ranking, Zhu Tian said. At this time, two men were fighting fiercely on the second arena. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the man in white finally won with difficulty. Cold Arrow was the chief disciple of Wooden Dragon Village. He was very strong and could be considered a strong opponent. After defeating his opponent, Cold Arrow turned to look in the direction of Kamikaze Kenbu. When he saw Star and Moon, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Even though this killing intent was well hidden, Fang Chen was still able to sense it. They are hostile to Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen thought to himself. As time passed, the first round of the competition finally came to an end. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Other than Kamikaze Kenbu and Flaming Mountain, the other sects had all won. In other words, 5 sects had been eliminated in the first round of the competition. The sects that were eliminated were Heavenseek Pavilion, Azure Wave Territory, Yuhong Academy, Clear Wind Lake, and Skysaber Sect. Although these sects had experts on the Qi ranking, their overall strength was inferior to the other sects and they were eliminated. Kamikaze Kenbu and Flaming Mountain had tied. This made the eliminated sects very unhappy. They were confident that if they could fight against Kamikaze Kenbu, they would win the competition easily. In the end, after a discussion between the eldest prince and the 8th prince, they decided to let Kamikaze Kenbu and Flaming Mountain compete again. Of course, it wouldn't be like the first round, where all the disciples had to fight again. They would use a new method. Kamikaze Kenbu and Flaming Mountain have the same score. Therefore, after discussion, we have decided to let the two sects compete again. The loser will be eliminated, said the white-haired referee. The crowd listened quietly. The white-haired referee waved his hand and a group of warriors carried 2 large round plates onto the martial arts arena. These 2 large round plates were obtained by the imperial family by chance. They are used to test the warrior's willpower. Kamikaze Kenbu and Flaming Mountain will each send a warrior. Whoever can last the longest on the round plate will win, said the white-haired referee. Above the 2 round plates, there was an invisible aura that made the hearts of the ordinary warriors palpitate. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. My Flaming Mountain's fist technique is overbearing and fierce. The disciples who practice this fist technique all have strong willpower. Kamikaze Kenbu will definitely lose this time. The Mountain Lord of Flaming Mountain laughed loudly. As they spoke, a figure walked out from Flaming Mountain. The crowd looked over and saw that it was Fire Cloud, the warrior who had just lost to Star and Moon. Fire Cloud stood on the martial arts arena and looked at Star and Moon. He said coldly, "Star and Moon, I just lost to you. Do you dare to fight with me again?" Hearing Fire Cloud's voice, Star and Moon didn't say anything. Broken Heart immediately prepared to step onto the arena, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. A battle of willpower? Fang Chen grinned. "Let me do it." Seeing Fang Chen's confident smile, Broken Heart stopped in his tracks and nodded heavily at Fang Chen. Then, Fang Chen stepped onto the martial arts arena. Seeing Fang Chen step onto the arena, Fire Cloud sneered. He didn't take Fang Chen seriously at all. What's going on? Why did Kamikaze Kenbu let this kid fight? Although he's strong, he's still so young. His willpower definitely won't be enough. He'll lose. Is there no one else in Kamikaze Kenbu? Many of the disciples discussed. All right, the two of you stand on the 2 round plates, the white-haired referee said. Then, Fang Chen took the lead and stood on the round plate. Fire Cloud also stepped onto the round plate. When the two of them stood on the round plate, they instantly felt a biting cold wind enter their bodies. Ah! Fang Chen felt a burst of pain. He didn't know what the round plate was made of, but it actually had such an effect. After a short period of pain, Fang Chen tried his best to stabilize his body and began to gradually adapt to the test on the round plate. Hiss! Time passed bit by bit. The closer it got, the more Fang Chen could feel that his entire body was in pain, as if he was being cut by a knife. However, Fang Chen still gritted his teeth and persevered. On the opposite side, beads of sweat had already appeared on Hue Yun's forehead. He also felt a great pressure. Around the round plate, a grey aura appeared and directly enveloped the two of them. The people outside couldn't see what was happening inside. After an hour, Fang Chen felt that he had reached his limit. His head was about to explode, and his consciousness was a little blurry. "Wake up!" Fang Chen shouted in his heart. The golden heart suddenly started beating rapidly. A clear stream appeared and drilled directly into Fang Chen's mind. In the next moment, Fang Chen became clear-headed again. At this moment, he felt that his willpower was getting stronger. Although this round plate tested one's willpower, it also tempered it at the same time. The reason why Fang Chen had asked to fight at the beginning was because he had the golden heart. His chances of winning were higher. With the help of the golden heart, Fang Chen felt a lot more relaxed. On the other hand, Fire Cloud's forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes were about to close. "I can't lose," Fire Cloud shouted in his heart. In the outside world, in the Flaming Mountain area, many disciples were shocked. Fire Cloud's willpower was the strongest among all the disciples on the Flaming Mountain. They didn't expect that Fang Chen could actually fight with Fire Cloud to this extent. Fire Cloud will definitely win. I'm afraid this kid won't be able to hold on any longer. That's right. Fire Cloud's willpower is so strong that it's shocking. How can a kid compare to him? Just as the disciples of the Mountain of Flames were talking, the grayish aura on the 2 discs on the training platform suddenly disappeared. Bang! Chapter 177. All the cultivators widened their eyes and saw that the person who had been sent flying wasn't Fang Chen, but Fire Cloud, who had a high chance of winning. Crash! The entire Imperial City Plaza was in an uproar. Countless cultivators cried out in surprise. Flaming Mountain's disciples practiced a tyrannical fist technique. Most of their disciples had comprehended the concept of fire, so their willpower was much stronger than the average disciples. Fire Cloud, who had the strongest willpower among the Flaming Mountain's younger generation, had actually been defeated by an unknown Kamikaze Kenbu disciple. How is this possible? Hue Yun, who was sent flying, tried his best to stabilize his body. He looked at the round plate and saw that Fang Chen was standing there quietly. There was not even a trace of pain on his face. He cried out involuntarily, unable to believe what he was seeing. Fire Cloud actually lost. How is this possible? Heavens, Fire Cloud's willpower is so strong, But he actually lost to this kamikaze Kenbu kid. How strong is this kid's willpower? Even Fire Cloud couldn't hold on, but is still so relaxed. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the white-haired referee. Kamikaze Kenbu advances to the second round. Flaming Mountain is eliminated, the white-haired referee announced. Fang Chen calmly left the disc after hearing the white-haired referee's words. The Kamikaze Kenbu area burst into cheers. In the Flaming Mountain area, many disciples were furious. They should have been able to completely suppress Kamikaze Kenbu and advance to the second round, but they had actually been eliminated in the first round. Damn it! The Flaming Mountain's Mountain Lord roared angrily in his heart. At this moment, on the rostrum, the 8th prince and the eldest prince noticed Fang Chen at the same time. Their eyes were burning as they pondered. In the end, the white-haired referee announced that the first round of the competition was over. There would be a day of rest and the second round would continue tomorrow. The eliminated sect members were furious and left the Imperial City Square one after another. Fang Chen and the others also left calmly. After returning to the manor, the Great Elder was all smiles. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Fang Chen, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, our Kamikaze Kenbu would have been eliminated a long time ago. I am a disciple of the Kamikaze Kenbu. Of course I have to work for the Sword Mansion," Fang Chen said modestly. "Fang Chen, it seems that we have all underestimated you. I didn't expect your strength to be so tyrannical. Even among the 5 heavenly kings, you are no longer the weakest," said the second elder. At the same time, the 4 heavenly kings looked at Fang Chen with smiles on their faces. In another manner, the Jiyu clan's patriarch sat on a stone bench with an indifferent expression. Beside him was the sect master of the Heavenly Defense Lake and the sect master of the Wood Dragon Stronghold. All 3 of them originated from the Enyan County, so they were naturally united. "Patriarch Jiyu, what do you think of this kid from the Kamikaze Kenbu?" asked the sect master of the Heavenly Defense Lake. "The 2 people from the Kamikaze Kenbu that we should pay attention to this time are Fang Chen and Star and Moon. If we encounter them in the competition, we must kill them at all costs," said the patriarch. "That's right. If we want to eliminate the Kamikaze Kenbu, we must eliminate these 2 disciples. Otherwise, they will only be a scourge," said the sect master of the Wood Dragon Stronghold. The patriarch's eyes were deep. He was thinking about how to deal with the Kamikaze Kenbu. "Just you wait. After this year's sect competition, the Jiyu clan will definitely be one of the top 10 sects," said the patriarch. At the same time, in the other manors, all the sect leaders were discussing the young geniuses of the other sects. Among the 12 forces, besides the 6 that had been eliminated, there were still 6 other forces. Among these 6 forces, there were many demonic geniuses that they needed to pay attention to. In a very bustling area of the capital city, there was an inn. This inn was packed with people. Among them, there was a table of guests near the window on the second floor. There were a total of 3 guests at this table. One of them was naturally Fang Chen, and the other was a familiar face. He was a powerhouse on the Qi ranking, by Yijian. Fang Chen, a scholar who has been away for 3 days, must be looked at with new eyes. "You really surprised me," said Bai Yijian with a grin. After the competition ended, Fang Chen went to the Heavenly Elixir Palace. On the way back, he met Bai Yijian, who invited him for a drink. Thus, Fang Chen came. Hearing Bai Yijian's praise, Fang Chen grinned and said, "Brother Liu, you must be joking." Beside Bai Yijian, there was a demonic man. This demonic man had a special aura. Even Fang Chen could not see through this man. "Fang Chen, this is my good friend. He is the chief disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion. His name is Qin Ketian," introduced by Yijian. Fang Chen nodded slightly. He had heard of Qin Ketian's name before. This person was also very famous on the Qi ranking. If not for the fact that the Heavenly Pavilion's overall strength was slightly weaker, they would definitely have gone further in the sect competition. "Brother Fang, I have heard a lot about you," said Qin Ketian with a smile. Just as the 3 of them were chatting, a hearty laughter suddenly rang out. In the next moment, the countless guests on the second floor all left. Following this, a group of martial artists walked up from the first floor. This group of martial artists dispersed, and the 8th prince appeared in everyone's line of sight. 8th prince, said Bai Yijian with some doubt when he saw the 8th prince. Ha ha ha, I did not expect to meet the three of you here. What a coincidence, said the 8th prince as he laughed heartily and walked in front of the three of them. Oh, it is the 8th prince, the three of them greeted the 8th prince. Coincidentally, I met the three of you here. Do you mind if I sit down? Asked the 8th prince. The three of them nodded, and the 8th prince sat down. After that, the 8th prince chatted with the three of them. However, the 8th prince's gaze was always on Fang Chen. After a long while, the 8th prince smiled and said, Fang Chen, your talent is the most amazing I have ever seen. I believe that you will definitely achieve great things in the future. Hearing the 8th prince's words, Fang Chen did not speak. The other two also understood the meaning behind the 8th prince's words. The 8th prince had come here today to recruit Fang Chen. As expected, the 8th prince's next words made the other two even more convinced that he valued Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I watched your battle. With your cultivation level of the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, you were able to have the battle prowess of a martial artist on the Qi ranking. This kind of talent is too heaven-defying. Moreover, you are only 16 years old. Before you turn 20, you will definitely become a martial artist in the Qi High Realm. The 8th prince said, a martial artist in the Qi High Realm at the age of 20. Even in the Shengfeng nation, you would be considered a top genius. A genius like you should not be limited to kamikaze kenbu. If you are willing, you can come to the imperial family. The imperial family will definitely nurture you. When the time comes, you will be able to go to a wider world. Sorry, I haven't thought about it yet. I just want to participate in the sect competition. Fang Chen replied without any hesitation. Fang Chen, you don't have to rush to reject. I can give you time to think about it. The 8th prince smiled. Moreover, with your strength, you will definitely be able to enter the Qi ranking. If you are willing, I can give you a place to enter the Divine Wind Secret Realm. Other than the imperial family, no one else knew about the Divine Wind Secret Realm. This was because the imperial family had only recently discovered this secret realm. A newly discovered secret realm would definitely contain countless treasures. Countless members of the imperial family wanted to enter the secret realm. The imperial family had temporarily named this secret realm the Divine Wind Secret Realm. After the sect competition ended, the imperial family would allow the princes to enter the secret realm to search for opportunities. Every prince could bring some attendants with them. For most people, this was an excellent opportunity. Due to the rules, I can't tell you anything about the Divine Wind Secret Realm. However, you only need to know that there are unprecedented opportunities in the Divine Wind Secret Realm. Once you enter, your strength will definitely skyrocket. This is an opportunity for you. The 8th prince said. Bai Yijian and Qin Ketian looked at Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He had a good relationship with King Hu. Naturally, he knew that King Hu was leaning towards the first prince. Naturally, he would not agree to the 8th prince's request and stand on his side. Therefore, there was no need to consider this matter. Sorry, I don't want to think about this right now. Fang Chen tactfully rejected the 8th prince's request. Hearing this, the warriors behind the 8th prince were furious. However, they were stopped by the 8th prince. Then, the 8th prince stood up and squinted his eyes. He said, Fang Chen, there is still some time before the sect competition ends. I will give you time to consider. I believe that you will make the best choice. Chapter 178. Looking at the 8th prince's departing figure, Fang Chen squinted his eyes. An undetectable killing intent flashed through his eyes. He hated being threatened by others the most. This 8th prince had used his position and power to threaten Fang Chen in public. The 8th prince thought that after he had said those words, Fang Chen would definitely consider joining his side. However, he was wrong. His words had undoubtedly pushed Fang Chen to the first prince's side. Fang Chen, are you alright? Bai Yijian asked. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and did not speak. He was thinking about something in his mind. After a long time, the three of them left the inn and returned to their own residences. Early the next morning, Fang Chen followed Kamikaze Kenbu's team to the Imperial City Square. At this time, the Imperial City Square was still packed with people. Countless warriors let out deafening noises. The first prince and the 8th prince had already arrived. When the 8th prince saw Fang Chen, he squinted his eyes and a thoughtful smile appeared on his face. The 6 major forces had all arrived. The 6 major forces that had been eliminated were not in a hurry to leave the Imperial City. This was because after the sect competition ended, the rankings on the Qi ranking would change. They were all waiting for the main event. Today is the second round of the sect competition, the white-haired old man said with a grin as he stood on the martial arts stage. Today's competition is divided into 3 parts. 2 sect members will fight each other. The loser will be eliminated, the white-haired old man said. Then, the white-haired old man explained some things to take note of in the second round of the competition. Then, the second round of the competition began. In this round of the competition, Kamikaze Kenbu would meet Tianyu Lake. When the disciples of Tianyu Lake found out that their opponent for this round was Kamikaze Kenbu, their faces were filled with anger. The heavens are really helping us. Tianyu Lake's chance for revenge has come, a disciple of Tianyu Lake said. That's right. Senior brother Yarrow Yun of Tianyu Lake will not die in vain. A debt of blood will be repaid with blood. Kill Star and Moon. Many disciples shouted in their hearts. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Defense Lake also had a sinister expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Like before, each sect would send out 20 disciples to battle. The first to battle was still Tong Yun and the others. Mph, against my Tianyu Lake, your Kamikaze Kenbu's luck ends here. A disciple of the Tianyu Lake coldly said with a sinister expression. Is that so? Flaming Mountain once said the same thing, Tong Yun said coldly. As the first disciple of Kamikaze Kenbu to go up the stage, Tong Yun was under a lot of pressure. He had to work hard to win this match and give Kamikaze Kenbu a good start. Fortunately, the strength of the disciple sent by the other party was not considered too strong. Tong Yun had very great confidence in being able to defeat the other party. Courting death. The body of the disciple of the Sky Defense Lake flashed as he waved his palms. Palm imprints danced in the air one after another. In the end, these palm imprints turned into majestic rays of light that blasted towards Tong Yun. At the same time, on the other stages, the battles were also fiercely ongoing. Bang bang bang. The battle between Tong Yun and the Tianyu Lake disciple was very intense. In just a short while, the battle had reached its climax. The two of them could not do anything to each other. However, at the crucial moment, the long sword in Tong Yun's hand suddenly pierced out. A ray of sword light instantly appeared and pierced towards the Tianyu Lake disciple. At the same time, Tong Yun's free hand clenched into a fist. Majestic spiritual energy surged into his fist as he punched towards the Tianyu Lake disciple. Bang! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Tong Yun sent the Tianyu Lake disciple flying with a single punch, helping Kamikaze Kenbu to clinch the first victory. First match, Kamikaze Kenbu Tong Yun wins, the white-haired elder announced. The following matches were incomparably intense. The Tianyu Lake gradually displayed the tyrannical strength of the top 10 sect. Kamikaze Kenbu lost 5 consecutive matches. This made the Kamikaze Kenbu's great elder look helpless. Although Kamikaze Kenbu had the 5 heavenly kings, their overall strength was not as good as the Tianyu Lake. If there were no accidents, Kamikaze Kenbu would have to stop here. Of course, even if they were eliminated in the second round, Kamikaze Kenbu had achieved their goal this time. This was because they had broken into the top 10 sect. Time passed slowly. What made the Kamikaze Kenbu elders angry was that the 8 heavenly kings had all lost to the other party. What? Other than Tong Yun who won by luck, the others all lost. Even Fang Chen felt a little incredulous. After the 8 heavenly kings had finished their matches, the 5 heavenly kings were next. The first to fight was Broken Heart. After losing so many matches in a row, he already knew that Kamikaze Kenbu would definitely be eliminated. However, He wanted to save some face for Kamikaze Kenbu. Broken heart, I lost to you last time. This time, I will definitely defeat you, a young disciple from the Tianyu Lake said in a low voice. You are not my match, Broken Heart said. Hearing Broken Heart's words, the Tianyu Lake disciple snorted coldly. Lightning runes appeared on his palm, flickering endlessly. In the next moment, Broken Heart's sword light appeared on the Tianyu Lake disciple's body. Poochie. One move. With just one move, Broken Heart defeated the Tianyu Lake disciple. Broken Heart wins. Broken Heart's victory allowed Kamikaze Kenbu to save some face. Tumph. So what if you win the last 4 matches? Sneered the Tianyu Lake sect master. The next to fight were Yun Ju and Zhu Tian. The Tianyu Lake disciples they encountered were slightly weaker, and the two of them successfully won their matches. When Star and Moon appeared, the Tianyu Lake side was shaken. They had sent out their strongest disciple, Star Hui. Star Hui was the most outstanding disciple of the Tianyu Lake's younger generation. He was extremely powerful, and he was ranked in the top 10 on the Qi ranking. The Tianyu Lake had a huge grudge against Star and Moon, so they sent out Star Hui. They wanted him to defeat Star and Moon. If there was a chance, it would be even better if he could kill Star and Moon. I didn't expect them to send out Star Hui, many disciples exclaimed. Star and Moon stood on the martial arts stage. Her beautiful face was covered with a layer of ice, and her eyes were filled with coldness. Star and Moon, you killed my Tianyu Lake disciple, Yarrow Yun. Today, I will avenge him, said Star Hui coldly as he looked at Star and Moon. Star and Moon was a little stunned when she heard this, but she immediately reacted. The one who had killed Yarrow Yun must have been Fang Chen. They must have thought that she was the one who killed him. However, it didn't matter who killed him. If you want to avenge him, let's see if you have the strength, said Star and Moon coldly. Imperial Dragon Fist. As soon as Star Hui attacked, he unleashed a thunderous attack. The Imperial Dragon Fist was pushed to the extreme by Star Hui, and a majestic aura soared into the sky. A wild aura gushed out from Xing Hui's body. The next moment, a flame actually appeared on his fist. The concept of fire. She didn't expect Star Hui to have comprehended the concept of fire. Seeing Xing Hui use the dragon taming fist, Xing Yu didn't hesitate. A long sword appeared in her fair, jade-like hand. This long sword was surrounded by an ice-cold air. Star and Moon's Scar Sword. Star and Moon unleashed her ultimate technique. Star and Moon's Scar Sword was unleashed. Ray after ray of swordlight instantly filled the air. Crash. In the sky, the swordlight and the fistlight instantly collided, producing a deafening sound. Just when everyone thought that the two of them were locked in a stalemate, a crack suddenly appeared on the swordlight. The fistlight took the opportunity to directly blast into the interior of the swordlight, destroying it from the inside. Crack. The crack on the swordlight became clearer and clearer. Seeing this scene, Star Hui's eyes flashed with coldness. In the next moment, Star and Moon tipped her toes and brandished her fists again. The moment she waved her fists, the swordlight in the sky shattered with a loud bang. The moment the swordlight shattered, Star and Moon's body suffered a backlash and retreated rapidly. However, just as Star and Moon retreated, Star Hui's fists once again bombarded her. Caught off guard, Star and Moon couldn't resist Star Hui's attack. Bang! A vicious punch was unleashed, sending Star and Moon's delicate body flying. Blood splattered all over the arena. Not good. Seeing that Star and Moon was about to fall to the ground, Fang Chen tipped his toes and appeared directly where Star and Moon's delicate body had fallen. Then, he hugged Star and Moon. At the moment, Star and Moon's face was pale and she was spitting out blood. It was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries. Fang Chen could clearly feel that Star and Moon's pulse was beating rapidly. If she wasn't treated in time, her life would be in danger. Fang Chen had just hugged Star and Moon when he heard a sinister voice in Fang Chen's ear. You broke the rules. The person who had spoken was Star Hui. His eyes were bloodthirsty and crazy as he sneered. Referee, our battle hasn't ended yet. He has already stepped in. He broke the rules, Star Hui said again. I admit defeat on behalf of Star and Moon, Fang Chen said, His eyes filled with anger as he glared at Star Hui. "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to represent Star and Moon?" Star Hui sneered. Fang Chen didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the referee. At that moment, the 8th prince spoke up. "Fang Chen has indeed broken the rules. 8th brother, Star and Moon is seriously injured. She has already fallen unconscious and is unable to speak. Furthermore, even if Fang Chen hadn't gone to catch her, her body would have fallen outside the arena. She has already lost," said the 8th prince hastily. "Big brother, the rules of the sect competition can't be abolished. A foul is a foul. If we allow him to do this, then the future sect competition will be a mess," said the 8th prince. Hearing the 8th prince's words, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with imperceptible killing intent. He tightly hugged Star and Moon and returned to the Kamikaze Kenbu area. Chapter 179. That's right. Eldest prince and 8th prince, please uphold justice. Even the sect master of Tianyu Lake spoke up. Seeing this, the eldest prince frowned slightly. It was clear that Tianyu Lake had already submitted to the 8th prince. His expression was a little ugly. "Eldest brother, what are you hesitating for?" The 8th prince grinned. "Although Fang Chen broke the rules, it doesn't have much of an effect. Let's just forget about it." Hearing the eldest prince's words, the 8th prince's expression turned completely gloomy. He immediately said sinisterly, "I know that eldest brother can't bear to say it, so let me be the bad guy. As the host of this year's sect competition, I will expel Fang Chen from the sect competition and make fun of his qualifications to enter the Qi ranking." Hearing the 8th prince's words, many of the Kamikaze Kenbu's elders expressed their dissatisfaction. However, they were helpless against the imperial family. Damn it! Zhu Tian and the others clenched their fists tightly. Their eyes were filled with madness as they couldn't help but curse. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes at the 8th prince, then carried Star and Moon and turned to leave. There was no need for the following battles to continue. Fang Chen had been expelled, and Kamikaze Kenbu had directly lost this round. Although there were still other sect competitions that hadn't ended, Fang Chen wasn't in the mood to continue watching. He saw a trace of killing intent in the 8th prince's eyes. 8th prince. Fang Chen deeply engraved the 8th prince's name in his mind. After returning to the manor, Fang Chen put Star and Moon down and immediately began to heal. With the golden heart, Fang Chen stabilized Star and Moon's injuries. At this time, Fang Chen was a little helpless. In the end, Fang Chen left for a while. When Fang Chen returned, he had some pills in his hand. These pills were taken from the heaven-shaking pill hall by Fang Chen. After all, the Heavenly Elixir Palace was a super elixir faction. They had countless healing elixirs. When Great Master Tian he found out that Fang Chen needed healing elixirs, he personally chose some for Fang Chen. After Fang Chen gave these healing pills to Star and Moon's complexion eased a lot. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen felt relieved. About an hour later, the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu returned. The first thing the Great Elder did when he returned was to look for Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, is Star and Moon all right?" the first elder asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, "His life is no longer in danger." "That's good." The first elder heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fang Chen, your matter." The first elder wanted to comfort Fang Chen, but he didn't know what to say. When Fang Chen heard this, he said softly, "First elder, I'm fine." Not being able to enter the Qi ranking had no effect on Fang Chen. He could still fight against the experts on the Qi ranking. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with resentment. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Immediately, he asked First Elder Po Xin and the others to look after Xingyu, while he left by himself. When Fang Chen arrived at the Protector King's residence, he told Duan Muwen his thoughts. The latter immediately took him to see the first prince. During the sect competition, the first prince didn't stay in the imperial city. Instead, he stayed in the Protector King's residence. From this, one could see the relationship between the first prince and the Protector King. First prince. The first prince was in the middle of the garden of the Protector King's residence, admiring the flowers in a pavilion. When he saw the Protector King and Fang Chen, He nodded slightly. "Sit," the first prince said. Fang Chen and the Protector King greeted the first prince, then sat on the stone bench in the pavilion. "First prince, Fang Chen has something to ask of you," the Protector King said. "Oh, I don't know why Brother Fang is looking for me," the first prince asked, a little puzzled. "First prince, can you give me a spot to enter the Divine Wind Secret Realm?" Fang Chen whispered. After hearing the words Divine Wind Secret Realm, the first prince's expression changed slightly. He looked at the Protector King. He thought that the Protector King had told Fang Chen these things. There was a hint of displeasure between his brows. As if he knew what the first prince was thinking, Fang Chen said, "First prince, it wasn't the Protector King who told me about the Divine Wind Secret Realm. It was the 8th prince who told me." After that, Fang Chen told the first prince in detail about the 8th prince's invitation to enter the Divine Wind Secret Realm. After hearing Fang Chen's words, the first prince nodded. "8th brother has always wanted to compete with me for the throne. He has been secretly trying to rope in the 10 great sects. I already knew about this, but I didn't expect that he wouldn't even let Brother Fang off." Brother Fang didn't accept the 8th prince's invitation? The first prince deliberately asked. "First prince, I believe you also know about my relationship with the Protector King. The Protector King is on your side, but I can't stand on the 8th prince's side," Fang Chen said. "Why do you want to enter the Divine Wind Secret Realm?" "To kill people," Fang Chen said simply. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the first prince smiled. Fang Chen's words were filled with anger. He was clearly furious about what had happened today. And most importantly, with Fang Chen standing on his side, he had gained another general. This would greatly benefit him in his fight for the throne. "All right, Fang Chen, I will give you a quota to enter the Divine Wind Secret Realm. When you enter the Divine Wind Secret Realm, as long as you have the ability, you can kill whoever you want from the 8th prince's side," the first prince said with a hearty smile. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded gratefully. After Fang Chen left, the first prince thoughtfully looked at the Protector King. "Protector King, what do you think of Fang Chen?" asked the first prince. Protector King Duanmu Wen said, "First prince, I've investigated Fang Chen. His family is a small family in the Cyan Cloud County. He himself grew up in the Azure Edge Sword sect. His master and I are best friends. When Fang Chen came to the capital, I was the one who recommended him to enter the Kamikaze Kenbu. Furthermore, Fang Chen's relationship with the Heavenly Pill Hall is very good," said the Protector King. Hearing that last sentence, the first prince's eyes brightened. After watching Fang Chen's battle, he knew that Fang Chen's potential was extremely great. Just based on his strength, he could enter the Qi ranking. He and the 8th prince both wanted to rope in Fang Chen. But what surprised him was that Fang Chen actually had a relationship with the Heavenly Pill Hall. The alchemy faction was a transcendent existence in the Shungfeng nation. If he had the support of the alchemy faction, he would definitely be ahead of the 8th prince in the fight for the throne. "It's getting more and more interesting." The first prince grinned. During the few days of the sect competition, the entire capital was bustling with activity. Countless warriors poured into the capital. After the Kamikaze Kenbu was eliminated, many disciples cultivated in the manor. The 4 heavenly kings went into seclusion to cultivate. After the sect competition was the Qi ranking battle. They also wanted to get a good ranking in the Qi ranking battle. The sect that entered the top 3 was also competing intensely. One night, Fang Chen left the manor of the Kamikaze Kenbu alone. He wore black clothes and snuck into the darkness. With the capital so lively, the alchemy masters of the elixir dispensary had already let down their guard. That night, Fang Chen discovered that an alchemy master of the elixir dispensary had appeared on a street. Then, Fang Chen secretly followed him. When they arrived at the pitch-black area, Fang Chen immediately killed the alchemy grandmaster and destroyed the corpse to erase the evidence. Although the people of the elixir dispensary knew that their alchemy master had been killed, they simply couldn't find the murderer. Over the next few days, the only alchemy master of the elixir dispensary, the red-haired old man, stayed in the elixir dispensary and didn't take a single step out. However, Fang Chen wanted to kill the elixir dispensary because they were secretly on the 8th prince's side. That day, Fang Chen disguised himself as an ordinary martialist and entered the elixir dispensary. He pretended to buy elixirs and then secretly entered the second floor. Because the management of the elixir dispensary was relatively strict, many of the disciples didn't know each other. They just thought that Fang Chen was a new disciple of the elixir dispensary. Fang Chen announced to the public that he was going to deliver food to the red-haired old man. After a while, Fang Chen easily arrived at the top floor of the elixir dispensary. On the top floor, there was a very large pavilion. This was the red-haired old man's room. "Master, I'm here to deliver your dinner," Fang Chen said in a low voice. Then, without waiting for the red-haired old man to speak, Fang Chen pushed the door open and entered the old man's room. "Well, I didn't order dinner." The red-haired old man's face was full of displeasure. He was about to lose his temper. Fang Chen walked behind the red-haired old man and placed the dinner on the table. Just as the red-haired old man was about to turn around, Fang Chen suddenly took out the hidden dragon sword and prepared to assassinate the red-haired old man. Fang Chen was already prepared. Once he killed the red-haired old man, it would definitely cause a commotion. At that time, the experts of the elixir dispensary would definitely be attracted. He needed to end this quickly. However, the moment Fang Chen took out the hidden dragon sword, a black figure suddenly appeared in the room. "Old Kai, it's been hard to find you," the black figure said coldly. When the red-haired old man saw this scene, his face changed slightly. He wanted to shout, but the black figure did not give him a chance. With a flick of his wrist, a dazzling light directly pierced the red-haired old man's throat. The red-haired old man wanted to make a sound, but his body was not controlled. Bang! The red-haired old man's body directly fell to the ground. However, the moment he fell to the ground, a strange light appeared in his hand. He wanted to throw it at the black figure, but his body was weak. He could not control his arm at all. The strange light actually sank into Fang Chen's body. "Okay." When Fang Chen saw this, he hurriedly checked his body. When he felt that there were no major problems, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. "It seems like you also want to kill old Kai. Hurry up and leave." The black figure looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully and then disappeared. This sudden change surprised Fang Chen. This black figure was too strong. He could come and go without a trace in the huge elixir dispensary. Fang Chen was slightly stunned. He quickly left the red-haired old man's room and then the elixir dispensary. Chapter 180. After Fang Chen left the alchemy pavilion, he quickly hid in the darkness and returned to the manor after a series of twists and turns. "Too strong, that black shadow is too strong," Fang Chen recalled in his mind. The black shadow only flicked his wrist and killed the red-haired old man. With such strength, even a warrior of the first 3 stages of the Qi High Realm would be easily killed by him. He is definitely not from the Divine Wind Nation. Fang Chen thought to himself. Listening to what the Black Shadow said, he seemed to have a grudge against the red-haired old man and came here to kill him. After trying his best to calm down, Fang Chen recalled that before the red-haired old man died, a strange light entered his body. "What is this?" Fang Chen checked his body carefully and found nothing. In the end, Fang Chen gave up. Fang Chen's body did not feel any discomfort. Although the red-haired old man was not killed by Fang Chen was still very happy. The alchemy pavilion was the biggest obstacle for the Heavenly Pill Palace. Now that all 3 alchemists of the alchemy pavilion were dead, the alchemy pavilion would soon decline. After that, Fang Chen notified Master Tian He and asked him to prepare for a counterattack. On the second day, a piece of news reached the ears of everyone in the Heavenly Pill Palace. When Master Tian He heard the news, he felt as if he was in a dream. Is this a coincidence? Master Tian He was confused. Last night, Fang Chen told him to prepare for a counterattack. Today, the last alchemist of the alchemy pavilion was dead. This was definitely not a coincidence. Master Tian He could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he could only conclude that it was all done by the mysterious alchemist behind Fang Chen. After hearing the news, the Heavenly Pill Palace launched a full-scale counterattack against the alchemy pavilion. Because the alchemy pavilion lost an alchemist, it caused a huge dispute within the alchemy pavilion. At this moment, in the headquarters of the alchemy pavilion, Master Wang's face was filled with anger. The red-haired old man is dead. He died in the headquarters of the Alchemy Pavilion. Master Wang said in a deep voice. Leader Wang, the person who killed the red-haired Grandmaster must be at the Qi High Realm, and he is much stronger than us. One of the elders said. There were a few Qi High warriors in the Pill Pavilion, but none of them noticed that the red-haired old man had died just like that. This meant that the expert who killed the red-haired old man was able to come and go as he pleased within the Elixir Pavilion, completely ignoring the defenses of the Elixir Pavilion. This incident also proved one thing, and that was that the culprit was definitely an expert. The Heavenly Pill Hall doesn't have such an almighty expert. Who is it that has enmity with our pill house? Roared Pavilion Master Wang furiously. Pavilion Master Wang, the most important thing right now is how to resist the Heavenly Pill Hall's crazy revenge, said an elder. I vow to resist to the death, Pavilion Master Wang said in a deep voice. During the days of the sect competition, the imperial capital was in turmoil. Other than a few high-level officials, no one knew that the Elixir Building and the Heavenly Elixir Hall had officially started a war. 3 days after the red-haired old man's death, the sect competition finally came to an end. This year's sect competition had come to a successful conclusion. In the end, the first place went to the Jiyu clan. This result caused all the warriors to be shocked. Among the top 10 sects, no one was able to resist the Jiyu clan's power. The second place went to the Tianyang Mountain, and the third place went to the Ghost Valley. As for the other sects, no one paid any attention to them. The Jiyu clan had obtained first place, but the person who attracted the most attention was the number one of the Jiyu clan's younger generation. Jiyu Du. His strength had already reached a terrifying level. Even on the Qi ranking, there was probably no one who could compare to him. Of course, this was under the premise that the Qi ranking's top ranks were empty after the previous experts reached the Qi High Realm. After the sect competition ended, the imperial family gave many of the sect's members great rewards. Of course, Kamikaze Kenbu also received great rewards for entering the top 10. Next was the exciting Qi ranking battle. However, Fang Chen was disqualified and could not participate. However, in Kamikaze Kenbu, the 4 heavenly kings would participate. Star and Moon's injuries had already healed under the Heavenly Elixir Palace's large amount of elixirs. Their strength had already returned to its peak. Other than the 4 heavenly kings, the one who had the highest chance of entering the Qi ranking was the leader of the 8 great kings, Zhu Xin. Although Zhu Xin had some grudges with Fang Chen had to admit that Zhu Xin's strength was enough to enter the Qi ranking. The rules of the Qi ranking battle were simple. There were a total of 30 spots on the Qi ranking. Excluding those who had reached the Qi High Realm and warriors who were over 25 years old, there were only a dozen spots left. These dozen spots would not change, and the other disciples would fight for the remaining spots. Every sect sent out disciples who they believed could enter the Qi ranking to participate in this battle. In the end, the 30 spots on the Qi ranking would be determined. On this day, Fang Chen also went to the Imperial City Square to watch the Qi ranking battle. In the entire Imperial City Square, there were countless warriors. It was very lively. Just as the Qi ranking battle was about to begin, a figure suddenly appeared in the Imperial City Square. The appearance of this figure immediately caused the first prince and the 8th prince's faces to change slightly. They quickly stood up to welcome this figure. Who is he? Fang Chen asked curiously. Beside him, the faces of Broken Heart and the others also changed greatly. They immediately said in a low voice, I didn't think that even he would come. His name is Zhong Quang. He was the previous Qi ranking battle's number 1. His strength is unparalleled. It is said that when he was on the Qi ranking, he killed a second-level Qi High Realm warrior by himself. He reached the Qi High Realm half a year ago, Zhu Tian explained. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded his head. His heart was also in turmoil. To be able to kill a martial artist at the second level of the Qi High Realm while being at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, this level of strength was something that even he could not compare to. As expected of the previous Qi ranking battle's number 1, Fang Chen could feel that there was a wild aura on Zhong Quang's body that invisibly suppressed the crowd. I didn't think that the Qi ranking battle would also attract Brother Zhongquang. The first prince laughed heartily and walked in front of Zhongquang. Brother Zhongquang, how have you been? The eighth prince also greeted Zhongquang. Zhongquang seemed to be unwilling to speak. After greeting the two princes, he sat on the rostrum. Zhongquang's arrival caused the entire imperial city square to be in an uproar. Next was the battle. Almost every sect had chosen 4 or 5 disciples who had the strength to compete for the Qi ranking battle. After 3 days, the Qi ranking battle finally ended. The 30 spots were all filled. However, although the 30 spots were filled, the rankings were not out yet. As early as 2 days ago, the former number 1 on the Qi ranking battle, Zhongquang, left alone. After watching the battles, he felt that this year's Qi ranking battle did not have any outstanding warriors, so he left. It was said that Zhongquang had already left the Shengfeng nation for a broader stage. As expected, Kamikaze Kenbu's Zhu Xin won a spot. At this point, Kamikaze Kenbu occupied 5 spots on the Qi ranking. If Fang Chen had not been ridiculed for his qualifications, he would definitely have been able to enter the Qi ranking. After some competition, the rankings of the Qi ranking battle were gradually released. The Qi ranking battle was very intense. Star and Moon was considered the most amazing disciple in Kamikaze Kenbu this time. She was only ranked in the 20s in the previous Qi ranking battle, but this time, she had reached the 11th place. Broken Heart was ranked 15th, Zhu Tian was ranked 19th, and Yunju was ranked 22nd. As for Zhu Xin, although he had entered the Qi ranking, he was barely able to rank 30th. Many disciples from the other sect had also entered the Qi ranking. This time, the Qi ranking seemed to have undergone a huge change. The first place on the Qi ranking was occupied by Jiyu Du, the strongest of the younger generation of the Jiyu clan. His strength was so strong that even Feng Yun, who was second on the Qi ranking, was no match for him. The Qi ranking battle also ended in a lively atmosphere. After the Qi ranking battle ended, the two princes began to secretly recruit people in preparation for entering the Divine Wind secret realm. In the manner of Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. He felt that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm and was about to break through to the 8th realm. However, at this moment, Great Master Tianhe suddenly came to visit. Great Master Tianhe, Fang Chen asked. Brother Fang, the Heavenly Pill Palace has been fighting with the Alchemy House for the past few days. The Alchemy House has been losing ground, Great Master Tianhe said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. This was within his expectations. Although the 8th prince wanted to help, he was held back by the 1st prince. He wanted to, but was powerless to, and could not help the Alchemy House at all. At this rate, it would not be long before the Heavenly Pill Palace could completely dominate the entire Divine Wind nation. Continue to fight back. You must be careful of the Alchemy House's counterattack, Fang Chen warned. Great Master Tianhe had brought 2 billion mid-tier spirit stones to Fang Chen. In addition to the 1 billion he had before, he had a total of 3 billion mid-tier spirit stones. It was enough for Fang Chen to cultivate. In a secluded manner, the 8th prince and Jiyu Du sat on a stone bench. Jiyu Du, I believe you know the purpose of my visit this time. Will you agree to follow me into the Divine Wind secret realm? The 8th prince asked. Jiyu Du narrowed his eyes, thinking in his mind. The Jiyu clan had become the leader of the 10 Great Sect this time. Jiyu Du was also first on the Qi ranking. He was qualified to negotiate with the 8th prince. I can agree to your conditions. After we come out of the Divine Wind secret realm, you must give 3 counties to the Jiyu clan, Jiyu Du said in a low voice. When the 8th prince heard this, there was a touch of displeasure between his eyebrows. However, he endured it and finally agreed to Jiyu Du's request. Okay, I agree. As long as you can help me defeat Big Brother in the Divine Wind secret realm, the 8th prince said with a smile. It seems that the people who will enter the Divine Wind secret realm this time are all experts on the Qi ranking. No one is my opponent, Jiyu Du said confidently. Chapter 181. After the end of the Qi ranking battle, the entire imperial capital once again calmed down. Most of the sect members returned to their own places. Only a small number of elite warriors stayed in the imperial capital, waiting for the opening of the Divine Wind secret realm a month later. The 5 heavenly kings of Kamikaze Kenbu, including Zhu Xin, made a total of 6 people. All of them stood on the first prince's side. They stayed in the imperial capital, while the first elder and the others returned. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Fang Chen had been cultivating. He felt that he was about to break through, but he was just a little bit away. One day, Broken Heart and the others asked Fang Chen to go shopping. As the group walked on the street, Zhu Tian kept talking to Fang Chen. One moment he talked about something, the next moment he talked about something, which made Fang Chen speechless. When they passed by a bustling area, they suddenly heard a bustling noise coming from inside. "Where is this place?" Fang Chen asked. "This is the most famous beast fighting arena in the imperial capital," Zhu Tian said with a grin. Beast fighting was a very popular gambling method in the entire Divine Wind country. Therefore, there was a beast fighting arena in every county in the Divine Wind country. However, the beast fighting arena in the imperial capital was the largest beast fighting arena in the entire Divine Wind country. There were a large number of monstrous beasts in the beast fighting arena. As long as you could afford it, you could buy any monstrous beast and then fight with other warriors' monstrous beasts. Whoever's monstrous beast won. This was a very popular way to play. "Are you interested?" Broken Heart looked at Fang Chen and smiled. Fang Chen nodded. Since he had nothing to do during this time, he might as well go in and relax. Then, the group of 6 entered the beast fighting arena. Most of the warriors who could enter the bestial battle arena were very wealthy. When Fang Chen's group of 6 entered, they discovered that the huge bestial battle arena had many places for fighting beasts. A large number of warriors were watching. Seeing Fang Chen and the others come in, a staff member quickly walked in front of Fang Chen and the others and respectfully said, "Is this the first time you've come to our beast fighting coliseum?" The few of them nodded. The staff continued, "We have a large number of demonic beasts here. Everyone can take a look." Soon after, Fang Chen and the others were led to the demonic beast area by the staff. There were many demonic beasts in the demonic beast area. These demonic beasts ranged from the Qi refining realm to the Qi transformation realm. There were even demonic beasts in the Qi Sea realm. Fang Chen glanced around and realized that most of the beasts were of the Qi transformation realm. There were only a few beasts of the Qi high realm. Of course, there were many types of demonic beasts. There were some that he had seen before, and some that he had never seen before. "What do you think? Do you want to play? I'll pay the bill," Fang Chen said generously. He had a lot of spirit stones. These demonic beasts were not worth mentioning to him. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhu Tian and the others were full of smiles. "Fang Chen, you're really generous. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony," Zhu Tian said and turned around to look at the demonic beasts. After a while, Zhu Tian chose a demonic beast of the 9th realm. This demonic beast was a multicolored cat. "Haha, Zhu Tian, you chose a cat," Broken Heart laughed loudly. "Chumph, what's wrong with a cat?" "I feel that this cat is very strong," Zhu Tian said with a dark face. "Sir, this multicolored cat is a demonic beast of the 9th realm. It's worth 100 million spirit stones," the worker said respectfully. Without waiting for Zhu Tian to speak, Fang Chen took out 100 million spirit stones and handed it to the worker. "It's rare that everyone is so happy today. These spirit stones are nothing." "Fang Chen, thank you," Zhu Tian said with a smile. After that, the others also began to choose. Broken Heart, Yun Ju, and Zhu Xin all chose demonic beasts of the 9th realm. Star and Moon chose a demonic beast of the 8th realm. Fang Chen carefully observed the demonic beasts around him. Although the demonic beasts of the Qi high realm were strong, they gave him a feeling that they were lifeless. Fang Chen shook his head and walked over to the Qi transformation realm demonic beasts area. He began to observe the demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were all relatively common species, nothing special. However, just as Fang Chen was about to turn around and leave, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly. In the next moment, his eyes caught sight of a small demon beast in the Qi refinement area. While Fang Chen was looking at the demonic beast was also looking at him. Is the golden heart beating because of it? Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, the demon beast started chirping non-stop. Fang Chen walked to the side of the demon beast and carefully observed it. This beast was a rat. However, Fang Chen felt that it wasn't an ordinary rat. When Fang Chen approached the golden rat, he realized that the golden heart was beating even faster. He concluded that the golden heart was beating because of this golden rat. Could it be that this golden rat is not ordinary? Fang Chen wondered. In the end, Fang Chen hesitated for a while before finally making his decision. He chose this rat. Everyone had finished choosing and were waiting for Fang Chen. However, when they saw that Fang Chen had chosen a Qi refinement realm rat, their faces were filled with shock. Fang Chen, why did you choose a Qi refinement realm demonic beast? Zhu Tian was the first to speak. Fang Chen held the rat in his hand. When the rat heard Zhu Tian's words, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Zhu Tian. It seemed to be saying that it was extraordinary. Fang Chen, your rat is only in the Qi refinement realm. Its strength is too weak. Broken Heart and the others also said. However, Fang Chen shook his head and said, I'll take it. In the end, Fang Chen spent a total of 500 million mid-grade spirit stones to buy a Qi transformation realm demonic beast for the others. The group of 6 happily arrived at the beast battle area. Fang Chen, I'll go to other places to bet. Zhu Tian and the others said one after another. Even the star and moon took their demonic beasts and flew off into the distance. Fang Chen glanced at the rat in his hand and immediately walked towards the Qi refinement realm area. When the rat saw the direction Fang Chen was walking, it constantly shook its body, as if trying to stop Fang Chen. You're saying that you're very strong? Fang Chen asked softly. Hearing this, the rat nodded continuously. Fang Chen instantly understood that the rat didn't want him to go to the Qi refinement realm area. Let's see how strong you are first. Fang Chen finished speaking and walked towards the Qi refinement realm area. At this time, in the beast battle area, 2 Qi transformation realm martial artists were roaring loudly. In front of them, 2 demonic beasts were constantly fighting. Kill him for me. One of the warriors roared loudly, and the other warrior followed suit. In an instant, the cheetah defeated the saber-toothed tiger and almost killed it, but was stopped by the martial artist. The cheetah's owner was full of smiles. If his demonic beast won, he would receive a large amount of spirit stones. He was very happy. This cheetah is really invincible in the Qi refinement realm area. It has already won 9 times in a row. No demonic beast can defeat it, a martial artist said softly. Yeah, this cheetah must be a mutated race left behind from ancient times. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Fang Chen smiled slightly. He could tell at a glance that this cheetah was a mutated cheetah. Its strength was very tyrannical, and it was invincible in the Qi refinement realm. Little guy, it's up to you. Fang Chen said to the rat. The rat bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It nodded and then directly jumped in front of the cheetah. Boy, are you sure you want to use your rat to bet with my cheetah? The rugged martial artist asked in a deep voice. There's no rule that forbids rats to fight, right? Fang Chen asked. Okay, in that case, let's fight. How much do you want to bet? The rugged martial artist asked. Up to you. Fang Chen said. Okay, then 1 million medium spirit stones. The rugged martial artist said. The moment the rugged martial artist's voice fell, the cheetah seemed to be able to understand the martial artist's words. It let out a roar, and the next moment, it opened its claws and directly attacked the rat. Who is this? He actually wants to use a rat to fight with a cheetah. He's really courting death. Yeah, it's easy to earn spirit stones. Alas, he has money. There's no other way. The surrounding martial artists discussed spiritedly. They did not believe that the rat could defeat the cheetah. The cheetah should be able to win 10 times in a row. A disciple whispered. At this time, on the war beast stage, the cheetah was fiercely attacking the rat. However, The rat's body was constantly jumping, using its speed to constantly avoid the cheetah's attacks. "Cheetah, tear it apart for me," the rugged martial artist roared. Fang Chen stood aside and watched quietly. The rat seemed to want to prove to Fang Chen that its strength was tyrannical. It was not an ordinary rat. When the cheetah attacked it, it tiptoed and directly jumped onto the cheetah's head. The cheetah opened its claws and wanted to catch the rat. However, the rat was too agile and could not be caught at all. Roar! The cheetah let out a roar and was completely angry. However, when the cheetah was angry, the rat's little claws flashed a cold light. The next moment, its claws directly grabbed the cheetah's head. The cheetah instantly let out a miserable cry and its body directly fell to the ground. The rat calmly jumped down from the cheetah's head and stood on the war beast stage. Its little claws pointed at the cheetah and laughed at it. Many martial artists saw this scene and were instantly petrified. Only Fang Chen seemed to have discovered something at that moment. How is this possible? Fang Chen's eyes flashed a look of disbelief. He just caught a trace of destructive aura on the rat's little claws. This destructive aura actually made his heart palpitate. What is the origin of this rat? Is it really extraordinary? The cheetah was lightly scratched by the rat and fell to the ground screaming miserably. It instantly lost its fighting strength. This made Fang Chen believe that the rat was absolutely extraordinary. "Cheetah, get up!" the rugged martial artist roared. His eyes were scarlet, but there was no other way. The cheetah could not get up at all. In the end, the rugged martial artist walked onto the war beast stage and took the cheetah away. Before leaving, the rugged martial artist reluctantly gave Fang Chen 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones and then left. The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder and proudly danced. Chapter 182. After Little Mouse won the first match, it shocked the entire Qi refining realm area. Countless warriors looked at the little mouse with bitterness in their hearts. "Damn it, if I knew this little mouse was so powerful, I would have bought it. Yeah, when I saw all the Qi refining realm beasts, this little mouse gave me the feeling that it was the weakest. No one wanted it. This kid got a bargain. Damn it." Many warriors were discussing. Of course, there were some warriors who did not believe it and wanted to challenge the little mouse. 1 match, 2 matches, 3 matches, 4 matches. In a short while, the little mouse won 5 matches. In the beast fighting arena, there were very few beasts that could win 5 matches in a row. Little Mouse's 5 consecutive victories finally attracted the attention of the beast fighting arena's staff. They began to send some powerful Qi refining realm beasts to stop Little Mouse's winning streak. However, this still could not stop Little Mouse's victories. Little Mouse seemed to be invincible in the Qi refining realm. Any Qi refining realm beast that came up was easily defeated by Little Mouse. Finally, after an hour, Little Mouse won 9 matches in a row, and Fang Chen won 9,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As long as he won one more match, he would be able to win 10 matches in a row. For the 10th match, the beast fighting arena sent a golden wolf. This golden wolf was from the bloodthirsty golden wolf race. This race loved to fight and was almost invincible in the same realm. No one knew where the beast fighting arena got this bloodthirsty golden wolf. Although this bloodthirsty golden wolf was not yet an adult, it emitted a ferocious aura that was enough to make a Qi refining realm warrior tremble. When the surrounding warriors saw the bloodthirsty golden wolf appear, they all exclaimed. It seemed like Little Mouse's winning streak was about to be ended. Little Mouse stood on Fang Chen's shoulder and hummed a little tune. It did not care about the bloodthirsty golden wolf at all. On top of the bloodthirsty golden wolf's head, there was a tuft of golden fur. It was ignored by Little Mouse, and it roared at Little Mouse. Chirp chirp chirp. After the little mouse chirped at Fang Chen, it jumped onto the stage and started fighting with the bloodthirsty golden wolf. Even the bloodthirsty golden wolves have been dispatched. Looks like Little Mouse's winning streak is about to come to an end. That's right. The bloodthirsty golden wolf clan's demonic beasts are extremely ferocious even when they are still young. It's rumored that they grew up on the edge of life and death. The beast fighting Colosseum is also very powerful. They were actually able to find a bloodthirsty golden wolf and tame it. Many martial artists were discussing. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and watched the battle between the little mouse and the bloodthirsty golden wolf. After the previous 9 matches, Fang Chen had a certain understanding of the little mouse. This little mouse must be from an extraordinary clan. Although it looked petite, the moment it attacked, its claws actually flashed with a trace of destructive aura that made Fang Chen's heart palpitate. This made Fang Chen very surprised. Sure enough, after the little mouse fought with the bloodthirsty golden wolf, it directly jumped onto the bloodthirsty golden wolf's head. Just like before, it waved its claws and the bloodthirsty golden wolf fell to the ground in an instant, its aura withered. Seeing this scene, the person in charge of the beast fighting coliseum had a gloomy expression. However, he still forced a smile and announced that Fang Chen's demonic beast had won 10 consecutive victories. This was a shocking matter. Moreover, it was accomplished by a little mouse that no one was optimistic about. At the same time that Fang Chen completed his 10 consecutive victories, Broken Heart and the others' matches also ended. Some of their demonic beasts won 1 match, while others won 2. In short, Star and Moon's demonic beast won 4 matches. After their demonic beasts lost, they stopped their matches and came here to find Fang Chen. At this time, the bloodthirsty golden wolf had already been carried away by the beast fighting coliseum staff. The entire beast fighting coliseum was empty. The little mouse was already lying on Fang Chen's shoulder. "Fang Chen, how's your little mouse?" Broken Heart asked. "It's obvious that it hasn't fought yet. This kind of mouse can only be used as a pet. It can't be used in battle." Zhu Tian grinned as he hugged the multicolored cat. "Fang Chen, how's the mouse's strength?" Yun Ju asked. "Fang Chen, are you too embarrassed to say it?" Star and Moon teased. Hearing their words, Fang Chen was speechless. The little mouse on his shoulder kept chirping and pointing at the 4 of them. It seemed very dissatisfied. 10 consecutive victories, Fang Chen said softly. That's normal. This mouse's fighting strength must be very weak." Broken Heart nodded. However, halfway through his words, he felt that something was wrong. His eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chen and hurriedly asked, "What did you say? 10 consecutive victories? Fang Chen, you're not lying to us, right? This little mouse can win 10 consecutive victories?" Zhu Tian asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "It really is 10 consecutive victories." Seeing that Fang Chen didn't seem to be joking, everyone finally believed this fact. Their faces were full of solemnity. The 5 of them looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at a monster. After a long time, Zhu Tian finally couldn't help but open his mouth. "Fang Chen, why do you always get all the good things?" Zhu Tian was a bit speechless. Yeah, according to the staff, this mouse has already been in the beast battle arena for 3 months, and no one has chosen it. "I didn't expect it to be so strong," Broken Heart said. Seeing their expressions, the little mouse waved its little paws with a smile on its face. After 10 consecutive victories, it should be able to enter the Qi transformation realm area, right? Zhu Tian suddenly asked. Hearing Zhu Tian's words, everyone knew what Zhu Tian was thinking. They immediately looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen also wanted to see what the little mouse's limits were, so he nodded in agreement. The group of 6 arrived at the Qi transformation realm area. When they arrived at the Qi transformation realm area, Fang Chen chose a Qi transformation first realm beast for the little mouse to fight. However, the Qi transformation first realm beast was defeated by the little mouse in just a few moves. Broken Heart and the others were shocked. Time passed by slowly. When the little mouse met a Qi transformation fourth realm beast, it was finally defeated. The defeated little mouse kept chattering to Fang Chen. It seemed to be saying that it was still young, and that if it was an adult, it would definitely be able to defeat the beast. Fang Chen gently stroked the little mouse. Then, the little mouse laid on Fang Chen's shoulder. "Fang Chen, you really picked up a treasure. I really envy you," Zhu Tian said sadly as he hugged the multicolored cat. The multicolored cat in his arms was still sleeping lazily. Fang Chen chuckled. Finally, the group prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a white-bearded staff member walked in front of them. "Hello, I am the deacon here," the white-bearded staff member said. What's the matter? Broken Heart asked. Sir, the Beast Battle Arena has taken a fancy to the little mouse on your shoulder. Would you be willing to sell it to us? The deacon asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, Sorry, I'm not selling it. The deacon did not expect Fang Chen to reject him. His expression changed slightly, and a hint of displeasure appeared between his brows. He then said in a low voice, Sir, if you sell it to us, you will be the Beast Battle Arena's VIP in the future. Before he could finish speaking, Fang Chen turned and left. The white-bearded deacon's eyes were filled with coldness as he watched Fang Chen's departing back. After leaving the Beast Battle Arena, the little mouse was a little sleepy. It lay on Fang Chen's shoulder and fell asleep. On the way back, Fang Chen ran into several disciples from the Heavenly Imperial Lake. The one leading them was Xing Hui. Seeing Fang Chen's group, Xing Hui's expression turned cold. He walked over and said, Aren't you the elite disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu? His tone was full of mockery, especially when he said the word elite. His voice was especially loud. Xing Hui, what do you want? Po Xin asked coldly upon hearing Xing Hui's voice. Star and Moon, Yarrow Yun won't die in vain. I will definitely avenge him. Xing Hui ignored Broken Heart and looked at Star and Moon. Star and Moon's expression was frosty. She stared at Xing Hui without saying anything. Crash. In an instant, Xing Hui's body emitted a terrifying aura. Then Fang Chen felt like he was suffocating. Xing Hui, you dare attack me in the imperial capital? Broken Heart roared. Xing Hui was insulting them. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. This made Broken Heart very angry. This is the imperial capital. Naturally, I won't attack you. But you'd better pray that you don't meet me in the Divine Wind secret realm. Otherwise, I'll let you know what I'm capable of. Xing Hui looked at Star and Moon. Star and Moon didn't say anything from start to finish, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. When Fang Chen saw Star and Moon's expression, he understood that Star and Moon had long since known that he had killed Yarrow Yun. She was just taking the blame for him. Because of this matter, Star and Moon had been seriously injured by Xing Hui during the sect competition and had almost died. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's body was filled with hot blood. He took a step forward and stood in front of Star and Moon, coldly looking at Xing Hui. Are all the disciples of the Heavenly Imperial Lake like you? Bullying the weak? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 183. Xing Hui didn't take Fang Chen seriously at all. Although Fang Chen had the strength of a fighter on the Qi roll, he still couldn't compare to Xing Hui. Tempage, you have a sharp tongue, Xing Hui said coldly. If they weren't in the capital city, he could have killed Fang Chen in minutes. Unfortunately, they were in the capital city. Fang Chen also recognized this point, which was why he was so unrestrained. Fang Chen didn't think he was a match for Xing Hui, but he believed that as long as he broke through to the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm, he wouldn't even be afraid of Feng Yun and the others, let alone Xing Hui. Crash. A wild aura surged from Xing Hui's body. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt a strong pressure. Xing Hui wanted to use his aura to suppress Fang Chen and teach Fang Chen a lesson. Bang! After Fang Chen felt the strong pressure, his true core exploded. A hazy aura surrounded his body, blocking Xing Hui's attack. Tempage, even Yarrow Yun was killed by me. You want to suppress me with a mere aura? Fang Chen said in a low voice. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Xing Hui's eyes widened. His aura exploded as he said, You killed Yarrow Yun. All along, the disciples of the Sky Defense Lake had thought that Yarrow Yun had been killed by Star and Moon. But now, hearing Fang Chen's words, Xing Hui was even more furious. Kid, do you want to die? Xing Hui said coldly. I bet that you wouldn't dare to make a move here. Fang Chen's face revealed a mocking smile as he looked at Xing Hui. Xing Hui's expression changed. In the end, he retracted his aura, but his eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. He stared at Fang Chen and said in a low voice, Kid, don't let me see you outside the capital city. With that, Xing Hui turned and left with his group. After Xing Hui and the others left, Fang Chen turned around and cupped his hands towards Star and Moon. He then said apologetically, I'm sorry. Everyone knew what Fang Chen meant, but Star and Moon shook his head and said, "It's fine." After that, the 6 of them returned to the manor. Fang Chen still felt some pressure from the starlight, so Fang Chen was trying his best to break through. Once he broke through to the 8th tier of the Qi transformation realm, he would no longer have to fear the starlight. However, breaking through wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. It wasn't something that could be achieved just because one wanted to. After returning, Fang Chen wanted to rest. Suddenly, the little mouse crawled up from his shoulder and started chirping non-stop. Finally, after some communication, Fang Chen learned that the little mouse was hungry and wanted to eat something. "What do you want to eat?" Fang Chen asked. The little mouse kept gesturing with its paws. Fang Chen didn't quite understand and asked, "Are you saying that you want to eat something that has spirituality?" The little mouse heard this and quickly nodded. Fang Chen was a little confused. What was spirituality? Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a light flashed in his mind. In the next moment, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Spiritual stones should be considered spirituality. I just don't know if the little mouse can eat them, Fang Chen thought as he took out some mid-tier spiritual stones and handed them to the little mouse. The little mouse saw this and its eyes lit up. It grabbed a spiritual stone with its paws and started chewing on it. Seeing this, Fang Chen was stunned. The little mouse could actually eat spiritual stones. Catcher. In a moment, the little mouse swallowed a spiritual stone. After eating the spiritual stone, the little mouse's face was full of smiles. Obviously, it enjoyed the spiritual stone very much. Seeing that the little mouse still wanted to eat, Fang Chen took out a pile of spiritual stones. The little mouse happily ate them. Time slowly passed. After 6 hours, the little mouse finally stopped eating spiritual stones. Its stomach was a little bloated. After the little mouse was full, it patted its stomach with satisfaction. Then it found a place and fell asleep. At this time, the little mouse's body was emitting a layer of white light. Although Fang Chen didn't know what this layer of white light was, he vaguely felt that this layer of white light was definitely not simple. What kind of race is this little mouse? Fang Chen thought to himself. In 6 hours, the little mouse had eaten 1,000,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. This made Fang Chen speechless. How long had it been since the little mouse had eaten? Why was it so hungry? Fortunately, Fang Chen still had 2.5 billion mid-grade spiritual stones. In addition to the 100 million he earned from the beast fighting arena, he had a total of 2.6 billion mid-grade spiritual stones. This was enough for the little mouse to eat. The little mouse's various actions made Fang Chen very puzzled. He guessed that the little mouse should be the child of a very powerful race. According to legends, in ancient times, there were many races of monsters in the world. Some of these races were the overlords of the world. Even if it was the same type of monster, there were many races. Although this little thing was a mouse, there were still many races of mice. Some of the more powerful races could even become the ancient royal family. I don't care. I'll slowly find out in the future. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen still could not figure it out. In the end, he decided not to think about it. When he was stronger in the future, he should be able to find out about the little mouse's background. There was still some time before the Divine Wind secret realm opened. Fang Chen began to work hard in his cultivation. If he could break through to the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm before entering the Divine Wind secret realm, he would be more confident. During this time, the first prince and the 8th prince fought fiercely. However, in terms of roping in experts on the Qi ranking, the first prince was at a disadvantage. There were 30 experts on the Qi ranking. The 8th prince had roped in 18 experts, while the first prince had only roped in 12. However, the real battle was in the Divine Wind secret realm. Therefore, the two princes were very interested in this trip to the Divine Wind secret realm. One day, Fang Chen received news of the Protector King, Duan Muwen. He stopped cultivating and immediately rushed to the Protector King's residence. At this time, in the garden of the Protector King's residence, there was a large number of martial artists. The leader was the Heaven Fiend Lord. Protector King, is there no one else in the Protector King's residence? You have already lost 8 rounds among the younger generation. There are only 2 rounds left. How are you going to turn the tables? The Heaven Fiend Lord sat in the center of the garden and said with a smile. On the other hand, the Protector King's face was gloomy. Ever since he had chosen the first prince, the 8th prince had been suppressing him. This time, he had even sent people from the Heaven Fiend Lord's residence to put pressure on him. If it were any other time, the disciples of the Heaven Fiend Lord's residence might not be able to win against the disciples of the Protector King's residence. However, it was different this time. The Heaven Fiend Lord's residence had found a mysterious young martial artist from somewhere. This young martial artist's strength was comparable to an expert on the Qi ranking. The Protector King even suspected that he was a member of the imperial family. The Heaven Fiend Lord's residence had come aggressively, saying that they wanted to have 10 rounds among the younger generation. At this time, the Protector King's residence had already lost 8 rounds. Just as the Heaven Fiend Lord was speaking, the 9th round began. However, the disciples of the Protector King's residence were defeated by the disciples of the Heaven Fiend Lord's residence. After losing 9 rounds in a row, the Protector King felt helpless. At this time, Fang Chen arrived. "Uncle Wen," Fang Chen called out. When he saw Fang Chen, Duan Muwen's eyes lit up. He immediately called Fang Chen to his side and explained the situation in detail. After Fang Chen heard what had happened, he looked at the Heaven Fiend Lord and stood in the middle of the garden. He looked at the disciples of the Heaven Fiend Lord's residence and said, "Let me fight in the 10th round." "Protector King, that's not good. Your disciples are useless. You can't ask for external help," the disciples of the Heaven Fiend Lord's residence joked. The Protector King was about to speak when Fang Chen beat him to it. "My father and the Protector King are sworn brothers. From another perspective, I, Fang Chen, am also considered a member of the Protector King's residence," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Protector King nodded gratefully. The Heaven Fiend Lord was about to speak when he saw Falcon's gaze. In the end, he nodded and said, "All right, since that's the case, let's fight." Fang Chen's opponent was a martial artist from the younger generation of the Heaven Fiend Lord's residence. Under Fang Chen's powerful attack, the martial artist instantly lost the match. Following that, the 2nd and the 3rd. After a while, Fang Chen also won 9 rounds in a row. He defeated all 9 disciples of the Protector King's residence. At this moment, Falcon finally made his move. Falcon slowly walked in front of Fang Chen and said, "You are qualified for me to fight." At the beginning, Falcon did not fight because he was observing Fang Chen. He wanted to see if Fang Chen was qualified for him to fight. Now, it seemed that Fang Chen's strength was indeed qualified for him to fight. Others might not know, but the Heaven Fiend Lord knew very well that Falcon was the 8th prince's right-hand man. He was also one of the younger generation that the 8th prince valued the most. Falcon's potential was very strong, and his true strength was already comparable to an elite on the Qi roll. However, Falcon kept a low profile because he was by the 8th prince's side. The reason why he fought this time was because the 8th prince wanted to use the Heaven Fiend Lord's residence to suppress the Protector King's residence. "However, you are no match for me," Falcon said again. Falcon's body exuded a wild aura, and there was a deep look in his eyes. On the contrary, Fang Chen's body was very calm. There was not a trace of fluctuation, and there was not even a trace of spiritual energy coming out of him. He looked at Falcon and said indifferently, "We haven't even fought, and you think you can win against me? I have seen your matches in the sect competition. You are not even qualified to fight for the Qi role. I, Falcon, can defeat you as easily as crushing an ant," Falcon sneered. When Fang Chen heard that, his face gradually darkened. The reason why he was not qualified to fight for the Qi role was because of the crime that the 8th prince had imposed on him. The root of all this was because he did not accept the 8th prince's invitation. Chapter 184. Fang Chen could sense the killing intent in Falcon's eyes. Falcon wanted to kill. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill Fang Chen. "I don't mind killing dogs," Fang Chen said word by word. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Falcon was completely enraged. He roared and clenched his fist. In the next moment, a tyrannical fist aura shot out from his fist. Whoosh! Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly when he saw the ferocious fist aura. He executed the solitary void fist. Although Falcon was strong, Fang Chen didn't care about him at all. If he hadn't been deprived of the opportunity to be ranked on the Qi roll, he might have been able to charge into the top 20. Therefore, he didn't even take out the hidden dragon sword when facing Falcon. He directly used the solitary emptiness fist. That was because Falcon wasn't qualified for him to use the fire and water sword technique. Crash! The solitary emptiness fist was used. The majestic fist aura smashed into Falcon's fist aura. After the two collided, the entire ground shook. Dong! The sound of an explosion resounded through the sky. Falcon's expression changed slightly because he realized that he had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. Damn it! Falcon stabilized his retreating figure. With a tap of his foot, he once again attacked Fang Chen. It's over. Fang Chen roared and fully activated the solitary emptiness fist. 3 consecutive punches directly shattered Falcon's attack and smashed into Falcon's body. Crack! Falcon's fist instantly shattered and his flesh was badly mangled. His body fell to the ground and let out a miserable cry. At that moment, Falcon's face was filled with anger. He had just looked down on Fang Chen and thought that Fang Chen wasn't his match at all. However, in the blink of an eye, he had been defeated by Fang Chen. Furthermore, he had been seriously injured. Falcon was a little unconvinced. He let out an indignant roar in his heart. Fang Chen withdrew his fist and stood there quietly. His face was full of disdain as he said, "Your strength is not enough for me to use my full strength." When the Heaven Fiend Sovereign saw this scene, his face changed slightly. He ordered the martial artists to carry Falcon away. After all, Falcon was one of the 8th Prince's men. If Falcon died, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign would also be punished by the 8th Prince. Seeing Falcon being carried away, Fang Chen turned to look at the Heaven Emanations Sovereign and said coldly, "Who else is in the Heaven Emanations Sovereign residence?" "I, Fang Chen, will take them all." Although Fang Chen's words were arrogant, none of the disciples of the Protector King's palace believed that Fang Chen was being arrogant. When one's strength reached a certain level, arrogance wouldn't be so detestable. The Heaven Fiend Sovereign was speechless. The elite disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace had all been defeated by Fang Chen. There was no one else who could fight. "Heaven Emanations Sovereign, do you still want to continue this exchange?" The Protector King, Duan Muwen, narrowed his eyes and smiled. When the Heaven Emanations Sovereign heard this, he shook his head and said coldly, "Protector King, let's end today's exchange. I will report this matter to the 8th Prince." There was a hint of threat in the Heaven Emanations Sovereign's words. It was clear that the 8th Prince was suppressing the Protector King. However, how could the Protector King be afraid of such small tricks? Seeing that the Heaven Emanations Sovereign was about to leave, the Protector King grinned and said, "Heaven Emanations Sovereign, are you satisfied with this exchange?" When the Heaven Emanations Sovereign, who was about to leave, heard this, he staggered and almost fell. In the end, he quickly left the Protector King's palace. After the Heaven Emanations Sovereign and the others left, the Protector King walked over to Fang Chen and laughed loudly. "Fang Chen, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the Protector King would definitely laugh at me." "Uncle Wen, it's just a small matter," said Fang Chen as he nodded. Indeed, to Fang Chen, this was just a small matter. Furthermore, he had already become a thorn in the 8th Prince's side. Thus, it wasn't a bad idea to do something that would embarrass the 8th Prince. Ha, good. Fang Chen, let's go drink. We won't leave until we're drunk." The Protector King was very happy today. He hugged Fang Chen's shoulder and laughed heartily. Fang Chen accompanied the Protector King to drink the entire night. It wasn't until dawn that Fang Chen staggered back to the Kamikaze Kenbu's manor. As for the Protector King, he was already drunk and sleeping on the table. Just like that, time passed little by little. During this time, the experts on the Qi ranking were all in the imperial capital, waiting for the Divine Wind secret realm to open. As for the 8th Prince and the 1st Prince, they were also roping in cultivators everywhere. During this time, when Fang Chen was free, he would bring the little mouse to the beast battle arena and let the little mouse fight with other beasts. It had to be said that the little mouse grew very quickly in battle. In less than a month, the little mouse was able to fight against beasts of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. This kind of progress made even Fang Chen feel a little ashamed. Of course, this was also due to the spirit stones. During this time, the little mouse had swallowed a total of 9 million mid-grade spirit stones. In addition to the 1 million it had swallowed previously, it had swallowed a total of 10 million mid-grade spirit stones in less than a month. Fortunately, Fang Chen had enough spirit stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to feed the little mouse. Every time the little mouse swallowed a mid-grade spirit stone, it would fall into a deep sleep. Every time it woke up, its strength would increase greatly. This puzzled Fang Chen. In the end, Fang Chen stopped making wild guesses. As long as the little mouse was hungry, he would give the little mouse a large amount of spirit stones to eat. Finally, after a month, the Divine Wind secret realm opened. On this day, Fang Chen and the others arrived at the first prince's residence early in the morning. During this time, the first prince had been living outside the imperial capital. When Fang Chen and the others arrived, there were already many cultivators in the first prince's courtyard. Fang Chen roughly observed and found that these cultivators were all experts on the Qi ranking. Seeing Fang Chen and the others arrive, the first prince stood up and welcomed Fang Chen and the others. The Divine Wind secret realm will be opened tomorrow. This is a new secret realm. It's the first time it's been discovered. It's definitely filled with endless dangers. If you're afraid of danger, you can leave now. The first prince said slowly. First prince, as cultivators, we are fighting against the heavens. How can we be afraid of mere danger? That's right. It is our fortune that the first prince has taken a fancy to us. We will definitely assist the first prince. Don't worry, this kind of secret realm won't be a problem for us. Everyone present was an expert on the Qi ranking. They already stood at the peak of the younger generation in the entire Divine Wind country. Therefore, in the face of unknown danger, they were not afraid at all. The first prince nodded slightly and said, "All right, since that's the case, we will set off tomorrow. As long as I seize the throne, you will definitely benefit greatly." Hearing the first prince's words, everyone nodded slightly. This time, the first prince led a total of 13 cultivators into the Divine Wind secret realm. Among them, 12 were experts on the Qi ranking. Only Fang Chen was not an expert on the Qi ranking. However, even so, no one would underestimate Fang Chen. They were very clear that if it was not for the 8th prince, Fang Chen would have already entered the Qi ranking. After the first prince spoke of some important matters, he let everyone rest. This time, it was not only the first prince and the 8th prince who entered the Divine Wind secret realm. There were other princes as well. Although the other princes had long since given up the idea of fighting for the throne, it was inevitable that some of them would join forces. Therefore, the first prince was actually under a lot of pressure this time. When the second day arrived, the entire imperial city was filled with an ancient aura. The first prince led the 13 experts and quickly rushed towards the back of the imperial city. At the same time, the other princes also led their subordinates and quickly rushed towards the entrance of the Divine Wind secret realm. After a while, Fang Chen and the others appeared at the entrance of the Divine Wind secret realm. Fang Chen carefully observed for a while and discovered that the entrance of the Divine Wind secret realm was actually on a mountain peak behind the imperial city. This mountain peak was already strictly guarded by the guards of the imperial city. Ordinary cultivators were simply unable to approach it. When the first prince approached the mountain peak, he took out his token and the guards immediately let him pass. Then, Fang Chen and the others climbed up the mountain peak. At this moment, the other prince's men had also arrived. After greeting the first prince, they stood to the side. Fang Chen carefully observed for a while. The strength of these prince's men was nothing compared to the first prince. The last to arrive was the 8th prince. Behind him, there were 18 cultivators. These 18 cultivators were all experts on the Qi ranking. When the 8th prince's team arrived, it caused an uproar. This was because the 3 most conspicuous people in his team were actually the top 3 on the Qi ranking. Oh my god, the 8th prince actually roped in the top 3 on the Qi ranking. This time, the 8th prince will definitely win the battle for the throne. Yeah, just the top 3 on the Qi ranking alone is not something ordinary people can compare to. Moreover, the number of experts roped in by the 8th prince is much higher than the 1st prince. It seems that the 8th prince is going to win the battle for the throne between the 2 princes. In the camp of the other princes, some cultivators were discussing in low voices. Big brother. The 8th prince heard the crowd's discussion and looked at the 1st prince with a smile. The 1st prince shook his head slightly and did not speak. Big brother, it seems that your team is not as strong as mine. The 8th prince continued. In the Divine Wind secret realm, there are countless opportunities. If you want to obtain opportunities, it is useless to have more people. The 1st prince said. Before the 8th prince could speak, Jiu-Du, who was behind him, spoke up. 1st prince, the strength of your team is too weak. The Divine Wind secret realm is incomparably dangerous. Be careful not to be annihilated. Jiu-Du said. Yeah, in this trip to the secret realm, some people will definitely stay in the secret realm forever. Feng Yun grinned. There are many demonic beasts in the secret realm. Be careful. Xing Hui also grinned. The top 3 on the Qi ranking spoke at the same time. Their words were full of ridicule. They believed that the 1st prince's team would be annihilated. Chapter 185. When the 8th prince heard this, he stopped talking and waited for the Divine Wind secret territory to open. Old Feng, how long will it take for the Divine Wind secret territory to open? The 8th prince turned around and looked at an old man. This old man was highly respected in the imperial city. Even if the 8th prince saw him, he would be extremely respectful. When old Feng heard this, he looked at the ground in the middle of the mountain and said in a low voice, "This secret territory is a new one. We don't have any experience in opening it, but after thinking about it for a while, this secret territory seems to be at its weakest when the sun is hanging high in the sky. At that time, we can work together to break the seal. Okay, then we will wait for the arrival of noon." After the 8th prince finished speaking, he found a place to sit down cross-legged and waited. Time passed by little by little. In the blink of an eye, noon had arrived and the sun was hanging high in the sky. In the blue sky, there was a huge sun hanging high in the sky. Everyone's foreheads were full of sweat and the surrounding air was extremely hot. At this moment, Old Feng suddenly said in a low voice, "Princes, get ready." After Old Feng finished speaking, suddenly, 7 old men appeared from the darkness. These 7 old men each took a position and formed a spell with Old Feng. 8 Qi high warriors. When they attacked together, a terrifying aura was emitted from their bodies. In the next moment, Old Feng roared and the sun in the sky shone directly at the center of the mountain. At this moment, a grey void door suddenly appeared at the location where the sun shone. Seeing this, Old Feng and the others continuously used their spirit qi to maintain the existence of the void door. The secret territory has opened. Quickly go in. Old Feng said hurriedly. Hearing this, the 8th prince's figure flashed and disappeared into the void gate. Then, his team followed him and entered the void gate. Seeing the 8th prince enter first, the other princes also entered one after another. In the end, only the eldest prince's team was left. Everyone looked at the eldest prince and he said in a low voice, "Let's go in." Following the eldest prince's order, everyone quickly entered the void door. As soon as they entered the void gate, everyone felt a strong wave of energy. The next moment, they saw a flash of white light and appeared in an open space. Is this the Divine Wind secret realm? Fang Chen thought to himself. He could feel an ancient aura rushing towards him. It was as if everyone was in the wilderness. The scene here was very strange. It was the complete opposite of the Divine Wind nation. This should be the Divine Wind secret realm. Everyone, be careful, said the 1st prince. 1st prince, let's follow this plane and move forward. The person who spoke was the strongest person in the 1st prince's team. He was also ranked 4th on the Qi ranking. His name was Yu Hen. Yu Hen was the chief disciple of the Azure Wave territory, one of the top 10 sect. His strength was very tyrannical. If the overall strength of the Azure Wave territory was not weak, they could have advanced to the finals of the sect competition. After the top 3 on the Qi roll had been recruited by the 8th prince, Yu Hen, who was ranked 4th, was the strongest warrior on the first prince's side. Many experts on the Qi roll were very respectful to Yu Hen. When Yu Hen spoke, the other warriors also nodded. The most important thing now is to explore everything here clearly and deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo, said the first prince as he nodded. Then, with Yu Hen at the front, many warriors moved forward. After an hour, everyone was finally about to walk out of the plane. However, at this moment, a sinister sound suddenly entered everyone's ears. What's that sound? Sensing this voice, the expressions of many cultivators changed slightly. This is a sound wave attack, said Yu Hen in a deep voice. The sharp sound just now was actually a sound wave attack. This made everyone very vigilant. They had just entered the Divine Wind secret realm and they had already encountered a sound wave attack. What exactly is attacking us? Asked a warrior. Just as the first prince was about to speak, a black mass suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It's the blood crows. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Let's go quickly. The blood crows are a special kind of demonic beast. The sound they make can form a sound wave attack, said Yu Hen hurriedly. Seeing the majestic group of blood crows in the distance, the first prince led the warriors and quickly retreated. The blood crows were a very vicious demonic beast. This kind of demonic beast was very rare in the Divine Wind country. Although the blood crow's attack power was not strong, the sound they made could form a sound wave attack. It could cause a lot of damage to a warrior's soul. If it was just one blood crow, they did not need to be afraid. However, there were more than 100 blood crows in front of them. They did not dare to face them directly. Woo-woo as the blood crows flew, they made sharp sounds and quickly flew towards Fang Chen and the others. Their speed was naturally not as fast as the blood crows. In a short while, the blood crows caught up with them. Cover the first prince's retreat, said Yu Hen loudly. Then, a pitch-black long saber appeared in Yu Hen's hand. He fiercely slashed towards the void. Suddenly, a saber light appeared and directly split a blood crow in half. When Yu Hen made his move, the other warriors also made their moves. Fang Chen walked at the back of the group. The blood crow's attack directly affected him. Fang Chen felt his soul tremble. He cried out miserably. Then, he took out the hidden dragon sword in his hand and directly used the fire and water sword technique. Hua la wherever the sword light passed, the blood crows would explode. While everyone was killing the blood crows, they quickly retreated. At this moment, a warrior suddenly saw a mountain peak in front of them. There's a mountain peak in front. Let's go, someone shouted. Suddenly, many warriors stepped onto the mountain peak. Puchi Fang Chen's long sword directly slashed at a blood crow, instantly killing it. At this moment, Fang Chen felt a tyrannical saber light. Then, a large number of blood crows in the sky died in an instant. You guys go first. I'll stay behind, said Yu Hen with a large saber in his hand. Everyone quickly stepped onto the mountain peak. Yu Hen held a large saber at the foot of the mountain. After killing many blood crows, he also stepped onto the mountain peak. When they stepped onto the mountain peak, the number of blood crows also decreased. However, there were still blood crows rushing up the mountain peak. However, everyone occupied the high ground and could block the attacks of the blood crows. After a fierce battle, over 100 blood crows were killed by everyone. Yu Hen killed the most blood crows. His pitch-black large saber was dyed red. When the last blood crow was killed, Yu Hen put away his large saber. Many martial artists directly sat down on the ground, panting. Although the attacks of the blood crows were not strong, the sound wave attack would more or less cause some damage to the souls of the people. This Divine Wind secret realm is indeed dangerous. We just entered and we already encountered blood crows. Moreover, it's in a group, said the Crown Prince in a low voice. Blood crows are social animals, especially at night. Their activities are most frequent. We killed so many blood crows. The smell of blood will definitely attract other blood crows here, said Yu Hen in a low voice. That's right. We have to find a safe place to avoid the attacks of the blood crows before night falls, said the Broken Heart. Many experts agreed. Although they were experts on the Qi ranking, before they stepped into the Qi high realm, their souls were very weak. They were also a little afraid of the blood crows. Once a group of blood crows came, they would not be able to resist. Especially at night, the sound wave attack of the blood crows could be used to its greatest effect. Even Yu Hen was afraid. From what I know, the blood crows do not like hot places. Let's find a place with a higher temperature before the sky turns dark, said Yu Hen. Then, the group of people began to look for a place with a higher temperature. When night was about to fall, everyone finally found a place with a higher temperature. Standing on the open ground, everyone looked over and realized that in the small valley in front of them, there was magma flowing. The temperature of the small valley was very high. Of course, the most important thing was that where the magma flowed, there were some large rocks. Everyone could stand on the rocks. Let's go, said the Crown Prince. Then, everyone stepped forward and stood on top of the rocks. Night came little by little. When the whole sky was surrounded by darkness, sharp sounds came from the sky one after another. These were the sounds of the blood crows. Even though they were so far away, they could still hear the sharp sounds. Why are there so many blood crows in this mystery realm? Fang Chen thought to himself as he sat cross-legged on the rock. However, just as Fang Chen was thinking, the sharp sounds suddenly came closer to the valley. There are blood crows approaching, said Yu Hen in a deep voice. The other warriors instantly went into a state of alert. Woo-woo, the blood crow's cries were extremely sharp. They stopped outside the small valley and circled high in the sky. At this moment, the Crown Prince saw a small group of people appear in the distance. It's the third prince's team, said the Crown Prince hurriedly. His expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. At this moment, on the open ground not far from the valley, the third prince's team was fleeing pathetically. Their bodies were covered in blood. As the number of blood crows increased, the warriors in the third prince's team died one by one. Under the protection of everyone, the third prince quickly rushed toward the valley. It's third brother, said the Crown Prince hurriedly. Quickly go and save third brother. It's too late. Hearing the Crown Prince's words, Yu Hen narrowed his eyes and said. At this moment, there were only 3 warriors left in the third prince's team. They were fleeing, and the large group of blood crows concentrated their sound wave attacks. There was nowhere for them to escape. Even the Crown Prince's team could not save them. The Crown Prince was burning with anxiety. He had the best relationship with the third prince. He wanted to save him, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 186. Seeing Fang Chen rush out, the people from Broken Heart were extremely worried. It's Fang Chen. Someone recognized Fang Chen and shouted. There's no other way. Even if he goes out, it won't help, Yu Hen said. Yeah, the Blood Ravens are too close to the third prince's team. There's no way to save them. Yeah, it's impossible to save the third prince while blocking the Blood Raven's sound wave attacks. All the cultivators believed that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to save the third prince. Even the first prince didn't have any expectations. However, Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. Monstrous flames appeared around his body as he pushed the concept of fire to the extreme. As he ran, Fang Chen pushed the golden heart. At this moment, countless clear streams flowed out of the golden heart and drilled into his mind, wrapping around his soul. Earlier, Fang Chen had accidentally discovered that the golden heart could actually block the Blood Raven's sound wave attacks. Without the obstruction of the sound wave attacks, Fang Chen could rush towards the third prince without any scruples. The third prince also discovered Fang Chen and quickly rushed towards Fang Chen. Third prince, you go first. Behind the third prince, a large group of blood ravens constantly released sound wave attacks. The third prince and the others' souls were in pain. At this moment, the few remaining cultivators in the third prince's team roared and pushed the third prince in the direction of Fang Chen, while they resolutely rushed towards the blood ravens. A few people were surrounded by the blood ravens. They let out miserable cries and died instantly. The deaths of these people slightly obstructed the blood ravens. It was this short amount of time that allowed the third prince to get behind Fang Chen. You go to the valley, Fang Chen said directly. He bypassed the third prince and rushed towards the blood ravens. The third prince nodded his head and quickly stepped into the valley. Seeing that the third prince had entered the valley, the first prince's face was filled with agitation. He personally brought the third prince up to the air above the lava. "Third brother, are you all right?" the first prince asked. "I'm fine." "Was that one of your men?" the third prince asked. The first prince nodded. Only then did he notice Fang Chen, and a look of worry appeared on his face. "No, if this continues, Fang Chen will die. I have to save Fang Chen," Broken Heart shouted. "Let's go together," Zhu Tian and the others said. "No, you'll just be throwing your lives away if you go." The first prince stopped them. "Even so, we can't just watch Fang Chen die like this," Broken Heart said in a low voice. Then, he jumped off the rock and arrived at the valley, rushing towards Fang Chen. The Blood Raven's attacks couldn't affect Fang Chen at all. On the contrary, Fang Chen used the instant the Blood Ravens used their sonic attacks to constantly use the hidden dragon sword in his hand to kill the Blood Ravens. As he killed the Blood Ravens, Fang Chen also retreated. There were a lot of Blood Ravens, but they were unable to get close to Fang Chen. What's going on? Can Fang Chen not be affected by the Blood Raven's sound wave attacks? Suddenly, Yu Hen's eyes brightened. Everyone looked over and saw that Fang Chen wasn't affected by the Blood Raven's sound wave attacks. Their faces were filled with shock. How is this possible? Fang Chen is also a Qi transformation expert. How can he not be affected by the sound wave attacks? He's able to block the sound wave attack. Is his soul that strong? Everyone cried out in shock. Fang Chen continued to use the water and fire sword to get closer and closer to the valley. Water and fire sword, first level. Crash. Fang Chen activated the concept of water and fire and used his strongest sword move. A sword light of water and fire slashed towards the Blood Ravens. Immediately, a large number of Blood Ravens fell to the ground, losing their lives. When the other Blood Ravens saw this, they all scattered. Fang Chen took advantage of this opportunity to escape into the valley. "Hurry up and go back." After entering the valley, Fang Chen saw that Broken Heart and the others were rushing over to help. When Broken Heart and the others saw that Fang Chen had escaped danger, they quickly returned. When Fang Chen jumped back onto the stone platform, they finally let out a sigh of relief. It was also at this time that the Blood Ravens stopped moving forward. The temperature in the valley made them feel very uncomfortable. Furthermore, the lava in the valley made them feel a little afraid. Woo! The Blood Ravens circled in the sky, not daring to approach the valley. Seeing this scene, everyone let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, they looked strangely at Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, thank you for your help this time." The third prince cupped his hands towards Fang Chen. "It's nothing," said Fang Chen modestly. "Fang Chen, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, third brother's team would have been completely annihilated." The crown prince smiled. "Fang Chen, you weren't affected by the sound wave attack?" asked Yu Hen with surprise. When Fang Chen heard this, he only grinned and did not reply. Yu Hen didn't ask any more questions. Everyone had their own secrets, including Yu Hen. Since it was a secret, he naturally didn't want others to know. At the beginning, Yu Hen and the others had looked down on Fang Chen. But after this matter, they deeply realized that Fang Chen wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface. Just like this, the night passed peacefully. When the sun rose, the Blood Ravens all left. After the Blood Ravens left, everyone came out of the valley. On the plains, there were corpses everywhere. Looking at the corpses, the third prince's face was filled with pain. "I'm sorry," the third prince said apologetically. The third prince's team members were all dead, so he simply followed the crown prince's team. The group started to move towards the depths of the secret territory to look for opportunities. However, just as everyone walked into a wasteland, they suddenly encountered a tornado. "It's a tornado." A pillar appeared in the distance. This pillar was directly connected to the sky, and it kept approaching the crown prince's team. "Don't panic," the crown prince said. Although the tornado was tyrannical, with their strength, they could still withstand it. Hoo. The tornado appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. When everyone came into contact with the tornado, their faces suddenly changed. Not good. Before the crown prince could shout, he was swept away by the tornado. This was no ordinary tornado. Its power was too tyrannical, as if it could tear people apart. Ah! Cultivators constantly screamed as they were swept away by the tornadoes. Even Fang Chen could not withstand the strength of the tornado and was swept away by it. Entering the tornado, Fang Chen tried his best to resist, but it was to no avail. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen fell into a coma. When Fang Chen woke up again, he found himself on a mountain peak. Around the mountain peak, there were endless mountains. In front of him was a boundless plain, and there was nothing on the mountain peak. Where are the others? Fang Chen looked around and asked curiously. It must have been the tornado that blew them all away. Now, Fang Chen did not know where he was in the depths of the secret territory, but he was lucky that he was not torn apart by the tornado. I wonder how Broken Heart and the others are doing, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen found that there were some injuries on his body, and Fang Chen began to heal them. After an hour, his injuries were completely healed. Fang Chen felt that the little mouse in the special space ring was a little restless, so he let the little mouse out. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little mouse breathed in the fresh air, then blinked its eyes and gestured to Fang Chen. You said you were familiar with this place? Fang Chen asked with his eyes wide open. The little mouse chirped and nodded, then jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. Its little paw pointed to the left, indicating that Fang Chen should go forward. Although Fang Chen was puzzled, he still followed the little mouse's guidance and rushed toward the mountain peak. To the left of the mountain peak was an endless mountain range. Unknowingly, Fang Chen entered the mountain range. Following the little mouse's guidance, Fang Chen came to a small hill. There! At this time, the little mouse pointed at the small hill in front of them and chirped non-stop. Fang Chen cautiously approached the small hill. When he appeared in front of the small hill, he was surprised to find that there was a colorful flower on the small hill. This flower was very strange. This is... Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the strange flower and cried out excitedly. Mysterious yin grass. It was actually mysterious yin grass. Mysterious yin grass was a very precious medicinal herb. This herb could make the spiritual qi in a warrior's true nucleus sublimate in an instant. Fang Chen naturally understood what sublimation of spiritual qi meant. After reaching the qi transformation realm and forming a true nucleus, the spiritual qi in the true nucleus would undergo a transformation with each advancement. If this mysterious yin grass was refined into an elixir, even an alchemy grandmaster would be attracted to it. It's actually mysterious yin grass. Fang Chen was very excited. If he could consume this mysterious yin grass, the spiritual qi in his true nucleus would undergo a transformation, and his cultivation level would definitely break through to the qi transformation 8th realm. At the same time, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. This little mouse seemed to be quite capable to be able to find such a hidden treasure. How did you find it? Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, the little mouse raised its head and puffed out its chest. Its face was full of smiles as it pointed its paw at Fang Chen, telling him that it had smelled it with its nose. Sure enough, Fang Chen was shocked once again. This little mouse's nose was amazing. Fang Chen carefully walked up the small hill and plucked the mysterious yin grass. He prepared to put it in his spatial ring and wait until he found a safe place to eat it. But at this time, the little mouse pointed at the mysterious yin grass. What? You said it was your dish? Chapter 187. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the little mouse chirped and nodded with a cheerful expression. Fang Chen was a little speechless. After all this time, it turned out that the little mouse wanted to eat it. Fang Chen thought that the little mouse was showing him the way. However, Fang Chen was also a little curious. What could the little mouse do by eating the mysterious yin grass? Seeing the little mouse chirping, Fang Chen shook his head and handed the mysterious yin grass to the little mouse. After the little mouse received the mysterious yin grass, it was very happy. It directly swallowed it into its stomach. Then, it lay on Fang Chen's shoulder and fell asleep. What a strange guy, Fang Chen said with a grin. Seeing the little mouse fall asleep, its body emitted a faint light. Fang Chen put the little mouse into his interspatial ring and prepared to leave. However, at this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Fang Chen. After the figure saw Fang Chen, there was a touch of surprise on his face. Then, he sneered. After the fire Qilin entered the Divine Wind secret realm, he was attacked by a group of demonic beasts. He and the 8th Prince's team were separated. In the end, he wandered alone in the Divine Wind secret realm. Unknowingly, he entered this mountain range. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Fang Chen. After seeing Fang Chen, the fire Qilin's face revealed a trace of a sinister smile. Previously, he was defeated by Fang Chen. The fire Qilin had been brooding. Now that he saw Fang Chen, his eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. I really didn't expect to meet you here, the fire Qilin said eerily. Fang Chen also saw the fire Qilin. He felt the killing intent in the fire Qilin's eyes. Fang Chen, in the imperial capital, there are people from the Kamikaze Kenbu protecting you. Now, let's see who can save you. The fire Qilin laughed. To deal with you, I don't need anyone's help. Fang Chen retorted. The fire Qilin was ranked 28th in this year's Qi ranking battle. Although it was ranked last, its strength was still not to be underestimated. Let's see if you have the strength. After the fire Qilin said that, he clenched his fists. And in the next moment, his fists were covered with flames. You're courting death. The fire Qilin had tried to kill him time and time again. Fang Chen's heart also had a trace of killing intent. Seeing the fire Qilin's attack, the hidden dragon sword instantly appeared in Fang Chen's hand. The first level of the water and fire sword art was extremely powerful, and the fire Qilin was unable to block it. How is that? At this moment, the Qilin realized the difference. No. The fire Qilin roared. It was indignant that it was defeated by Fang Chen in one move. It was a humiliation. The hidden dragon sword pierced the fire Qilin's arm, instantly causing it to explode. In the next moment, the fire Qilin's body was sent flying and fell to the ground. You can die now, Fang Chen said coldly. Fang Chen walked towards the fire Qilin step by step. He raised the hidden dragon sword in his hand, ready to kill the fire Qilin with one strike. At this moment, the fire Qilin took out a pitch-black ball. The ball was crushed by the fire Qilin and exploded. A scorching aura enveloped Fang Chen. 1-star Dao body. Fang Chen activated his Daoist body without hesitation. A strong defense immediately covered the surface of his skin. Spiritual Qi was fully activated in his true core, resisting this strong force with all his might. Haha, let's die together. The fire Qilin roared crazily. Fang Chen was resisting when he suddenly felt a strange movement in the special interspatial ring. In the next moment, he moved his mind and the little mouse appeared on his shoulder. Hiss. After the little mouse appeared, its body emitted a little light. Fang Chen was shocked. The little mouse opened its small mouth and crazily absorbed the energy of the ball's explosion. In a short while, the little mouse absorbed all the powerful energy. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw this. Of course, the fire Qilin was the most shocked. When he was defeated, he thought that even if he died, he would drag Fang Chen down with him. But at this moment, he was horrified to find that Fang Chen had blocked the explosion of the ball. This was the fire Qilin's trump card, but Fang Chen had blocked it. How is this possible? The fire Qilin roared angrily. After recovering from his shock, Fang Chen quickly walked to the fire Qilin's side and stabbed with his sword, killing the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin didn't even know how Fang Chen had managed to block its attack. Fang Chen once again killed an expert on the Qi roll. After killing the fire Qilin, Fang Chen took the fire Qilin's interspatial ring and turned to leave. In a short while, Fang Chen found a safe place and immediately began to observe the little mouse. At this moment, the little mouse's body emitted a faint light. There seemed to be an invisible force circulating in its body. It absorbed such a wild energy. Can it digest it? Fang Chen was puzzled. But at this moment, the little mouse did not seem strange at all. Fang Chen even found that the little mouse's aura was stronger than before. Could it be that it broke through after swallowing the dark yin grass? Fang Chen wondered. The little mouse chattered as if showing off to Fang Chen how powerful it was. Fang Chen was already used to the little mouse's showing off. His face was full of helplessness. Finally, he began to check the fire Chiline's interspatial ring. As expected of an expert on the Qi roll. Just the spiritual stones alone are so many. Fang Chen made a rough estimate. There were more than 100 million spiritual stones in the interspatial ring. Next were some spiritual herbs. Fang Chen had no use for these spiritual herbs, so he directly threw them to the little mouse. After the little mouse received these spiritual herbs, its eyes lit up. It hugged the spiritual herbs and continuously swallowed them. Then, Fang Chen found a pitch-black metal piece in the interspatial ring. This metal piece attracted Fang Chen's attention. "What is this?" Fang Chen held the pitch-black metal piece and whispered. Unintentionally, Fang Chen injected his spirit qi into the pitch-black metal piece. Suddenly, a sinister aura spread out. "Why are you looking for me?" A voice rang out from the pitch-black metal piece. Fang Chen was startled. When this voice rang out, he could clearly sense a trace of the Yellow Spring sect's aura. Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen thought to himself. If you don't have anything important, don't disturb me. Within the Divine Wind secret realm, kill the Crown Prince at all costs. The sinister voice rang out once more, and the pitch-black metal piece returned to normal. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Based on the meaning of this voice, the fire Chiline should be related to the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. That remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was the reason why the fire Chiline wanted to kill the Crown Prince. Could it be that they are related to the 8th prince? Fang Chen had a bold thought. Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If the 8th prince and the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect joined forces, the Divine Wind country would definitely fall into the hands of the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Relying on the 8th prince, it was impossible to fight against the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect is really everywhere. Fang Chen faintly said. Forget it, let's not think about this for now. We'll talk about it later. Fang Chen said. This time, after killing the fire Chiline, Fang Chen's harvest was not small. He obtained more than 100 million spirit stones. His total number of spirit stones had reached a terrifying 7 billion. After that, Fang Chen continued to walk. This mountain range was very large. Fang Chen walked for half a month, but he didn't encounter anything, not even a single demonic beast. However, during this period, Fang Chen encountered a lot of precious spirit herbs, but they were all eaten by the little mouse. After swallowing a large amount of spirit herbs, the little mouse directly fell into a deep sleep. Fang Chen directly put it into a special spatial ring. One day, while Fang Chen was walking, he suddenly saw 2 humans in the distance. These 2 humans' clothes were very different from Fang Chen's. Who are they? Fang Chen wondered. When Fang Chen saw them, they also saw Fang Chen. Outsider. The 2 humans walked in front of Fang Chen and asked in a deep voice. Outsider. Fang Chen was puzzled. This word was very unfamiliar to him. Who are you and why are you here? Fang Chen asked. When the 2 humans heard this, they were even more convinced of their guess. Immediately, they looked at Fang Chen with vigilance and said, We're natives here. You must be an outsider. Natives, there are natives here. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. Natives meant that these people had always been living here and had never left. There were actually natives living in the Divine Wind secret realm. Who left this secret realm behind? Why were there natives here? At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was in a perilous situation. He actually encountered natives here. Moreover, these natives didn't seem to be surprised by an outsider like him. It was as if they were used to it. Have you seen other natives? Fang Chen asked tentatively. Chapter 188. Hearing the words of the 2 aboriginals, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Could it be that these aboriginals were the descendants of some almighty being? Moreover, according to the 2 aboriginals, many outsiders had entered this secret realm a long time ago. However, no more outsiders had entered after hundreds of years. This was the first time an outsider had entered this place. Do you have many aboriginals here? Fang Chen asked. We have a total of 2 tribes here. Each tribe has thousands of people. One of the aboriginals said. Fang Chen nodded and did not speak. At this moment, one of the aboriginals said to Fang Chen, "Do you want to come to our tribe and have a seat?" Hearing the aboriginal's words, Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Why would the aboriginals invite him to be a guest? Was there a hidden story? As if he knew what Fang Chen was thinking, the other aboriginals grinned and said, "Our tribe is called the Heavenly Fire Tribe. There are many people in our tribe. However, because we are isolated from the rest of the world, our fighting strength is very weak. Whenever an outsider enters this place, we will invite them to our tribe to give pointers to our young tribe members." I see. After that, Fang Chen chatted with the 2 aboriginals for a while. Then, he followed the 2 to the Heavenly Fire Tribe. The Heavenly Fire Tribe was located in a continuous mountain range in the Divine Wind secret realm. Ordinary warriors could not find this mountain range at all. It was very hidden. Before arriving at the tribe, Fang Chen saw many young tribe members. They were dressed strangely and were constantly cultivating. Seeing Fang Chen appear, many of the aboriginals gathered together and looked at Fang Chen curiously. An outsider? Someone said in a low voice. After a while, Fang Chen, an outsider, was known by the entire tribe. Countless tribe members were paying attention to Fang Chen. Even the chief of the tribe personally welcomed Fang Chen. The chief of the tribe was only a Qi transformation realm warrior. The rest of the tribe members were all Qi refinement realm warriors. The Heavenly Fire Tribe is really isolated from the rest of the world. Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, the chief of the tribe walked in front of Fang Chen and greeted Fang Chen. "Sir, how should I address you?" the chief asked. Every time an outsider appeared, their tribe would try their best to let the outsider teach the younger generation of their tribe. "Just call me Fang Chen," said Fang Chen. The tribe leader nodded and said, "Young Master Fang, our Heavenly Fire Tribe hasn't seen an outsider for a long time. Chief, have you always lived here?" Fang Chen asked curiously. The tribe leader nodded and said, "Our ancestor was an extremely powerful existence. Back then, he built this paradise and we've been living here ever since. However, due to the fall of our ancestor, our tribe was split into 2 tribes. One is our Heavenly Fire Tribe, and the other is the Black Fire Tribe that has always been at odds with us." After some explanation, Fang Chen learned that the Heavenly Fire Tribe and the Black Fire Tribe were both descendants of the Almighty who had built the Divine Wind secret realm. However, due to some differences, they had split into 2 tribes. These 2 tribes had been fighting over some of the resources in the secret realm all these years. "Didn't your ancestor leave behind any inheritances for you?" asked Fang Chen. Logically speaking, the Almighty who had built the Divine Wind secret realm should have been an extremely powerful existence. His descendants should also be extraordinary. However, Fang Chen saw that all the cultivators in the Heavenly Fire Tribe were weak. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques they cultivated were extremely clumsy. "To tell you the truth, our ancestor did leave behind some inheritances for us. However, we've been unable to obtain any of those inheritances. That's why we've become weaker and weaker," said the tribe leader helplessly. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, a clamor suddenly came from outside the Heavenly Fire Tribe. In the next instant, a furious roar entered the ears of the Heavenly Fire Tribe. "Tian Bing, the date of our decisive battle has arrived." As soon as the voice sounded, a large group of people appeared in front of the Heavenly Fire Tribe. The person in the lead was a peak Qi refining realm cultivator. His body exuded a ferocious aura. "It's He Tian of the Black Fire Tribe," exclaimed a member of the Heavenly Fire Tribe. "Where's Tian Bing? Come out and fight." He Tian's face was filled with a ferocious aura as he said coldly. The tribe leader of the Heavenly Fire Tribe looked helpless when he saw this. He said, "What will come will come." "Tribe leader, what's going on?" asked Fang Chen. "They're members of the Black Fire Tribe. Our 2 tribes have often been at war. Although the war has stopped recently, the younger generation of the Black Fire Tribe often comes to challenge the younger generation of our Heavenly Fire Tribe," said one of the aboriginals who had brought Fang Chen here. This He Tian is the strongest member of the younger generation of the Blackfire tribe. He wants to challenge Tian Bing. Tian Bing isn't his match at all, said another native. While they were talking, Tian Bing came out to fight. In the blink of an eye, the battle between Tian Bing and He Tian had reached its climax. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he watched the battle. He already knew the answer in his heart. Tian Bing wasn't He Tian's match at all. As expected, Tian Bing was unable to withstand He Tian's attacks in a short while and was instantly defeated. However, what puzzled Fang Chen was that He Tian of the Blackfire tribe clearly had some exquisite attacking techniques. The reason why the Blackfire tribe has been stronger than our Heavenly Fire tribe all these years is because a long time ago, an outsider appeared in their tribe. Before that outsider left, he gave the Blackfire tribe some cultivation techniques, allowing them to gradually become stronger than our Heavenly Fire tribe over the years, sighed the tribe leader of the Heavenly Fire tribe. When he thought of this, Fang Chen finally understood. The Heavenly Fire tribe is only SOSO, sneered He Tian at this moment. The Heavenly Fire tribe has lost the competition. According to our promise, we should give up 1/10 of the control of the mine, roared the tribesmen of the Blackfire tribe. The tribesmen of the Heavenly Fire tribe looked gloomy, but there was nothing they could do. Just as the tribe leader was about to speak, Fang Chen opened his mouth. You guys can go back, said Fang Chen casually. Who are you? Are you qualified to speak to me? Sneered He Tian. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Then, he took a step forward and appeared in front of He Tian. A wild aura instantly engulfed He Tian. Ah! He Tian let out a scream. His face was filled with fear as he kept retreating. He looked at Fang Chen as if he was looking at a demon. When the crowd looked over, Fang Chen didn't seem to have moved at all. Kid, you're courting death. One of the tribesmen of the Blackfire tribe roared furiously when he saw this scene. In the next moment, he attacked, wanting to teach Fang Chen a lesson. However, the tribesman was sent flying by Fang Chen in an instant. At this moment, the crowd finally realized that Fang Chen was a tough nut to crack. Let's go, He Tian roared and led the tribesmen of the Blackfire tribe away quickly. Seeing the tribesmen of the Blackfire tribe leave, the tribesmen of the Heavenly Fire tribe kept cheering. Thank you, young Master Fang, said the tribe leader of the Heavenly Fire tribe gratefully. If not for Fang Chen's help, the Heavenly Fire tribe would definitely have given up 1/10 of the control of the mine. Of course, what made them the happiest was that Fang Chen had helped them. This meant that Fang Chen was very likely to guide them. Don't you want my guidance? I can guide you, but you have to tell me everything here, said Fang Chen bluntly. Hearing this, the tribe leader of the Heavenly Fire tribe immediately agreed. In the following days, Fang Chen stayed in the Heavenly Fire tribe and continued to guide the younger generation of the Heavenly Fire tribe. As time passed, Fang Chen realized that the Heavenly Fire tribe was isolated from the rest of the world. Although the younger generation of the Heavenly Fire tribe had good aptitudes, their cultivation techniques were too poor. Fang Chen only casually gave some pointers, and some warriors with good aptitudes immediately broke through. This made the Heavenly Fire tribe even happier. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, Fang Chen had obtained some important information. In the ancestors' land, there is a tall tower that pierces the clouds. The inheritance left behind by the ancestors is in that tower. This was the important information that Fang Chen had obtained. It seemed that in this trip to the Divine Wind Secret Realm, everyone's goal should be that tower. While Fang Chen was teaching the younger generation of the Heavenly Fire tribe, Jiyu Du, who ranked first on the Qi ranking, accidentally entered the territory of the Blackfire tribe. Subsequently, he was treated as a guest of honor by the Blackfire tribe. In a courtyard of the Blackfire tribe. My lord, the information you want is here. The Blackfire tribe leader said as he handed a small booklet to Jiyu Du. Are there any outsiders in the Heavenly Fire tribe that you mentioned? Jiyu Du asked. My lord, some time ago, our people went to the Heavenly Fire tribe to challenge them. They were defeated by a mysterious expert. We suspect that he is also an outsider. The Blackfire tribe leader said. Hearing this, Jiyu Du nodded as he pondered. I don't know who came to the Heavenly Fire tribe. No matter who it is, They can't stop me from obtaining the inheritance in the tower. Even the 8th prince can't. Jiyu Du thought to himself as a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Other than Jiyu Du and Fang Chen, the countless experts who had entered the Divine Wind secret realm had not found any aboriginals. They were all looking for various opportunities in the Divine Wind secret realm. In a hidden mountain forest, Star and Moon's clothes were covered in blood. Her body was trembling and her face was pale. She had suffered a great injury. Chapter 189. The entire Divine Wind secret land was filled with a unique aura. All the martialists who had entered the Divine Wind secret land were searching for opportunities. As time passed, more and more martialists discovered the aboriginal tribes in the Divine Wind mystic realm. Their hearts were in a state of shock. At the moment, Fang Chen was still cultivating in the Skyfire tribe. There was a mysterious spirit-gathering array in the Skyfire tribe. The effect of this spirit-gathering array was very good. However, because the level of the spirit-gathering array was very high, the martialists of the Skyfire tribe couldn't use it at all. When Fang Chen discovered this spirit-gathering array, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This spirit-gathering array was very rare, even in Kamikaze Kenbu. He hadn't expected that the Skyfire tribe would actually have such a spirit-gathering array. When the Skyfire tribe's patriarch found out that Fang Chen wanted to use the spirit-gathering array, he agreed readily. However, he had a condition. He wanted Fang Chen to modify the spirit-gathering array so that the young martialists of their tribe could enter it to cultivate. Fang Chen agreed to the Skyfire tribe's patriarch's request and started to study the spirit-gathering array. This was a high-level spirit-gathering array. Even a powerhouse like Fang Chen could see very obvious effects when cultivating in the spirit-gathering array. This spirit-gathering array was very magical. However, with Fang Chen's strength, it was still very easy for him to activate the spirit-gathering array. Boom! This outsider is very strong. He can actually activate the spirit-gathering array, a tribesman said. Of course. The patriarch told us that the outsider is very strong. Look, the outsider has only been here for less than a month. He just casually gave us some pointers and our strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Yes, if the outsider could stay here, the overall strength of the Skyfire tribe would definitely be stronger than the Blackfire tribe. Many of the tribesmen looked at Fang Chen in the spirit-gathering array and started to discuss among themselves. At this moment, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged in the spirit-gathering array. A cylindrical pillar of spirit chi directly pierced into the spirit-gathering array from the top of the spirit-gathering array and entered Fang Chen's body. Hiss! Fang Chen instantly felt the spiritual chi in the quintessential core in his dantian circulating wildly. Spirit chi is spirit. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The next moment, Fang Chen began examining the spirit-gathering array. An hour later, Fang Chen finally understood the basic structure of the spirit-gathering array. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to modify it a little. The spirit-gathering array suddenly stopped spinning and Fang Chen's figure appeared before everyone. The Skyfire tribe's patriarch looked at Fang Chen nervously and asked, "Young Master Fang, how was it?" The other tribesmen also stared closely at Fang Chen. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Chen nodded slowly and said, "I can modify it, but it will take time." Hearing this, the patriarch of the Skyfire tribe was very excited. Good, good. As long as you can modify it, it will be fine. Then, the patriarch of the Skyfire tribe led the rest of the tribesmen away, leaving only Fang Chen behind. Fang Chen entered the spirit-gathering array once again. It took Fang Chen an entire night to complete the initial modification of the spirit-gathering array. Of course, Fang Chen only made a simple modification. It was impossible to completely modify the structure. After the modification, Fang Chen began to cultivate in the spirit-gathering array. 3 days later, Fang Chen's core was saturated with spirit chi. At this time, Fang Chen was ready to break through to the Qi transformation 8th realm. Fang Chen had been stuck at the Qi transformation 7th realm for a long time. During this time, he had been accumulating. Now, he finally felt that the opportunity to break through had arrived. Just as Fang Chen thought this, the spirit chi in the spirit-gathering array surged into his body. Then, The spirit qi in the true core began to circulate wildly. At the same time, it continued to transform. Every advancement in the qi transformation realm was a transformation of the spirit qi. When the spirit qi transformed to a perfect state, one could break through to the qi realm. Hiss. Large amounts of spirit qi slowly transformed in the true core. After 2 hours, the transformation of the spirit qi was complete. Above Fang Chen's head, the circular light pillar suddenly shattered. Countless spirit qi burrowed into his body. Finally, he felt a deafening sound in his body. Then, Fang Chen realized that he had broken through to the qi transformation 8th realm. Is this the qi transformation 8th realm? Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of an excited smile. He had finally broken through to the qi transformation 8th realm. When he was at the qi transformation 7th realm, Fang Chen had already been able to enter the qi ranking. Now that he was at the qi transformation 8th realm, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He even dared to challenge the experts in the top 20 of the qi ranking. In front of the experts on the qi ranking, I finally have some ability to protect myself, Fang Chen thought to himself. On the second day after Fang Chen broke through to the qi transformation 8th realm, the 8th prince led a large group and appeared in the Skyfire tribe. Knowing that the 8th prince had arrived, Fang Chen immediately came out to meet him. Fang Chen, what are you doing here? Seeing Fang Chen, the 8th prince's face revealed a trace of a smile. I also came here by accident. Fang Chen nodded. Fang Chen. Behind the 8th prince, the 3rd prince clasped his hands in greeting to Fang Chen. No matter what, Fang Chen was his savior. After chatting with Fang Chen for a while, the 8th prince asked, Fang Chen, you were the first to arrive here. What have you discovered? Fang Chen thought for a moment, then said bluntly, in this area, there is a tall tower that pierces the clouds. The inheritance is in the tower. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the 8th prince was extremely excited. Then let's set off tomorrow, the 8th prince said. If they could be the first to obtain the inheritance, the 8th prince's chances of inheriting the throne would be greatly increased. This was very important to the 8th prince. Fang Chen told the Skyfire tribe's chief that they wanted to challenge the tower. The Skyfire tribe's chief readily agreed. After that, the 8th prince and the others went to rest. When night fell, Fang Chen was preparing to rest. Suddenly, he heard a deafening sound coming from the tribe. Enemy attack! A tribesman shouted. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned. He immediately left the courtyard and appeared in the tribe's square. At this moment, at the gate of the Skyfire tribe, there were 2 warriors fighting fiercely. The battle between the 2 warriors directly affected the Skyfire tribe. In the square, there were a large number of Skyfire tribe tribesmen who looked at the scene in horror. Fang Chen was about to speak when suddenly, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. This shock then turned into anger. This was because one of the 2 people fighting was Yun Ju, whom Fang Chen was familiar with. Damn it! The one fighting Yun Ju was an expert on the qi ranking. His strength was obviously higher than Yun Ju's. After a fierce battle, he directly suppressed Yun Ju. In the blink of an eye, countless wounds appeared on Yun Ju's body. His face was pale and his aura was a little weak. Yun Ju, today is the day you die. The warrior snorted and directly used his trump card to kill Yun Ju. Yun Ju panted and his eyes were filled with anger. Starlight, you despicable man! Yun Ju roared angrily. Originally, although Starlight was stronger than him, he should not have been in such dire straits. Yun Ju obtained a spiritual herb in a hidden place. When he obtained the spiritual herb, he was suddenly attacked by Starlight and was seriously injured. The spiritual herb was snatched away by Starlight. Starlight wanted to kill him and he chased him all the way to the gate of the Skyfire tribe. At this moment, Yun Ju was unable to resist Starlight's attack. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Seeing Starlight's fist coming towards him, a scorching aura appeared around Yun Ju's body. He wanted to blow himself up. Seeing this, Starlight's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, just as Yun Ju was about to blow himself up, a palm suddenly pressed on his shoulder. The surging spiritual energy in his true core instantly stopped. Leave it to me. Fang Chen's voice sounded and Yunju was stunned. Before Yunju could react, Fang Chen took a step forward and stood in front of him. Die! Fang Chen only said one word and then used the solitary heavenly void fist. Majestic spiritual energy gathered on his fist and he punched out. Crack! Seeing the warrior who suddenly appeared, Starlight's face was full of sarcasm. He thought that this kid was asking for humiliation. Since you want to die, I'll kill you too, Starlight shouted coldly. In the next moment, his fist collided with Fang Chen's fist. Suddenly, the mocking expression on Starlight's face disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror. Because at this time, his fist was actually disintegrating piece by piece. No! Starlight screamed in horror, but he still couldn't stop his fist from shattering. Boom! Fang Chen's fist, which had shattered Starlight's fist, carried a destructive aura and bombarded Starlight's head. Bang! The fist smashed down and Starlight's head instantly shattered. Starlight's body slumped to the ground. Yunju was shocked by the scene of Starlight being killed with a single punch. It wasn't just Yunju. Even the people of the Sky Fire tribe were shocked. At this moment, the 8th prince and the others who were watching this scene from afar were shocked. Looks like Fang Chen has had a fortuitous encounter, someone said. Yeah, his current strength is at least comparable to the top 10 on the Qi roll.